Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Winged Deku Becomes Garuda? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. He has a quirk, but in the eyes of society, he is no better than quirkless. Never mind that he had gone for multiple medical tests, each of them proving conclusively that he has a quirk factor. There is nothing special about him. He remains the same as he had been since going for the first test at age 5. 7 years passed, and he suffered immensely. In a society obsessed with quirks and being special, being completely ordinary is a death sentence for a young boy like him. It didn't matter that he has a quirk factor, because functionally, he is quirkless. Ordinary. Unremarkable. Useless. It is through sheer stubborn will that, despite the 7 years of torment from bullying by peers with fragile egos and discrimination inflicted by adults who are blinded by their biases and prejudices, he clung on to life, determined that, somehow, he will find a way to activate his quirk factor, thereby paving the way to achieve his lifelong dream, shared by millions of his peers around the country. In a society obsessed with quirks, such powers are, sadly, misused by those in desperation, or those who prey on the innocent and revel in mayhem and destruction. To face this threat to peace and public order, those with especially powerful quirks took on the mantle of heroes to protect the local population from these criminals, or villains, garnering widespread adoration, fame and glory in the process. It was a collective aspiration for many youths to become one of these heroes when they grew up, and he was no exception. Except, there has never been a quirkless hero before, and those who heard such absurdity mocked and scorned him for it. Bit by bit, with each passing day, his will cracked and strained under the ever-growing weight of society's attempt to exterminate him, for the crime of merely breathing the same air as the rest of the quirked population, and daring to be so ridiculous as to become a quirkless hero. As it turns out, society need not have bothered. For a stereotypical plot device does the job for it. To be continued. The emergency dispatch center gets the call one innocuous afternoon. A hit-and-run accident. Completely unremarkable, routine and standard practice for the dispatcher, who simply sends off an ambulance and notifies the Musutafu police division about the incident. The ambulance and several police cruisers arrive at the scene in record time. There is a crowd gathered along both sides of the road, watching with morbid curiosity at the gruesome scene in front of them. The section of road is quickly cordoned off, as paramedics move in. They find the victim, an adolescent boy, possibly no more than 13 years of age, sprawled out in a pool of blood. A simple check confirms the sobering fact. Dead? They find a wallet nearby. It contains some banknotes, and a few cards, one of which is the boy's ID. Midoriya Izuku. Quirk, unknown. With positive identification on hand, the paramedics quickly transfer the corpse into a body transport bag, and load it into the ambulance to take it to the coroner's office for autopsy. Although, judging from the scene, it was pretty clear what had happened. Death by blunt force trauma when a speeding bus slammed into Izuku, shattering all of his bones and snuffing out his life many decades before its due date. Still, there is protocol to adhere to, since this is still legally an unnatural death. Albeit one that is extremely textbook, routine, unremarkable. Like the boy whose tormented life had come to a tragic, but perhaps not unwelcomed, end. It should have ended like that. But when the ambulance pulls up at the coroner's office, and the body bag is transported out into the autopsy room for the coroner to do his work, it is open to reveal nothing. Where there should have been a corpse, is now an empty bag, with only a few bloodstains indicating that it was previously there. A huge commotion takes place. An investigation is opened about the possible theft of a corpse. The attending paramedics are brought in for questioning, which each and everyone swearing up and down that they did not steal the body, and never even took their eyes off the bag between the scene of the accident and rolling it into the autopsy theater. What nobody noticed was that during the journey from the accident site to the coroner's office, the corpse had disappeared on its own volition. Hidden from sight, the corpse had disintegrated, akin to being burnt to ashes, but by unseen flames. It had crumbled away into nothing, leaving behind only bloodstains on the fabric of the body bag. Naturally, no one saw this happening, and after an extensive investigation, the case was left open. No one was ever indicted for the loss of Midoriya Izuku's corpse. But, as per protocol, his mother still had to be informed about her son's death, even though there was no corpse for her to claim. As one could expect, Midoriya Izuku's entire world shattered. She had lost her husband when he mysteriously disappeared shortly after Izuku's 4th birthday, and nearly a decade later, she had lost her only remaining family left in the entire world. Even worse, there was no body for her to send off. No closure, just the damning news that her son was killed in a traffic accident, and his body mysteriously disappeared without a trace and with no explanation. An empty casket funeral was held, with only sparse numbers in attendance. Inko was there, naturally, accompanied by her close friends, Mitsuki and Masaru. Their son, Katsuki, was dragged along, despite his blatant reluctance to do so. The blonde teen could be seen sulking in one corner of the funeral hall, never interacting with anybody, and snapping at anyone who got too close. Nobody knew it then, but behind the default explosive anger that Katsuki was infamously known for, a second, unknown emotion was curling inside his stomach, and he hated it. He stubbornly clung onto the one thing he knew for certain, his anger, which only got worse when the funeral came to an end and he had to return to his daily life, now with an empty Deku-shaped hole that he wanted none of in the first place. Of course, no one realized that after Izuku's body crumbled away inside the body bag, on a hill called Sokoto Peak in Musutafu, a tiny egg materialized from thin air. It was no bigger than a chicken egg, and given that it was nestled amidst some rocks, nobody ever noticed it. Not that anyone actually went to Sokoto Peak nowadays. About a decade prior, the entire hill was engulfed in a conflagration that could be seen from miles all around. The wildfire was so massive, the city's entire firefighting division and several pro-heroes had to be called down to try and quell the inferno that threatened the surrounding neighborhoods. Among them was the number 2 hero, Endeavor, who unlike his compatriots and the firefighters trying to get the conflagration under control, knew how and why Sokoto Peak went up in flames. On that fateful day, he witnessed the supposed demise of his eldest child, the first of his many failures as a person and father coming back to spit in his face. It took an entire day for the conflagration to be contained. By the time the flames were extinguished, the entire mountain had been charred black, and Endeavor's eldest child presumed dead. Since that day, nobody dared to approach Sokoto Peak. Even as greenery slowly returned to the mountain, it remained untouched by human feet for years after the incident. As such, nobody, save for the wildlife, noticed the egg nestled within the rocks, as it incubates with the passage of time. 500 days would pass. During that PRD, several events occurred in the city. Midoriya Izuku never got over the death of her only son and remaining family. She withdrew from her life, isolating herself in her grief. She neglected her health and well-being, to the point where she was nearly lost completely. Had it not been for a neighbor who noticed the piles of newspapers stacking up outside her apartment, and several notices of unpaid rent and warnings of imminent eviction taped to the door, nobody would have found Izuku deteriorating on the living room floor, wasting away and all but mentally gone. She was rushed to the hospital, where after a lengthy stay in the intensive care unit, she was institutionalized in the psychiatric ward for long-term residency. In another part of Musutafu, things have also radically changed within the Bakugo household. For a time, the relationship between Katsuki and his parents festered considerably, as the adolescent boy struggled with the unknown emotions churning away in his stomach, which only fueled his explosive rage further. It was not uncommon for neighbors to call the police over domestic disturbances taking place within the Bakugo home, with things reaching their worst when Mitsuki received news that Izuku had been hospitalized with an almost negligible chance of recovery. That night, the house nearly came crashing down, literally, with Mitsuki taking her grief out on Katsuki, who retaliated with his own confusing concoction of herm-induced emotions fanning his explosion quirk. For the sake of everyone's physical safety, Masaru uncharacteristically put his foot down, and dragged them both, kicking and screaming, to the same hospital where Izuku was warded. However, instead of booking them both in for long-term stays, Masaru sought out a family therapist to help them iron out their issues and rediscover some semblance of being a normal, functioning family. Both Mitsuki and Katsuki resisted, insisting that neither was broken and that the other was to blame for all of their problems. Masaru, though, became selectively deaf and forced them both to attend sessions with the therapist, lest he report them both to the police for domestic violence. It was tough going, because despite being forced to sit through every 2-hour session where the therapist picked apart their brains to find the root causes of their issues, both mother and son stubbornly refused to cooperate, doubling down deeper into their own beliefs and assumptions. Any other person trying to help would be rightfully frustrated with them both after some time, but the therapist remained patiently steadfast, irritatingly so. Despite their resistance, the therapist excavated through walls of defensive emotions to unearth the core of both Mitsuki and Katsuki's issues. In summary, it was a combination of temper issues and proclivity towards aggression for Mitsuki, and for Katsuki, an even more troubling concoction of arrogance and self-centeredness from an inflated ego, low inner self-worth which manifested as a superiority complex, anger issues and aggression which was inherited from his mother, and unresolved grief from Izuku's unexpected death. At first, neither mother nor son accepted that such problems were the core of their current issues. But the therapist was anything if incredibly resilient. Scarily so. Weathering through the temper storms with his, infuriating, in Katsuki's opinion, calm expression, he wore Mitsuki and Katsuki down with the power of compassion and non-judgment. With time, temper flare-ups and explosions were reduced, as their inner flaws were unflinchingly dragged out, and both mother and son were patiently guided through on how to resolve them. Therapy became a regular fixture in the family's weekly schedule. Slowly, things seemed to settle into an uneasy peace within the Bakugo household, especially when Katsuki moved through middle school. Going to Aldera Middle School gave Katsuki plenty of opportunities to put what he learnt in therapy into practice. It was clear that how things were done in the school left plenty to be desired, but his parents chose Aldera since it was the closest to their home. For his part, Katsuki focused on getting the grades he needed to apply to UA. He also added Shiketsu as a backup, but UA was his main goal. He didn't really interact with his classmates, unless it was for group assignments. Brown noses, all of them were. They saw someone with a powerful quirk and immediately honed in like sharks smelling blood, hoping to ride off his coattails like some kind of parasite. Normally, Katsuki's palms would ignite and his tongue would lash out. But therapy had taught him that aggression never solved anything, especially physical violence. The therapist made Katsuki relive every single instance where he physically assaulted Izuku while the latter was alive, with the sobering lesson that violence only brewed more issues further down the line. And while things at Aldera did nothing to reinforce the therapist's teachings, the memory of Izuku essentially protected Katsuki from losing focus on his goal. Perhaps, in one universe where Izuku was still alive, Katsuki would have relished in the fawning praise and the teachers looking the other way whenever weaker students were targets of bullying and abuse, becoming the alpha bully in his own right and using Izuku as a punching bag to achieve a quick ego fix. In this one, though, Katsuki ignored any and all praise and fawning, maintaining a distance between himself and his peers. Did this make him a loner? Yes. But, he was left alone by his classmates when it became clear that he wanted nothing to do with them. Plus, no one tried to take advantage of him either, since the rare instances where he let loose a few small explosions were more than enough for any would-be hecklers to steer clear. The days blurred into a routine, where Katsuki went to school purely to maintain the grades that would get him to UA, interspersed with therapy and evenings writing in notebooks not unlike those that Izuku used to write in, but what are essentially letters to his dead childhood friend instead of hero analyses. According to the therapist, it was a means of processing the grief he had from Izuku's death, as well as keeping track of his personal progress. How ironic, he thought, that he once mocked Izuku for nerding out with his notebooks, and here he was, writing in them. Still, Katsuki would admit, however grudgingly, that his journaling, as if he is writing to Izuku himself, does bring about some form of peace. Not that he would tell anyone that, though. 500 days passed since Izuku's death, and by and large, Musutafu had moved on. While the memory of the boy whose life was cut short is still held onto by a few individuals, namely the Bakugas, the hit-and-run accident and the mysterious disappearance of Izuku's corpse have almost completely faded from the public consciousness. A grimly fitting fate for a boy whom society wrote off as nothing. If only that were the case. Because 500 days after Izuku's death, the entire city is rocked to its core, as Sokoto Peak explodes in an almighty conflagration of heavenly fire. To be continued. All across Musutafu, sirens went off in every fire station in the city. Emergency dispatch centers received a barrage of calls from frantic residents about a hill outside of the city suddenly going up in flames. Within seconds, fire trucks race towards the burning Sokoto Peak, as heroes from across the board are also dispatched to assist the firefighters. The entirety of Sokoto Peak is engulfed in flames. The conflagration could be seen for miles in every direction, and smoke rapidly fills the sky above. The firefighters waste no time in getting to work. Shouting orders to one another, hoses are rolled out and connected to the nearest water source. Soon, jets of water are shot at the burning hill, but it quickly becomes apparent that this is no ordinary wildfire. Despite the gallons of water being pumped through the hoses, the fires show no sign of being quelled. Instead, they seem to grow, and start to spread towards neighboring hills. The firefighters realize that they are up against a dangerous foe, one that they cannot take down by themselves. Now, the heroes jump into the fray. Those with water-based quirks quickly get to work, throwing in their own power alongside the firefighters' hoses. Additionally, helicopters are called in to assist in the operation, with several arriving mere minutes later and dumping huge volumes of water, as well as sand, in a bid to smother the flames. Watching all of this unfold, is the number 2 hero, Endeavor. In all practicality, he has no reason to be here. His quirk, while flame-based, is effectively useless since he can only produce fire, not control or manipulate it to his will. Still, this second conflagration ravaging Sokoto Peak brings back unwelcome memories of his eldest child's demise, and, for reasons unknown to anyone, Endeavor finds himself watching from the sidelines, as the firefighters and other heroes with more suitable quirks battle the flames to stop it from spreading into the city itself. It is antithetical to Endeavor's entire persona as a hero. He shouldn't be relegated to the sidelines. He ought to be in the fray, getting in on the action. Not be a mere spectator. Yet, he doesn't move. Merely watching. As Sokoto Peak goes up in flames for the second time in human memory, Endeavor finds himself watching history repeat itself. Endeavor-san. Perhaps the only thing that could snap the flame hero out of the grimly hypnotic spectacle is the arrival of his greatest rival and bane of his existence. All Might? He bites down the usual growl from his throat. The symbol of peace himself strides up to him, waving with his trademark, infuriating, smile. How is the situation? Much to his chagrin, but knowing that it is necessary, given the public setting, Endeavor forces himself to be professional, not so good. They haven't been able to stop the fires from spreading to the nearby hills. Well, at least the flames have not reached the city yet, so I take it as a plus. All Might flashes him a thumbs up. And that uncomfortable churning in the stomach is back. It takes a lot of effort on Endeavor's part to not let his professional mask break with the surge of animosity. That infuriating smile and overwhelming positivity, it sickens him to no end. Almost as if All Might is looking down at him. A massive roar shakes the air and the world around it. Everyone, including All Might and Endeavor, WHP towards the burning hill. Whatever made that roar, it was clearly not human. It sounded more akin to a raptor, a bird of prey, than anything a human could make at their greatest. Another roar echoes from the mountain, and inexplicably, an overwhelming sense of dread envelopes everyone present. Had it not been for their sworn promise to fulfill their duties to protect civilian lives, those who heard the second roar would have turned heel and fled post-haste. As for All Might and Endeavor, they too were not spared. All Might cringes, as fear unlike anything else tears at his soul. The last time he felt anything resembling this, was when he faced off against the ultimate evil, the epitome of everything wrong with humanity, a monster who sold his soul for the ultimate power. Any rational thought he had vanished in an instant. Endeavor is snapped out of his frozen state when the wind kicked up from All Might dashing towards the burning mountain hits him with blunt force. All Might? What the F, are you dash? He is ignored, as are the firefighters and heroes whom All Might nearly bowls over in his mad dash into the fiery conflagration. Despite the clear danger he is in, All Might races through the burning hellscape, trying to find the source of the animalistic roar which trembled the earth and shook the heavens. He didn't know if whatever made it was good or bad, but it didn't matter. Never mind that he is practically running into a death trap, he had to find whatever made that roar. Dodging falling trees and branches, and punching away any fires that got too close, All Might fought his way through the inferno. He knows that he is running around blindly, and that the longer he stays, the higher the chances of him being burnt alive. But he needs to find whatever made that roar, all he needs is another. A third roar shakes the mountain, and the fires seem to burn brighter with a sudden burst of energy. All Might is nearly burnt when a flaming tree nearly falls onto him. Turning on his heels, the symbol of peace changes direction, moving towards where he thinks the roar came from. Even with sweat pouring down his face from the hellish temperatures, All Might keeps moving, despite the sweat stinging his eyes and his remaining lungs struggling to absorb oxygen as the air is sucked up by the flames. Still, his reckless drive eventually pays off, as he sees what appears to be a figure in the distance. Running up the path to get closer, All Might shouts, "Good citizen, never fear, for I am Dash." The figure turns around. They appear to be a humanoid raptor, with the torso and arms of a man, but the head and lower legs of a bird of prey, possibly a hawk or an eagle. The creature's head is covered in fiery orange feathers, interspersed with specks of forest green. What appears to be hair grows long down from the raptor's head and down their back, a dark red with some green mixed in. Their beak is a luminous gold, shimmering brightly under the light of the fires. Each foot has 3 toes at the front and 1 on the back, each with a deadly-looking talon. And on their back is a massive pair of wings with an impressive span, red in color with golden tips. The raptor cuts an intimidating figure, despite being shorter than All Might. While not as bulky as the symbol of peace, they sport impressive muscles, and their eyes, which narrow into a terrifying glare, are an emerald green which seem to burn with deadly fire. All Might, you dare show yourself again? The symbol of peace stops, confusion blossoming behind his trademark smile. The raptor's tone is accusatory and openly hostile, as if All Might had committed some unforgivable sin against them. But, he has never fought against a villain or criminal like this raptor before. How could they have met? Good citizen, it's okay. I will get you out of dash. With a deafening screech that promised unholy retribution, the raptor rushes at All Might, their clawed hands raised to tear him apart. All Might leaps back, just as those deadly claws swipe down where his chest had been mere milliseconds before. The raptor, nonetheless, leaps towards him for another attack. Realizing that this creature intends to harm him, All Might wipes away any remaining longing to help. Shifting into his hero mindset, All Might sets goals to take down his attacker and subdue him. Using his time-honored power moves, he punches the air with enough force to create a strong blast of wind, hoping to throw the raptor back. They simply unfurl their wings to full span, acting as a barrier to prevent them from being thrown backwards. The raptor then leaps towards All Might for another attack, this time getting close enough to swipe at the hero's chest, tearing through the fabric of his hero costume and drawing blood. All Might wheezes, distracted momentarily, which was all the raptor needed to kick him on his left side. Right where his old injury is. A spurt of blood shoots out of All Might's mouth, and the hero falls to his knees. Clutching his old injury, he senses the raptor approaching him, anger radiating off his form like heat from the fires surrounding them. Was one time not enough? Was tearing my heart out that first time not enough for you? You wanted to do it again, didn't you, you cruel monster? You are nothing but a hypocrite, a fake who hides behind lies. You perpetuate false hopes, and then mercilessly stomp on them, never caring that you destroy lives in the process. The impending sense of doom rapidly cuts off, when something barrels into the raptor, knocking them to the ground. Wheezing hard, All Might hears a fist meeting flesh hard, before all goes silent, save for the fires that continue to burn. Someone extremely familiar clicks his tongue, and you are supposed to be the number one hero? All Might looks up, Endeavor. The number two hero rolls his eyes. Everyone assumed that you were going to kill yourself, and you were taking too long to come out. Thank your lucky stars that fire doesn't affect me as much. With the pain from his old injury finally receding enough to be tolerable, All Might gets to his feet. I believe I found the one who started the fires. Endeavor spares the unconscious raptor a glance. No sheet. What did he do to you? He caught me off guard, All Might says. Lucky hit, I think. Whatever. Let's just get this BSTRD out of here. To be continued. It was the talk of the town for several days. There were many people who remembered the first time Sokoto Peak went up in flames, and to see live news broadcasts of the same hill going up in smoke for the second time captured the city's attention, both offline and online. Rumors and speculations abounded. Some thought it was the act of a villain, others thought that someone's quirk went haywire. A few who probably had a few screws loose in the head saw this as a sign of the end times, and rallied anyone who would listen to prepare for the coming apocalypse by stockpiling on supplies and other ridiculous proclamations. Basically, the internet and gossip spread in offices or cafe tables couldn't be further from the truth. Inside the Musutafu Police Division headquarters, Detective Tsukachi Naomasa downs his third mug of shitty instant coffee of the morning. The fact that it also contained several caffeine pills was something that no one else needed to know. He was going to need it, after all. Down in the holding cells, and possibly being scooted to one of the interrogation rooms at this moment, is the alleged villain who set fire to Sokoto Peak and attacked the symbol of peace when the hero, rather recklessly, Tsukachi might add, ran into the conflagration and encountered them in the burning hill. By all accounts, it points to this strange avian-like creature really being a villain, if a newly debuted one, if he had attacked the number one hero, apparently completely unprovoked. When he finishes the third mug, Tsukachi pushes aside any thoughts entertaining a fourth drink, and gathers his materials and tape recorder. Any other detective or police personnel could have been selected to carry out the interrogation, but the chief of the police insisted that Tsukachi have the dubious honor. After all, Tsukachi's quirk is, quote, best suited for an interrogation of such magnitude, and therefore, only the best can do it. What bullshit. Tsukachi swears his superior is trying to work him into an early grave. As he makes his way out of the office, the detective sighs. Best get this over with. He goes to the interrogation room where he had been previously told that the suspected villain is being kept in. He accepts the salute from the guarding officers. Are the spectators gathered in the observation room? Yes, detective. They arrived a few minutes ago. Thank you. The two officers salute him again, and Tsukachi enters the room. The interrogation room is sparse, in color and furnishing. The suspected villain, the humanoid avian that supposedly started the conflagration and attacked All Might, cuts a striking figure with its fiery combination of red, orange, and gold. They sit on one end of the table, handcuffed to the chair and with a pair of quirk-canceling cuffs slapped on their wrists. The head appears bowed, and their eyes are closed. When Tsukachi enters the room and closes the door behind him, the avian looks up, and their eyes open. Years of dealing with the worst of humanity has conditioned Tsukachi to not instinctively flinch when those deathly emerald irises pierce through his soul, although that doesn't stop the shudder from racing down the man's spine. Logically, this is all part and parcel of police protocols in the pursuit of justice. But, as Tsukachi goes to sit down on the chair directly opposite from the avian, he can't stop the thought that he might be about to be smited by some higher deity. As illogical as that rightfully sounds. Tsukachi forces himself to meet those unnerving emerald eyes. "My name is Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. You're here because you have been arrested for arson and assault against a pro-hero. I seek your cooperation in this interrogation." The avian nods. Tsukachi starts the audio recording. "What is your name? And age?" "Midoriya Izuku. I think I'm 14 years old this year." "True." Tsukachi notes the slight uncertainty gleaned from the apparent teen's choice of words. "Which school do you go to?" At this, it takes Izuku a little longer to respond. "I was born again yesterday. I don't think I went to school in the time of my creation." "True." Tsukachi's pen paused in its note-taking. "What do you mean, born again?" Izuku replies unflinchingly. "I remember my first death. I was hit by a bus. Everything was just black. But I also remember warmth. I felt calm during that time, until I was born again." "True." Filing this bit of troubling information away, Tsukachi pushes on. "Why did you set fire to Sokoto Peak?" "It was not intentional, Detective," Izuku continues. "It was just the effects of my second BRTH. I did not intend to cause widespread destruction." "True." Tsukachi nods, before moving to the most pressing question. "Why did you attack All Might?" This should have been the moment when the proverbial temperature in the room plummets by several degrees. However, instead, the room appears to grow hotter. Those unnerving emerald eyes seem to blaze with barely controlled, inhuman rage, "because All Might made me die my first death." "True." Shortly after, Tsukachi emerges from the interrogation room, covered in sweat, and looking very much disturbed. "Detective, is something wrong?" one of the guarding officers asks in concern. "No, I'm fine." Tsukachi wipes the sweat from his reddened brow. "Bring the suspect back to the holding cells." The two officers appear hesitant for a moment, but eventually, they salute Tsukachi and move into the interrogation room. The detective watches silently as the avian emerges, flanked by the officers, and is scooted down the corridor. Not once did they make eye contact, staring straight ahead. Even when they disappeared beyond the corner. Only then, does Tsukachi let go of the breath he had been holding in, and his face crumples away from the stoic mask he had put on. The door adjacent to the interrogation room opens. "Naomasa, my old friend, is it true?" The detective wearily turns to the two spectators that had witnessed the interrogation behind a one-way mirror. "Did I really cause the boy's death?" All Might asks, with a hint of desperation. "As it stands, All Might, my quirk registered it as a truth," Tsukachi replies, and upon seeing the stricken look in the hero's eyes, hastily adds, "but you are also aware of its limitations. It will register a statement as truth so long as the person saying it fully believes in the statement they are making, even if it is factually false." That does little to assuage the horrified glimmer in the symbol of peace's eyes, something which the other spectator, Endeavor, sniffs with barely veiled contempt. "I will need to conduct further investigation into Midoriya-kun's history," Tsukachi continues. "As a minor in the eyes of the law, he shouldn't have had to be interrogated without his parent or legal guardian present. Furthermore, I need to confirm, beyond a possible doubt, that Midoriya-kun did actually die but was somehow brought back to life again." The question of whether All Might was the straw that broke the camel's back remained unsaid. Collateral civilian death is impossible to avoid, especially in the line of hero work. Still, Tsukachi knows that All Might would beat himself up to no end if it was proven correct that he had somehow caused the death of a teenager, even if it was only temporary and the teenager in question is now alive and well again. Still, the truth won't be uncovered by itself. And so, leaving All Might to stew in his simmering thoughts, Tsukachi takes his leave, knowing full well that more shitty coffee and caffeine pills will be consumed. He is partially correct. Although coffee and caffeine pills were knocked back like there was no tomorrow, once Tsukachi started unearthing several harrowing facts about Midoriya Izuku, alcohol swiftly joined the unhealthy concoction. Izuku really did die, in a hit-and-run accident when a speeding bus plowed straight into him because the driver was not paying attention. His death was registered, despite the unsettling fact that his body mysteriously disappeared in the time between the site of the accident and being taken to the coroner's office for autopsy. Even though an investigation was carried out, it remained unresolved, and everyone seemed to have largely forgotten about it in the nearly 1.5 years since the day of death. It also didn't help that Izuku's pre-death ID information listed his quirk as unknown, despite there being medical records showing that he did indeed have a quirk factor. Tsukachi didn't need to think deeply to guess what kind of life Izuku must have lived during his childhood and short stint in adolescence. The number of suicide and murder cases involving quirkless children and youths that landed on his table paint a sobering picture of the kind of hell he must have gone through. His search into Izuku's family background also unearthed depressing information. Shortly after his death and funeral, his mother, Inko, was found unresponsive and on the brink of death inside her apartment by a concerned neighbor. A quick check with the hospital listed in the records confirmed that she is still warded in the psychiatric unit, no longer on the brink of death, but effectively a vegetable with no indication that she is aware of her current state or surroundings. Effectively, Midoriya Izuku has lost any capability of caring for her now-alive son, which meant that, if he is released, Izuku will be sent into the foster care system, which in of itself is another huge writhing can of worms that Tsukachi would rather not touch with a fishing pole, had it not been for dealing with foster abuse and neglect cases that also end up on his desk with startling frequency. Of course, whether or not Izuku would be released depends on whether his assertion that All Might contributed to his death is factually correct. For this, Tsukachi had to do several layers of digging. All Might himself proved to be of no help. While the hero was devastated that Izuku had indeed died, he couldn't provide any concrete answers as to what happened that fateful day. In fact, All Might didn't even remember that day, if anything happened at all. With no primary source of information, Tsukachi has to turn the clock back by other means. Using his authority as one of the city's leading detectives, Tsukachi obtained access to the city's street cameras in order to see if All Might and Izuku popped up anywhere on the day that the latter met his demise. While this should have been a gargantuan task bordering on impossible, the implementation of face recognition AI technology helped Tsukachi to narrow down the search to one specific camera situated just outside one end of an underpass. Watching the clip, which was recorded about half an hour before the hit-and-run accident occurred, Tsukachi sees All Might skirting a very much human Izuku out of the underpass. While there was no audio included, the pair seemed to be engaged in conversation. Tsukachi notes that there was a party-sized soda bottle sticking out of the pocket on the briefs All Might was wearing then, containing some kind of gelatinous substance that would not look out of place in a sewer. And, even more worryingly, Izuku appeared to be covered in the same substance, with bits of it sticking to his curly forest green locks and school uniform. Turning his eyes back to the audioless conversation, Tsukachi watches with increasing dread as All Might seemed to say something that extinguished the proverbial light from Izuku's body. While the video footage did not enable him to lip-read what was said, the effects are clear as day. Izuku seemed to deflate where he stood, head bowing slightly as he looked like he was curling into himself. All Might himself didn't appear to notice the anguish in the boy's body language, instead turning on his heel and leaping up into the air, creating a shockwave of wind that whipped through Izuku's hair and uniform. When the wind settled, Izuku slowly walked away from the camera feed, tears trickling down his cheeks. Tsukachi slumps back against his chair, the air knocked out of his lungs. He remembers one thing that Izuku said during the interrogation, when he had pressed the avian further. All Might destroyed my will to live, extinguishing the hope I held on to just to survive. The pieces fell into place, and his stomach dropped out from underneath him. Coming to a horrifying conclusion, Tsukachi reaches for his phone, and dials in a number that he has only ever called a scant few times before. But right now, the one who owns that number could perhaps be the only one standing between Izuku and unholy vengeance. A few dial tones later, the call connects. Hello. Am I a mouse, dog or bear? Either way, I am Principal Nizu. Hello, Principal, Detective Tsukachi speaking. Listen, I know this is extremely unexpected, but I need your help. To be continued. Perhaps, he should have been scared. After all, he is, for all intents and purposes, a 14-year-old teenager, who is stuck in a police holding cell, facing possible criminal charges of arson and assaulting a pro-hero, the symbol of peace himself for that matter. If he was lucky, he would just be sentenced to juvenile detention. Or perhaps, given the man whom he assaulted, the courts might preemptively throw him into Tartarus. Maybe he should be scared. After all, the future looks terribly bleak. But Izuku, surprisingly, was not. Was his situation not ideal? Definitely. Was there anything he could do about it? Probably not. Instead, he focused on what he could do in the present moment, as he waited for his fate to be decided. Holed up in the holding cell, Izuku leans against the wall, crosses his legs in the lotus position, and closes his eyes. While such a situation would have probably resulted in hyperventilation as anxiety and fear take control, Izuku forces his breathing to stay slow, controlled and even. 30 seconds in, 40 seconds out. Repeat, and repeat again. He has, in all honesty, no idea where the idea of meditation came from. He certainly never practiced it before his first death. It is just there, and Izuku utilizes it to remain in control of his breathing, and by extension, his thoughts and emotions, preventing them from going haywire and sending him spiraling down the endless void of self-destruction. Despite timing his every breath, Izuku doesn't pay attention to how much time has passed. So much so that he is rather jolted out of his meditation by the sound of the cell door opening. Get the F up, freak. You're wanted by the detective again. Perhaps it is the effects of his meditation which ensures that Izuku doesn't react to the officer's less than polite words. He knows, from past research, that those who possess mutant quirks face prejudice and discrimination, though not as much as quirkless individuals, which often depended on how human, or unhuman, they appeared. Izuku isn't surprised in the slightest that the police force is not spared from such systemic prejudice, despite it being their job to make sure that such prejudice didn't result in crimes being committed. And besides, assaulting a police officer is just asking for more trouble than what it's worth, so Izuku just stays silent. The officer in question makes sure that the physical and quirk-nullifying cuffs are secure, before taking Izuku back to the same interrogation room where he had been brought in for the questioning conducted by Tsukachi a few days prior. Again, he remains silent, even when the officer pushes and jostles him far more than what should be necessary, and sits him down none too roughly once they arrive. Don't do anything stupid, we're watching you. Again, why would he do anything that will just invite more trouble? Izuku barely restrains his eyes from rolling in annoyance. Once the officer is gone, he relaxes as much as possible, and waits for Tsukachi to show up. Thankfully, he doesn't have to wait long. The door opens, and Izuku turns around. And is left surprised to see All Might, in his hero form, lacking his signature smile. In fact, the symbol of peace appears contrite, guilty and burdened with shame. Accompanying the two men is a strange, rodent-like creature, dressed in a suit and wearing orange high-top sneakers. Izuku feels a sense of familiarity with this rodent being, but he can't quite put his finger on who or where. Tsukachi sits down on the chair opposite Izuku, while All Might stands behind him. Midoriya-kun, as it stands, I detected no lies or half-truths in your statements. Even though you did set fire to Sokoto Peak and assaulted All Might, I can understand the circumstances that led up to these two events taking place. As it is, All Might would like to speak with you. Izuku doesn't respond, merely nodding, expression unreadable. He can sense the contriteness writhing away inside All Might's soul, made even worse by the spike in nervousness. Even so, he remains silent. Midoriya, my boy. I am not your boy, All Might, Izuku interrupts, please do not refer to me with such familiarity. Young Midoriya, I'm so sorry. I should have used more tact in my words. I do not deserve your forgiveness, and you had every right to be angry with me. It takes a moment for Izuku to respond, it is too late now. You said those words, and shattered my heart and life. It was your words that caused me to get hit by that bus. In a way, it is ironic, don't you think? If I had not gotten hit by that bus, I would not have gotten my quirk. Perhaps, I should thank you, All Might, for ensuring that I have a chance to be a normal citizen and a shot at becoming a hero. The irony is not lost on anyone in the room. The contriteness doesn't change within All Might's soul. The towering hero bows his head further in shame, looking quite small in an ironic twist to his eye-catching presence. Tsukachi clears his throat, it is reassuring that, even after everything, you still wish to become a hero. Izuku fixes a firm look at the detective, the only thing I ever wanted in life was to help people. Now that my quirk has manifested, it would be incredibly stupid if I used the power bestowed to me to cause pain and suffering. What went unsaid, again, was not lost on anyone present. Which you have our gratitude for, Midoriya-kun. Izuku turns to the third voice. The rodent-like being who entered the room with Tsukachi and All Might make themselves known by climbing onto the table. Am I a mouse, dog or bear? Either way, I am Principal Nizu. You are a stoat. That causes Tsukachi and All Might to blink. Oh? What makes you say that, Midoriya-kun? You are neither of the three. The closest animal I can associate you with is a stoat. However, Izuku's piercing emerald eyes take on a wistful shimmer. You have suffered a lot too, have you not, Principal Nizu? The air inside the room noticeably shifts. I can see, so many animals within your subtle body, each and every one snarling, snapping, bracing to attack, Izuku continues, seemingly unaware of the shifting atmosphere and the unfolding waves of apprehension crashing over Tsukachi and All Might. Humans, they are truly the worst. They pride themselves as superior to the mindless beasts that they call animals, but are worse than the apes that they descended from. Their capacity for horror and monstrosity holds no bounds, and I can only take comfort in knowing that those who harmed you are no longer able to do harm to any other poor victim that they sink their claws into. On the outside, Nizu's expression doesn't appear to change. However, those beady, black eyes held a spark that, if anyone else saw it, would begin to fear for their very lives, along with the instinctive urge to run and hide. Interesting, he remarks after a moment of tense silence. How could you possibly know that, Midoriya-kun? He in the heart told me, Principal Nizu, Izuku replies. The brain may try to hide pain and trauma via logic and rational thoughts, and the heart puts on a mask of resilience and perseverance, but the Supreme Soul, the witness, he sees and hears everything. He does not forget, and in your case, won't let you forgive. The tension is so thick that Tsukachi and All Might very nearly lose the ability to breathe. What appears to be a standoff of will crackles between Nizu and Izuku, neither blinking or looking away in an apparent battle to stare down the other into SBMSN, or daring the other to lash out and attack. My, you are quite interesting, Midoriya-kun. Nizu breaks the tension. No one has had the ability to glean out my darkest secrets with just a single look before. A shiver of excitement seems to prickle the mammal's white fur. Ooh, this is so exciting. I can't wait to work with you, Midoriya-kun. What do you mean? As the good detective said, while it is understandable that you attacked All Might and burnt Sokoto Peak to the literal ground, in the eyes of the law and general public, you did still commit crimes. And there were too many witnesses for us to attempt any sort of cover-up, Nizu explains, as the general public and the hero industry would want nothing more for you to be locked up in Tartarus for the rest of your mortal life, considering that you did manage to draw blood from the beloved symbol of peace. When I was informed by Detective Tsukachi about your situation, and learnt the circumstances that led to the crimes being committed, I sought fit to step in and work something out which will satisfy all sides. And that is? As far as the general public will be concerned, the villain who cremated an entire hill to ashes and assaulted the beloved symbol of peace has been caught and sentenced to life in Tartarus. However, for those in the know, you, Midoriya Izuku, who was legally declared dead almost a year and a half ago, will be made a ward of UA as part of a probationary compromise. Under UA's guidance, you will be able to explore the reaches and limits of your new quirk, as well as train under licensed pro-heroes who will supervise your physical and mental development so that you will be ready to enroll into UA next year. What does my mother say about this? Suddenly, the atmosphere shifts again, though arguably, for the worse. Tsukachi clears his throat uncomfortably. About that, Midoriya-kun. We discovered that in the aftermath of your first death, your mother, she was hospitalized after a neighbor found her deteriorating away in her apartment. As of now, she has been transferred to the psychiatric unit, and, well, the detective need not have finished his words. I see. The only sign of the grief that fell upon Izuku was the dip of his head, his eyes being hidden away from those opposite him. The feathers on his head and wings appear to droop in tandem, losing some of their color and luster. Midoriya-kun, I understand if my words mean little in light of these revelations. Nizu breaks the ensuing silence, but we will ensure that you receive all of the support you will need in this time, for however long you longing. And, while I cannot ever replace your mother, you will not be alone in UA. Izuku doesn't respond right away, and nobody expected him to. This was a huge bombshell for him, and even though he wasn't exploding with grief or rage, one would have to be both blind and stupid to not see that, at least internally, Izuku is roiling with the revelation that his only family member has been institutionalized with no discharge date in sight. It could have been minutes, or even hours, but eventually, Izuku does speak. I will do it. All things considered, I think the meeting went pretty well. While Tsukachi sorts out the logistics and paperwork that will release Izuku into UA's custody, Nizu and All Might take their leave first. Principal, if young Midoriya will be on campus, will he also? Nizu fixes the towering hero with a firm look. Whether or not he will be in any of your classes will depend on the outcome of the entrance exam. As much as I have my reservations about you teaching in my school, you know full well that my paws were forced by the Hero Commission and the school board. As such, I expect that any interactions between you and Midoriya-kun are only limited to that of a teacher and a student. Unless he approaches you first, or he behaves in inappropriate ways that are contrary to the rules of UA, you are not to interact with him in any capacity other than your teaching obligations. Am I clear? All Might knows that anything other than tacit agreement would result in unimaginable horrors, so he nods and does not speak another word, even as they leave the police headquarters to return to the UA campus. Meanwhile, Nizu plays back the meeting and Izuku's agreement to the probationary compromise that he had come up with after Tsukachi had contacted him in the unholy hours of the morning, not that he needed sleep like most humans anyways. While he had calculated the risks of Izuku not agreeing to the compromise and other possible worst-case scenarios, getting Izuku's consent allowed some of the weight to be released from his shoulders. By having Izuku under UA custody, it would mitigate the fallout of other hostile parties, say, the Hero Commission, from getting their dirty-clawed hands on a potentially powerful being like Izuku. Because UA, as an education institution, is kept separate from the jurisdiction of non-governmental organizations, which the Hero Commission technically falls under, the Commission would, on paper, have no legal right to exercise authority over UA or interfere in the daily running and operations of the school. However, as Nizu is also aware, the Hero Commission has an alarming record of acting above the laws and legislation signed by the National Diet. Of course, such acts are kept secret from the general public, and those in the know wonder if the government is even aware of such bullshittery. And, Nizu suspects that any time now, he would get the first sign of the commission trying to poke their noses into business that they have no right to be involved in. A single, red feather blows right in front of Nizu's snout. One that he is all too familiar with, as such red feathers can only belong to. Yo! To be continued. So, Hawk-san. Let me get this straight. A lackadaisical look meets his beady, calculating eyes. You were sent here, by the HPSC, to act as a teaching assistant to All Might, because the president, quote, is concerned that the symbol of peace, while being the best hero in the entire country, may struggle with teaching the next generation of heroes due to his lack of teaching experience. So as such, you were sent here to help All Might out with any difficulties that he may encounter during his upcoming tenure. That's precisely it, Principal. The smirk never once fades. How astute of our Hero Commission president. Nizu takes a sip of his tea. I suppose, that is the only reason, HM? That the president of the HPSC, which for those in the know, has been involved in less than legal and outright immoral activities that have been deliberately kept secret from the public, decided that, since she couldn't outright interfere in the running of my school, decided to send in a mole under the guise of a teaching assistant to the man who, by legal definition, has also no legal right to even teach in my school because he lacks the necessary credentials and license, in order to report back any findings they might manage to learn during their tenure here. The rodent chuckles. Then again, I suppose that is just paranoia talking, Right, Hawks gives a chuckle of his own. I highly doubt that that is really the case too. No, you do not doubt that. The winged hero, to his credit, doesn't jump at the sound of the new voice. His wings, however, do ruffle and bristle. A trained response, Nizu thinks, as he calmly sips his tea. Standing at the doorway, staring at Hawks with an unblinking, intense gaze, is Izuku. Flanked behind the humanoid avian is Aizawa, resident hobo and infamous SLV driver who expels students who show no potential and are unwilling to improve themselves. You do not doubt that, because it is true, even though you try to hide it behind a mask, Izuku continues, as if he didn't just unnerve the number 3 hero with his sudden, unexpected statement, I heard everything. Principal Nizu let us in, but did not announce our arrival. You were sent here by the Hero Commission president to spy on the goings-on in UA, and specifically, me. Pushing down the nerves threatening to choke him, Hawks addresses him with an easy look. I don't know what your dash. It is too close to be a coincidence, that so soon after I burnt Sakoto Peak to the ground and assaulted All Might, the Hero Commission decided to get involved. After all, this is not the first time that the Commission saw an opportunity to turn someone with a powerful quirk into their propaganda mouthpiece. The winged hero's throat goes horribly dry, and his laid-back visage cracks. You suffered a lot, have you not, Takami Kigo? Make no mistake, Nizu loves drama. Especially when all he needed to do was to sit back, enjoy his tea, and watch said drama unfold right in front of his eyes. And it doesn't necessarily have to be on a screen. If said drama is happening in real time, in real life, even better. But, there is one form of drama that always leaves a bitter feeling in his stomach. Namely, the kind where innocent lives are destroyed, all for the sake of power and greed. As it is, Nizu isn't sitting back and drinking his tea. In fact, the tea that he had been drinking earlier is now growing stone cold. He is watching, silently, not yet intervening, as Izuku holds the hand of a weeping number 3 hero. I haven't heard MINN name S since I was S6, Kigo heaves between weeps. Also watching the honestly heartbreaking scene, Aizawa turns to Nizu. Did you know? I had my suspicions, for many years in fact, Nizu replies. I always knew that the Hero Commission is not who they claim to be, and I have a dossier of evidence to back it up. Unfortunately, I can't go public with the evidence, since I'm barely accepted as a regular citizen because of my quirk, and the Hero Commission has some of the country's best lawyers under their payroll. Aizawa curses under his breath. Meanwhile, Izuku remains unervingly calm, as he rubs his talon thumb against the back of Kigo's hand. It is okay to cry. Such a simple statement, yet it carries such immense impact. The tears fall harder, and the winged hero's weeps grow louder. If anything, Kigo is very much a pitiful sight, his face covered in a rather unsightly mess of tears, spit and snot. You have been muzzled, your wings clipped, for too long, Izuku continues, you have the right to let it out. It is okay. That was all Kigo needed to let out the most heart-wrenching sound possible, a cry that sounds caught between that produced by a human and one produced by a raptor, and throw himself onto Izuku. Aizawa flinched, a trained response, but seeing that Kigo had merely glomped Izuku, throwing his arms around the avian teen's neck while bawling his eyes out, the eternally exhausted hobo relaxes again. From his position at his desk, Nizu sighs, catching Aizawa's attention. Principal? This has turned out to be more complicated than I realized. I knew the illegal things that the commission got up to, yet this is a whole different level of depravity. Nizu reaches for the kettle, I don't have coffee on me, will tea suffice for now? To be continued. So let me get this straight. The Hero Commission bought Hawks out when he was a literal child who happened to stop a traffic accident with his quirk, basically abused him under the guise of hero training, and even when he debuted and started his own agency, he is still kept on a tight leash by the commission and made to not only act as their propaganda mouthpiece in order to keep the public ignorant and continuously idolizing heroes and flashy quirks, but also as their agent to do their dirty work? With regards to Kigo-kun, yes, Nizu grimly nods, the commission has also been involved in other shady and illegal acts in the past and present, based on the files and information I had managed to hack from their databases. If one looked closely, Aizawa's eyelid has begun twitching, and to top it all off, Hawks was sent here by the commission president herself to act as a mole within UA and to, quote, persuade Midoriya to join the commission so that they can train him to become the best hero he can ever be. In a word, yes. Aizawa's eyelid twitches harder, please excuse me for a moment. Without a further word, the hobo gets to his feet and leaves the office. In the meantime, Kigo has calmed down somewhat, but has not let go of Izuku since breaking down spectacularly in front of everyone present. Several minutes later, the door opens again, and Aizawa returns with a metal flask. He sits down heavily, opens the flask, and proceeds to down the entire contents in one go. Nobody needed to ask what the hobo was drinking. Once Aizawa has emptied the flask, he tosses it to one side, so what are we going to do now? As it stands, we cannot let the commission know that their plan has been compromised, Nizu says with the utmost seriousness, they have the means of getting rid of assets that have lost their purpose, and trust me, Aizawa-kun, they have done it before, and they will do it again. So what do you propose we do, Principal Nizu? Izuku asks. We need to keep the commission ignorant, the rodent replies, let them believe that Kigo-kun managed to convince me to let him become All Might's teaching assistant. From there, we have to work towards freeing Kigo-kun from the commission's clutches without them knowing. So like a double agent, of sorts? Aizawa surmises. Precisely, especially since Izuku-kun is also their target, Nizu nods, and, just so you know, I already told Kigo-kun to hand over any electronic devices he has on hand. I'm quite certain that they have been bugged, the extent to which I may be unclear, but I'm not taking any chances. I have put them into a safe which prevents any form of electronic recording or broadcasting capabilities from working, meaning that any conversations we have here are safe from the ears of the commission. Izuku nods, grateful for the rodent's foresight. So this is what we will do, Nizu continues, Izuku-kun, our plans for you remain unchanged. That said, we can expect Kigo-kun to have an active role as part of your training, since, despite his connections with the commission, he has invaluable experience and knowledge in flight and wing-based combat. We will also assess the versatility and limits of your quirk, other than the obvious changes to your appearance. Aizawa-kun will also be on hand to make sure that nothing goes wrong or awry during such training. He then shifts to Kigo, with regards to the commission, if they require you to report back on what has been going on in UA and with Izuku-kun, either come up with vague statements or half-truths. Does the commission or your handler have a truth-detecting quirk or something along those lines? No, not that I'm aware of, Kigo shakes his head. Very well, you do that, and we will keep the commission ignorant until we have the solid, indisputable evidence to expose the commission's crimes beyond a reasonable doubt. Nizu nods, does anyone have any further questions? I do, Principal, Izuku raises his hand, where will I be staying here in UA? As far as I know, there are not any dormitories for staff or students. Ah, I have just the place, Nizu smiles for the first time since this meeting began proper. Now, I understand if you will need to report back to the commission. Kigo-kun, so you need not join us if you have to. I would like to join you guys, Kigo rubs his eyes, I don't want to go back just yet. That's settled then. Nizu claps his paws. Come along, everyone. If there was one thing Izuku didn't expect about UA, was that Principal Nizu actually lived on campus. Specifically, in a one-story house built in a wooded area near Ground Omega, one of the many training grounds within UA which are adapted into different landscapes for students to be exposed to as many possible terrains during their studies here. The house is built in a traditional Japanese style, with wooden supports and sliding doors supporting a tiled, curved roof that covered a veranda that went around the outline of the house. The structure is also raised off the ground by sitting on foundation stones as an additional layer of stability against the forces of nature or quirk. Admittedly, Izuku thinks the environment is quite tranquil. The house is completely surrounded by greenery, there is plenty of open space for wind to blow through, and it seems well insulated from any artificial noise pollution associated with urban environments. Although, Kigo seems a little concerned. Didn't the kid set a hill on fire? What happens if he accidentally burns the house down? That would have been a foolish oversight of mine, if the house is actually what it appears to be. No, all the wood you see here is actually ceramic, painted to look like wood. So apart from the sliding doors, the overall structure of the house should, theoretically, be able to withstand any accidental fires that Izuku-kun might create. Theoretically? Aizawa raises an eyebrow. Well, since I don't normally live in this house, as I don't require sleep as most humans do, I haven't really gotten around to testing it to see if it can withstand the same conflagration that burnt Sokoto Peak to ashes. Nizu shrugs. No matter, if the house doesn't survive, it will be a riveting challenge for me to build a stronger one. Izuku, for his part, merely takes the rodent's words for what they are. Kigo, however, turns to Aizawa, more than a little nonplussed by Nizu's rather flippant attitude. I would say that you'll get used to it, but I rather not make promises that I can't keep, the hobo merely says in response. Ignoring Aizawa's patented exasperation, Nizu opens the sliding door and ushers everyone inside. Just like the outside, the interior of the house is quintessentially Japanese. The floor is covered with tatami mats, and the ceiling has battens that provide both additional structural support and aesthetic design. That said, there are modern appliances and utilities like electric lights and outlet plugs, a flat-screen television, and internet Wi-Fi router. Furniture such as a kotatsu table, floor seats, and other traditional pieces like cabinets and drawers could also be seen around the room. I took the liberty of having the house cleaned up and all appliances and furnishings brought up to date in style, Nizu says. Come, let me show you Izuku-kun's room. He guides them down a short hallway where there are two doors, one on either side. Nizu opens the door on the right, revealing the room behind it. It is quite spacious, with the same tatami flooring and the sliding screen doors in place of windows. There is a wooden wardrobe, and a chest of drawers. A rolled-up futon is placed next to the drawers, complete with two pillows and a small bolster. There is also a low wooden desk with a floor chair, with a table lamp connected to a multi-plug electric extension socket, and a laptop. Is this all for me? Izuku asks. Indeed it is. Nizu beams. Just because you are under probationary custody here in UA, that doesn't mean you should be deprived of a comfortable living space, especially given the circumstances. Izuku breaks off to have a better look around. His taloned fingers brush against the furnishings, as he takes in the reality that this will be where he will be living in going forward. Principal, you have my gratitude. Really, I am indebted to you. No debts, Izuku-kun, Nizu grins, we will take good care of you from here on out. To be continued. Things begin to settle into a routine for Izuku after his move into UA. The mornings are usually spent with Aizawa and Kigo. Aizawa tests Izuku's current physical and fitness levels, and puts him into the metaphorical meat grinder. Because while Izuku appears in peak physical condition, he is woefully underskilled in knowing how to hold his own in a fight and to take down his opponent as quickly and efficiently as possible. This becomes apparent when in their first quirkless spar, Izuku is on the mat in less than 3 seconds. Aizawa notes that Izuku is very skilled in dodging and evading attacks, most likely from trying to flee from bullies and other individuals who meant him harm. But one cannot simply dodge and evade forever, not if they wish to become a pro hero by any stretch. As such, Aizawa focuses the training on basic combat skills, guiding Izuku on how to protect himself in a close, hand-to-hand fight, and how to strike. Things were slow at first, as Aizawa wanted to mitigate the occurrence of injury, so there was a lot of hand-holding. Izuku, though, was a fast learner, and Aizawa didn't need to hold his hand for long. And while his face-to-face encounter with the mat continued, his progress was noticeable, enough for Aizawa to eventually bring Kigo in to help Izuku become accustomed to fighting with wings. As by far the only winged hero in the industry, Kigo is more than qualified to teach Izuku how to use his wings to his advantage while in a fight. Of course, Izuku's wings are not like Kigo's, in which he couldn't detach his feathers the way Kigo could and reattach them. Still, despite this lack of versatility, as Kigo explained, wings are extremely useful when warding off attacks. As demonstrated with Nerf gun bullets, the gust of wind produced when Kigo flaps his wing could easily blow away projectiles shot at him. However, this depended on the weight of the projectiles, as even Kigo admits that if someone were to hurl something heavy at him, he would be hard-pressed to blow it away with his wings. He could stop it with his larger feathers, maybe, but even that wasn't a guarantee. And since Izuku's wings didn't have the same abilities, he will not be able to solely rely on his wings for protection and attacking. Nonetheless, as Kigo demonstrated, Izuku's wings can still help him get out of a pickle if the need arose, and it was good to not be overly reliant on one's quirk, as Kigo admitted. Unfortunately, the commission wanted me to show off my quirk as much as possible. Well, you know why. Izuku simply nods, never once faulting Kigo for what he was forced to do. It would be hard to imagine the winged hero being so readily open to sharing his innermost thoughts. However, this was the result of intensive therapy sessions with Hound Dog, under the guise of going to UA to sort out the details and logistics of becoming a teaching aide to All Might. With all of his electronic devices confiscated every time he arrived in UA, the commission never knew that Kigo was seeking therapy with the school's guidance counselor. It also helped that Izuku accompanied Kigo to every session without fail, as he too also sought help from Hound Dog as well. Their circumstances are vastly different, but suffering cannot be quantified by any means. Suffering is suffering, and both of them require support and help to nip any future problems in the bud before worse outcomes could blossom. Hound Dog walked Izuku through the years of his first life, addressing every single instance where he was wronged for simply pulling a seemingly bad lot in the genetic lottery. While undeniably uncomfortable having to relive the painful memories, Izuku saw nothing but compassion and non-judgment within Hound Dog's heart, despite the instinctual ferality lurking beneath the surface. If anything, this highlights Hound Dog's greatest attributes in even brighter clarity. Just from appearance alone, Hound Dog cuts an intimidating figure, and anyone who knows the guidance counselor is very much aware that the angrier Hound Dog is, the more he slips into ferality. And yet, despite it all, the man holds a doctorate in psychology and is a licensed therapist who has worked with many batches of UA students, especially so in a country that, even in the quirked era, still continues to largely view mental health and treatment with stigma. Furthermore, as Izuku once bluntly told Hound Dog, despite your intimidating figure, you seem like someone who would give really comforting hugs. To which Hound Dog replies evenly, so you say, but that would be highly inappropriate, and possibly illegal, for me to do, given the nature of my job and the people I work with. Izuku merely shrugged, just an observation, Hound Dog-san. Apart from combat training and therapy sessions, the third, and most important item on Izuku's to-do list is to figure out how his quirk worked. Of course, training with Kigo did help with his new wings, but Izuku suspects that there must be more to it than just looking like a humanoid bird and having wings. His accidental cremation of Sokoto Peak was a critical clue. Izuku had no idea if the conflagration that heralded his second BRTH was just part of the process, or if fire is a part of his quirk. He researched extensively about heroes or notable individuals with flame-based quirks, and tried to replicate how they conjured fire, all to no avail. His taloned hands never once produced flames at will, nor did any other part of his body. And there was no telltale warmth anywhere in his body that would signify an inner reserve or reservoir of fire that some people possessed. Suffice to say, he has hit a major dead end. Sighing to himself, Izuku closes his laptop. He has a headache coming in, and staring at the screen is also making his eyes hurt a bit. Idly, he reaches for his phone, another one of Nizu's gifts, and dials in a number. "Hello, Principal," he greets once the call goes through. "Can I come to your office for the rest of the afternoon?" Izuku lets out a huge sigh, when he had taken his first sip of the Darjeeling tea that Nizu had graciously brewed for him, and the floral and fruity aroma hit the back of his throat with such a soothing balm that the headache that had been pounding away at his brain effectively vanished instantly. "I can tell you've been stressed," Nizu remarks. "I cannot help it, Principal," Izuku replies, "I just cannot stop trying to figure out what my quirk is." "Oh, I know how that feels," Nizu nods, casually grinning. "Getting stuck into a riveting project does take the best out of all of us. Even I, who supposedly doesn't need sleep as do regular humans, do need to step back and take a rest every now and then." Izuku simply takes another sip. After a short PRD of silence, he sets the cup down. "Principal. What do you do when you are stuck on something?" Nizu hums. "I try to focus on something else, as a start. Usually, when you take your mind off something that has you stuck for a long time, what you sought out to do will come after a while. Quite paradoxical, but also intriguing. Alternatively, I try to look at different ways to approach the deadlock. Such as? Well, let's take your case, Nizu says. In your current project to determine the lengths and limits of your new quirk, you've been hitting dead ends. So far, you've been looking up existing individuals who have flame-based quirks, and, presumably, have been trying to replicate how they wield their flames. Izuku doesn't comment about how Nizu knows about his research history. After all, IP addresses can be tracked, and, given who Nizu is, such tracking is child's play. If we are to look at different ways to approach this issue, let's forget about heroes, villains, or notable individuals for now, Nizu continues. For example, we can look at you, or rather, what you are. It takes a moment for Izuku to get it. I know, I am an avian of some sort, he remarks. I am inclined to say a phoenix, but that does not sound right, considering the nature of my BRTH. I'm inclined to agree, Nizu nods. If anything, I think you are a Garuda. Izuku looks up. I'm no expert in religious mythology, Nizu chuckles, although Izuku doesn't buy it, considering who the rodent is, but a quick count of the days between your registered death and Sokoto Peak going up in flames is a solid 500. To me, this is noteworthy. As I recall during one of my many light reads, I came across texts on Hindu mythology, specifically the deities that form the mythos of the religion. One in particular described how Garuda and his brother, Aruna, were both born from eggs, but Aruna was born first, because their mother grew impatient and broke his egg. Aruna, who was only half-formed, cursed his mother to enslavement, warning her not to break the second egg, which 500 years later, Garuda was hatched from. Garuda later rescued his mother from her enslavement, and became associated with Vishnu, the supreme being within Vaishnavism, a major tradition within contemporary Hinduism. Nizu continues, oftentimes, Garuda acts as Vishnu's mount, carrying the supreme being in religious artwork. So what you are saying is, I am Garuda? Izuku asks, but quickly shakes his head. No, I doubt so. Garuda is a deity, and I am far from that. Perhaps so, Nizu agrees. What I'm thinking is that you are an incarnation of Garuda, not Garuda himself. Still, how does that apply to the questions about my quirk? Well, here's where I think you can approach this, Nizu says. Why don't you shift your research angle towards Hinduism and Garuda in general? Broaden your search a bit. Maybe you'll gain some insights there. At this point, Izuku would have accepted any suggestions, so he quickly agrees. Later that night, Izuku had filled up multiple documents worth of notes and questions for further research. He stretches his cramped body, getting up to bring some life back into his numbed legs. So far, in his extensive research into Hinduism, he has compiled a list of topics to be further explored. This included a smaller list of hymns that Hindu devotees recite and chant in their daily lives, whether in temples or their daily lives. Of these hymns, or stotra, as they are known, a few stand out to Izuku. Hanuman Chalisa, a devotional hymn in praise of Hanuman, an important deity and one of the central characters of the Ramayana, one of two important epics within Hinduism, which is also recited by millions of Hindus every day. Narasimha Kavacha, a mantra commonly recited to protect against evil. And the Narayana Kavacham, a prayer to Vishnu for his protection and blessing for the soul of the one reciting the prayer. Given how late it is, Izuku highlights these three for further research. Setting aside the rest for now, he opens HeroTube, the successor of the pre-quirk era YouTube, and looks for video listings of Hanuman Chalisa. The results bring forth innumerable videos, many with millions, even billions of views. He selects the most popular video, and puts it into a playlist, along with a video for both Narasimha Kavacha and Narayana Kavacham respectively. With the playlist set on autoplay, Izuku moves to the center of his room, and sits down in the lotus position, or Padmasana, and lets the playlist run through the videos once through. For about half an hour, all that could be heard in the house were the echoic chants of the stotra, accompanied by bells, chimes and string instruments used in providing the music. Izuku's eyes remained closed throughout, his breathing even. Then, when the playlist begins its second playthrough, Izuku, having somehow internalized the words despite not knowing a word of Hindi, sings along. It is a pity that there was no one else in the house when Izuku started singing. His voice can only be described as a gift from the heavens, unmatched even with the greatest choirs and people with voice quirks which give them the singing voices of angels. And anyone who had the great fortune of being in the same room as Izuku would have been treated to a performance unlike anything that has been seen or heard in human history. The air noticeably shifts in the room, as Izuku chants the recitations in honor of Hanuman, seeks protection against evil, and prays to Vishnu for his blessing upon his soul. Izuku loses track of time, as the playlist repeats itself over and over, with him following along, bearing little thought for the world around him. No, his mind is focused solely on the stotra, the chanting, the music, and the glowing warmth inside his chest. As Izuku sings, the warmth within his heart becomes hotter and brighter. Despite it already being night, Izuku's body begins to glow, filling the entire house and the land beyond with the light of day. Then, the light erupts in a supernova, prompting Izuku to open his eyes. Despite the blinding light, his eyes do not burn, nor do they lose their clarity. Izuku slowly gets to his feet, as a figure comes into view. It appears to be male, with a human body, but with 4 arms. The man is very well dressed, bedecked in jewels, and his entire form is bathed in light that is separate from the brightness around. Behind him is an immense cobra with thousands of hoods, playing the role of an umbrella, a fan and a seat. Beside the snake is a humanoid avian, not unlike Izuku in appearance, who appears to be waiting for his next order. Izuku gasps, recognizing the man from his brief research into Hinduism. He immediately falls to his knees, and prostrates himself in reverence. Rise, O auspicious one. Rise, for you have propitiated me rightly. Izuku dares to look up. Vishnu gazes upon him with a gentle smile, kind and reassuring. Slowly, he gets to his feet. Vishnu, whose dark blue body seemed to be the source of all light, asks kindly, "Now, O fortunate one. Why have you called me? What may I do for you?" Izuku struggles to find his words, throat clamped down from the thousands of questions spinning in his head. Eventually, he manages to choke out, "What is my quirk?" Perhaps, it sounded like a stupid question, but Vishnu merely smiles. "You have the same power, or quirk as you described, as Queen Kunti. You have the power to invoke us, the great personalities whom our tales decorate the Vedas. I see. And yet, you deserve more." Vishnu hangs his divine chakra, bringing his dawn-colored hand to his mouth, and blows into it, igniting a fire in his palm. "You have endured many years of pain, but your heart and soul remain strong. Your will in serving the downtrodden is unshaken in the face of adversity, even death itself. You have done well, O child with the mighty wings. And for that, and for upholding your dharma as a warrior, I bestow upon you a drop of my anger. The righteous flames that blazes bright in the warrior's heart and burns the demons to ashes." Izuku doesn't dare open his mouth. Vishnu brings forth the hand bearing the flame, and gently presses his palm into Izuku's forehead. "Blessed upon you, the holy flame of the lamp. Bestowed on you, all that is good, and the power to destroy all who wish you harm." Immense heat surges through Izuku's body, and before he could react, the world erupts in fire. Nizu is alerted to the conflagration by an alarm going off in his office. Rather than being alarmed, the rodent simply pulls up his monitoring system to see where in the campus the alarm is keyed towards. To his interest, this alarm in particular is tied to the house in which Izuku is residing. Opening the relevant CCTV camera, an eyebrow raised by what he saw. Interesting. Closing the monitor and disarming the alarm, Nizu leaves his office and heads down to where the house is. Or, where it was. When he arrives, the land on which the house once stood on is charred black. The house itself is gone, reduced to what Nizu thinks is the little crumbly pieces of carbonized ash scattered about the scorched earth. And right in the center of it all, is Izuku, who appears more than a little stunned. "Is everything okay, Izuku?" He snaps towards Nizu. "Principal, I am so sorry about the house dash." "Not to worry," the rodent waves a paw. "As I said before, if the house was ever destroyed, it would just be an opportunity for me to experiment with building something better. Now, enough of the house. Are you hurt in any way, Izuku?" No. Izuku shakes his head. "I think I am unharmed." "Great." Nizu claps his paws. "With that out of the way, what happened? How did you manage to burn down the house?" To this, it takes Izuku a little while to respond. I cannot begin to explain. I think I saw the Supreme Being. I think I saw him." Seeing the stunned, awestruck expression on the young avian's face, Nizu nods. "Why don't you follow me to my office and have a cup of tea? I'm quite intrigued to hear about how you met Lord Vishnu himself." To be continued. After several cups of tea to calm down several seared nerves, Nizu begins the conversation. "So, tell me Izuku, what happened? And spare no detail." And spare no detail Izuku did. Not once during the subsequent 10 minutes did Nizu take a sip of tea himself, instead listening with rapt interest as Izuku explained how he went from conducting preliminary research for further study to accidentally and quite unintentionally invoking Vishnu, one of the principal deities of Hinduism, who then proceeded to bestow him with a holy flame which, he suspects, burnt down the house to literal ashes. Despite how outrageous and fantastical it all sounded, Nizu never once interrupted him, instead waiting for Izuku to finish. "Fascinating. It seems, Izuku, that you have just taken everything that is established about humanity and religion and thrown it out the window. You believe me? Just like that?" Well, why would you lie? Nizu counters, especially since it would be quite difficult to burn down an entire house made of ceramic to literal ashes, even with quirks. The rodent raises a good point, one which Izuku can't argue against. So, as it stands, the most appropriate course of action would be to study your new power, Nizu continues, and figure out ways on how to control it better. Again, a good point that Izuku doesn't argue with. If his bestowed power could burn down an entire house which was supposed to survive against fire, to use it on anything else, like a human being, he scarcely wants to imagine. I wouldn't worry too much. Izuku, Nizu grins, we have access to the best facilities in the entire country, plenty of resources, and quite a bit of time on our hands. I'm quite certain that we will make new discoveries extremely quickly. Is it possible that we can start now? Izuku asks, feathers ruffling. Apart from all of this being quite overwhelming, I do not have any place to sleep now. Not to worry. Nizu beams, as I said before, I don't require as much sleep as regular humans, and I'm just as excited to begin studying your new power. In the end, neither of them got any sleep that night. With the rising sun of the new day, Izuku and Nizu have compiled a list of preliminary findings based on a series of tests and experiments that they performed in ground gamma. Just as both anticipated, Izuku's flames are destructive on an unimaginable level. No material survived being burnt, not even a small block of pure diamond was spared from being reduced to literal nothingness. From there, all further experimentation is halted until further notice. If a block of diamond with a boiling point of over 4,800 degrees Celsius, over 8,700 degrees Fahrenheit, cannot even survive Izuku's flames, there is no way in hell that Izuku can use his power until he could somehow control it down to something that would not make the average human being disappear in a cloud of ashes instantaneously. That said, Aizawa and Kigo had to be informed of this development, even if the reveal was heavily edited, to put things generously. Kigo is left completely speechless, white as a sheet, and possibly losing the knowledge of how to breathe. Aizawa, on the other hand, lets out an almighty groan of sheer doneness, pulls out an entire bottle of vodka from somewhere, and downs the contents in one go without stopping to breathe. And that is without telling them the fact that Izuku could invoke deities from a religion with billions of followers and practitioners worldwide. Never mind that frauds, charlatans and cult leaders who claim to be in correspondence with gods and higher powers have existed throughout the history of humanity. Nizu knew, even without Izuku proving it, that he is more than capable of performing the impossible. And while Nizu has harbored the occasional consideration for world domination, the potential fallout from this particular revelation is something that makes even him shudder, and not the good kind. Too many uncertain variables, leading to quite possibly the end of humanity as anyone knew it. Regardless, even though the true nature of how he manifested his flames were kept from Aizawa and Kigo, there is still the matter of how to control, mitigate, his power so that Izuku didn't accidentally kill anyone in a combat setting or sanctioned fight. In such a scenario, there is only one way to go about doing this. With the house still being rebuilt, Nizu let Izuku make use of an unused classroom, understanding that the teen needed privacy for this important ritual. With the windows blacked out with curtains, Izuku sits down in the middle of the room, and adjusts himself into the lotus position. Then, with eyes closed, he recites the Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya invocation, a shorter mantra than Narayana Kavacham, over and over, hoping to invoke the Supreme Being as he did before. He didn't have to wait long. The same warmth that precluded the supernova grows in his chest, and like before, the entire classroom explodes in a blinding light. When he feels the heavenly power surge forth into the world around him, Izuku opens his eyes. Once again, Vishnu, the Supreme Being, appears before him, sitting upon his throne made of 1,000-hooded cobra, and with Garuda standing guard by his side. Like before, Izuku immediately prostrates himself before the Supreme Being. "Rise, O child of fire. You need not bow to me." "It is only right, Lord Vishnu," Izuku replies quietly, even as he gets to his feet. "You are the Supreme God. As a mortal, it is only right that I pay reverence to you." Vishnu's smile remains kindly and reassuring. "How may I assist you?" "Lord Vishnu, I have several questions, which I hope that you can help me with." "Speak your mind, child of fire. The holy flame that you blessed me with, how do I control it better?" Izuku asks, "When the flame of the lamp went into me, it caused the house I was living in to burn down. How do I ensure that I do not accidentally harm others with my power?" Vishnu's smile becomes warmer. "It pleases me, seeing your boundless care and concern for your fellow man. Child of fire, the answer to your question lies with you. The fire I bestowed upon you is tied to your soul. It is yours to use however you want it to be used. So long as your heart and soul remains good and righteous, the fire will remain good and righteous. While somewhat cryptic, Izuku thinks he understands what the Supreme Being is saying. One more question, Lord Vishnu. May I ask, when I was reborn, why is my current appearance as such? Vishnu remains steadfastly kind and reassuring. Your appearance is to remind you of what you stand for. Your dharma as a warrior for the good and innocent is your purpose. I will let my steed, Garuda, explain further. Izuku sees Garuda bow respectfully to Vishnu, before turning his sharp, fiery eyes towards him. Acting on instinct, Izuku also bows in respect to Garuda. Your appearance is made in my image, child of fire. Unlike Vishnu, Garuda's voice is heavy, stern and unwavering. Just as I, who serves as the protector of good and destroyer of evil, you stand for the triumph of good over evil. Your appearance, as the Supreme Self decreed, is to remind you of what you are, and strive to be. Izuku readily nods. I understand, Lord Garuda. I thank you, most humbly, for easing my uncertainty. He bows in respect once more, to which Garuda nods in return. Izuku then turns to Vishnu, and bows deeply. Thank you, Lord Vishnu, Supreme God of all, for heeding my call. I promise, on my life and soul, to honor your blessing, to use your power for good, and to uphold Dharma. Blessings upon you, child of fire. Vishnu smiles, as his image begins to fade. May the flame of the lamp be your guide. The light then blinks out, and the world comes back into view again. Izuku looks around, seeing that he is back in the unused classroom. He glances down at his taloned hands, flexing his fingers experimentally. No flames immediately burst out onto his palms, which gives credence to what he was told earlier. He closes his eyes, willing flames to appear. There is a soft whoosh. Opening his eyes, Izuku sees his palms alight with fire, albeit small, and a definite far cry from the inferno that burnt down the house. This confirms it. And now, extinguishing the flames with a single thought, he needs to tell Nizu about this. The next day, Aizawa and Kigo meet up in Gym Gamma with Izuku and Nizu for another round of quirked combat training. As before, Kigo and Izuku go to opposite sides of the mat, bow to one another, and on Aizawa's signal, the spar begins. Kigo takes flight and surges towards Izuku, who dodges the incoming projectile by taking flight himself. By this point, he has grown accustomed to flying, and moving his wings is now second nature to him. Never missing a beat, Kigo changes trajectory and surges towards Izuku again. The teen dives down to avoid getting punched out of the air, and decides then it was time to unleash his new attacks. Willing his flames to not hurt Kigo in any way, Izuku ignites his palms, and using the fast speed of his movements, he hurls the fireballs at his opponent. With an undignified squawk, Kigo barely dodges the incoming flames, nearly falling out of the air in the process. Eyes bugging out, Aizawa turns erasure on Izuku, and throws his capture weapon at him. Izuku is ensnared in the deceptively strong material, and yanked back down to the ground, where he is met, nose to beak, with an apoplectic Aizawa. What the F, problem child, the hobo seethes, voice low and incredibly deadly. Did we not say, under no uncertain terms, that you are forbidden from using your fire? Despite the literal look of death boring deep into his soul, Izuku remains unfazed. Yes, you did. However, Aizawa-sensei, there was a new development, one which Principal Nizu explicitly told me not to tell either you or Kigo-san. Izuku-kun is right, Aizawa-kun. Nizu chirps, as a winded Kigo lands back on the ground. He told me, yesterday evening, that he had discovered an ability to control his flames. That attack he pulled off against Kigo-kun earlier would not have hurt him in any way. How so? The winged hero asks, trying to steady his breath. The fireballs would not have burnt you or your wings, Nizu beams. Izuku-kun is able to control his flames right down to whether or not it should inflict harm or injury. We did a couple of tests before today's session, and those exact same fireballs did not burn anything they touched, not even paper. Hearing this, the rage drains out of Aizawa, and his capture weapon unravels from Izuku, allowing him to move again. And when were you going to tell us this, Principal? Well, Nizu shrugs, still grinning, I am telling you now, am I? Without a word, Aizawa goes to where his sleeping bag is, and produces a bottle of tequila. Popping the lid, and giving Nizu a straight, deadpan look, he downs the alcohol in one go, once again never even stopping to breathe. Kigo slowly turns to Nizu, who appears unaffected by the sight. Wouldn't telling Aizawa about it earlier have been better? Where's the fun in that? Seeing things are rapidly careening off the rails, Izuku steps forth. Principal, I think we should have told them earlier. I do not want to stress them out like that. Well, I suppose it would have saved Kigo-kun the heart attack he received earlier, Nizu concedes, but it does emphasize the need to always be alert for curveballs. Plus, Kigo-kun wouldn't be the number 3 hero if his attention and reflexes aren't up to snuff. Said winged hero stares at the rodent. I'm starting to think that you have a very skewed sense of logic. Oh, so you're just figuring that out? Aizawa deadpants, the empty bottle smashed to pieces at his feet. To be continued. Physical and quirk training is one thing. But as Izuku eventually realized, there is one other thing that he neglected to deal with ever since the start of his probation, which he immediately brought up to Nizu as quickly as he could. Ah, yes, I'm ashamed to say that this has also completely slipped my mind thus far, the rodent admits. Well, to be fair, Principal, you are not really the kind to focus on whether a teenager like myself is able to interact with his peers well, Izuku shrugs. This might come across as blunt, maybe even rude, but Nizu simply nods. You're quite right. Human relationships are usually not on my checklist of priorities. That said, I wouldn't be a good guardian if I let a ward of my school flounder in the rough seas that are friendships and interactions with his classmates. Well, I cannot really say that I am experienced in that regard. Izuku glances down at his teacup. Nobody wanted to be friends with the presumably quirkless kid. A failing of our society and the cruelty of youth, Nizu sighs, but let's not dwell on the past. As it stands, I think that it's best if you learn how to be a good peer to your future classmates, as well as have some experience with interacting with someone your age. How do we do that? Nizu grins. I'm glad that you asked, Izuku. Nizu's approach is two-pronged. Since Izuku already has regular sessions with Hound Dog, his time with the guidance counselor shifts focus away from dealing with past trauma, which Hound Dog has assessed that Izuku already had made great progress with, instead towards understanding how peer relationships and socializing works as an adolescent. Hound Dog is incredibly thorough and comprehensive, but there is a lot of theory that is just that, theory. Even Izuku, for all that he is completely out of his depth when it comes to positive social experience, knows that simply knowing the theory of social relationships and interactions is nothing compared to actually having interaction with others. Which is where the second prong of Nizu's approach comes in. The rodent ropes Aizawa into the fray, who upon hearing what Nizu intended to do, surprisingly didn't look like he wanted to defenestrate himself or reach for the nearest bottle of alcohol. As it turns out, while Aizawa has been involved in Izuku's training, he has been training another prospective hero on the side. And the hobo wanted to introduce him to Izuku. For the first time in his life, both the first and current, a significant spike of nervousness shoots through Izuku, thankfully not translating into fire that could have destroyed something. In the days leading up to that fateful meeting, Izuku's mind ran a mile a minute, questions without answers spinning around like an out-of-control Ferris wheel. He fretted about how things are going to go, whether his inexperience with socializing will alienate the first peer of his age. Then, the night before the day itself, Izuku forcibly pulled the brakes on his spiraling mind. Seeing as he hadn't been sleeping well because of his mental spirals, Izuku forced himself to get some sleep before he messed up his first social event any more than he probably already will. If things didn't go well, at least he could say that he tried. If things couldn't even happen because he keeled over from sleep deprivation, then that's monumentally worse. He is due to meet him in Gym Gamma, the same place where he had been sparring with Aizawa and Kigo for the prior months. Aizawa had told him the day before that the person in question is his godson, and he too had a difficult childhood. That didn't provide much to go on. Even more so since after their latest spar, Aizawa simply walks out of the gym, returns shortly after while dragging in a teenage boy who is about the same height as Izuku, if somewhat lankier and leaner in terms of musculature, and has similar unhealthy-looking dark circles under his eyes, and simply tells them both to get along, and then walks out again, shutting the door behind him. For what feels like an eternity, Izuku and Aizawa's godson stare at one another, the awkwardness rising noticeably with each passing second. Izuku's mind races to think of a conversation starter, one which is less likely to alienate the purple-haired insomniac. Do you like cats? Izuku goes silent for a moment, as the question registers in his mind. It was spoken with an almost bored-like tone, but he could sense the slight apprehensiveness underneath. Aizawa's godson is just as nervous as he is. Cats are wonderful creatures. He thinks that is a diplomatic enough response. While he isn't a crazy cat person by any stretch, he does like cats as they are. Thankfully, his response is met with a slight relaxation in the insomniac's shoulders. Aizawa Hitoshi. It takes another second for it to register in Izuku's mind, to which he quickly replies, Midoriya Izuku. So, I heard from my dad that you had a difficult childhood too. Having been briefed beforehand by the hobo, Izuku nods, I guess. Hitoshi gives him a look over. Did you get sheet for not looking like a human? Well, not exactly. Izuku's feathers ruffle a little. Hitoshi replies eventually, before staring off into the distance. Still, I bet you got some bonus points for looking like some cool phoenix warrior or something. Garuda. Huh? My appearance was created in Garuda's image, Izuku replies slowly, making sure to not sound so formal or pompous. While there was a time and place for a formal tone, trying to make friends as a teenager was not such a place or time for formality. Not unless he wanted to sound like a pompous brat. Okay, Hitoshi moves on, either way, you probably weren't called a villain for your quirk. My quirk didn't, Izuku's tongue runs under his beak. Speaking in shortened form still felt unusual for him, but he pushes on, my quirk didn't manifest until about 2 years ago. Hitoshi's head snaps towards him so fast that Izuku swore he heard bones crack. What? I have a quirk factor, Izuku explains, but it requires a specific trigger to activate. It only did so after I got hit by a bus and died. What? Yeah, before that, I was functionally quirkless, and, Izuku sighs, nobody wanted to be friends with a quirkless freak. Hitoshi is stunned speechless, before rubbing a hand down his face. My tragic backstory doesn't sound so tragic now, huh? Izuku turns to the insomniac, what is your quirk, anyways? Brainwashing, Hitoshi replies, although it sounded like poison being spat out, I could control people if they answered my verbal trigger. People used to call me a villain for supposedly making others do bad things. Izuku notes the insomniac looks torn between being uncomfortable and bracing for the worse. There's no such thing as a villainous quirk. Hitoshi turns to him. Quirks are merely tools, Izuku continues, glancing down at his taloned hands and flexing them. On each palm, a ball of fire bursts into existence. Fire is neither good nor bad, it's how I use it that makes it good or bad. He extinguishes the flames. Brainwashing, as you call it, can be used for good or bad. It really depends on how you use it. Not to mention, I can already see your quirk being incredibly useful in stealth or reconnaissance missions. Silence follows for a long moment. You're like the second person to tell me that. Who's the first? Izuku asks. My dad, Hitoshi replies, he took me in after my parents were killed. My condolences. I'm so sorry. I barely knew them, anyways, Hitoshi shrugs, they were killed by a bigoted colleague of my BRTH father, or so I heard. They never caught him. The one who has blood on his hands, from malice of bigotry and hate, will suffer in Andhakapa, attacked by animals and insects alike, without respite until his karma is repaid. Izuku slips back into a formal tone, voice heavy. Then, seemingly without warning, he turns back to Hitoshi, have faith that the murderer will eventually pay for his sins. The insomniac is speechless once more, before slowly uttering, that was dark. Where did that come from? I don't want to bore you, Izuku eventually mutters, I just thought that it might give a little bit of comfort. Hitoshi doesn't respond for a bit, before slowly shifting closer to Izuku. Thanks. Relieved that he wasn't going to be scorned, Izuku continues, I also lost my BRTH parents. I never knew who my father was, and my mum, she is currently in the psychiatric ward. She suffered greatly after my death, and I heard that her mind had broken. There hasn't been any news of improvement or recovery yet. Hitoshi glances at Izuku, before sighing, who would have thought that we'd bond over similar trauma? Izuku replies, trauma brings people together. Pain begets pain. Don't I know it, Hitoshi drawls. Silence follows once more, but this time, it is comfortable, and there is a feeling of kinship. Hey, wanna go to a cat cafe? I've never been to one before. Hitoshi WHPS towards Izuku again, eyes wide with horror. You poor soul. What kind of deprived existence have you lived thus far? I wouldn't call it deprived, Izuku rebuts, I just haven't been to one before. The horror is replaced with determination. Well, I guess we gotta fix that, huh? To be continued. We're here. Izuku looks at the place, a nondescript 2-story building in downtown Musutafu. Seemingly, the only evidence to show that this is a cat cafe is the sign above the door, reading, coffee and toe beans. What are toe beans? Hitoshi WHPS towards Izuku, eyes wide with barely restrained horror, you poor, poor soul. We need to get inside right now. Izuku finds himself being pushed into the establishment. Inside, he notes that it does look like a cafe, except for one glaring omission. The noticeable lack of cats. The cats are upstairs, Hitoshi explains, they keep them there so that they don't run around the cafe willy-nilly. Nobody likes their drinks or food with cat fur in it. Which makes a lot of sense. Hitoshi goes ahead to a counter, where an employee with a cat ears headband is manning. Izuku follows behind. Oh. Hitoshi-kun, you're back. It's been a while. Sorry, I was training to get into UA, Hitoshi replies. Apparently, the insomniac came here regularly enough for the employee to know him personally, Izuku notes. The usual package for me and my friend. Again, Izuku notes that the hesitancy in saying that word didn't appear to be out of anything negative. Sadly, it just emphasized how cruel children and teenagers can be, subjecting someone like Hitoshi to an existence of loneliness and ostracization, all because of his draw in the genetics lottery. Something which he could relate with prior to his first death. Izuku feels the eyes of the employee roaming all over him. Such scrutiny would have been awkward, maybe even intimidating, but Izuku senses that such intense scanning of his entire being is less potentially creepy and more altruistic. Is that your quirk? The employee blinks. How did you know? You looked like you were trying to read my thoughts, or see right into my soul, Izuku says, unwittingly letting the quirk nerd side of him come out. It was quite methodical and scientific, not like you were trying to creep me out or something. Observant, aren't you? The employee chuckles. Yes, that is my quirk. It allows me to assess the intentions of everyone I focus it on. It's important that I don't let anyone with bad intentions in here. The well-being of our cats are paramount, especially since some come from troubled backgrounds. Izuku nods. You're very noble. Humans can be cruel beings. Hitoshi glances at the avian, before returning to the employee. Is my friend good to go? Yes, he is, the woman replies. I just need to run through the house rules with him. With Izuku's consenting nod, she continues. First, all cats are supposed to stay upstairs. While this is a cat cafe, we also serve as a regular cafe here on the ground floor for those who either are not interested in spending time with our cats, or are allergic to them. No cats are allowed down here during opening hours, because we don't want cat fur in our customers' orders or creating a ruckus. Fair enough. Hitoshi already told him that earlier. Second, our cats' well-being are paramount. There are cameras on the second floor, so any behavior that is harmful or detrimental to our cats will see you booted out and a police report made. We have a staff member monitoring the cameras, and we've kicked out several individuals who couldn't follow the rules before. Again, fair enough. And third, if you require any assistance from a staff member, there is an intercom system on the second floor. Do not attempt to leave until a staff member arrives. Again, we don't want the cats escaping down to the ground floor. Understood, Izuku nods. Wonderful, the employee nods. Head on up if you wish to spend time with our cats. Thank you, Izuku bows, before joining Hitoshi towards a staircase. I'll introduce you to some of the cats here, the insomniac says. Some are friendlier than others, but at least none of them are known to bite or attack you. Good to know. As they reach the second floor, the meows and patting of paws across the floor grow louder. Then, Hitoshi pushes the door open, and the second floor comes into view. Izuku has never seen so many cats in one location before. So many different species, different colors and sizes. And the meows and purrs fill the air like a messy orchestra of feline communication. And so many eyes, all turning to him and Hitoshi as they enter. Right, so there's Ash, the gray Maine Coon. Hitoshi points to a large cat perched on a shelf, and there's Ember, the orange tabby. Izuku slowly zones out from Hitoshi pointing out to individual cats, his focus instead on the intense, scrutinizing gazes from dozens of eyes. All of the cats are staring at him, none of them moving, barely making a sound. So that's that. I'm going downstairs to get my latte. Do you want anything? No thanks. Hitoshi then goes to get his drink, leaving Izuku alone with what must be 36 cats. Izuku doesn't move, even long after the door closes behind Hitoshi. In truth, despite knowing that none of the cats will attack him, he isn't quite sure what to do with these feline furballs. Should he go to one of the many empty chairs or seats? Should he go to the nearest cat and pet them? What on earth is he supposed to do? Mew. Izuku's thoughts screech to a grinding halt. Looking down, he sees one of the white cats, Snowy, he thinks, but he wasn't really paying attention earlier, had padded up to him, and is on its hind legs, gently pawing at his leg. Immediately, his thoughts shift towards wondering Snowy wants. The white cat keeps pawing at his leg, and eventually, Izuku guesses that it wants to be carried. Slowly, he bends down, and gently scoops the cat into his hands, taking extra care to not nick the feline with his talons. Izuku brings Snowy to his eye level, and the staring contest continues. Of course, the other cats are still staring at Izuku, as if waiting to see what he'll do with their compatriot in his hands. But his attention is entirely focused on Snowy. Mew. Who proceeds to blink first, and then boops his beak with a paw. Well, that could have gone worse. Sensing that the cat is comfortable in his presence, Izuku brings Snowy closer, and holds it close to his chest. Snowy starts purring, and nudges into his chest, as if trying to snuggle deeper into his warmth. That is the inciting spark. Other cats start approaching Izuku, with some even getting up on their hind legs and pawing at Izuku, demanding the same treatment. Emboldened with his success with Snowy, Izuku bends down to allow the cats better access to him. Sitting down on the floor, several cats immediately leap on him, but Izuku doesn't attempt to move away. The cats obviously have no bad or ill intentions, merely wanting his warmth and attention. And Izuku, having never experienced such furry closeness before, is quite welcoming to the attention. So much so, that he doesn't realize more and more cats are coming over, and his world slowly being taken over by soft fur and toe beans. Hitoshi is coming back up to the second floor, latte in hand, when he hears some unfamiliar sounds coming from behind the door. Sure, he is familiar with the noises that cats make, but such sounds that he is now hearing are nothing like he has heard before. Izuku, he opens the door, is everything dash? He freezes, nearly dropping his latte. All of the cats have concentrated on one singular spot in the room. A distinctly human-shaped spot. Quite literally, Izuku is buried under 36 cats, with the only signs that he is there being his feet and a tuft of feathers where his head is. Holy sheet dash, Hitoshi wheezes, whipping out his phone and snapping pictures. He sends several to his family group chat. A few seconds later, several kilometers away, an ear-splitting, glass-shattering scream of outrage erupts from UA, one that was surprisingly not caused by present Mike. Pocketing away his phone, Hitoshi goes over to the cat pile and gently prods Izuku's foot. Hey, Izuku, are you alive in there? Due to several cats draped over his beak, Izuku is unable to vocalize words, merely making a rumbling noise as a sign that he is still very much alive. Do you need help? Another rumble, which Hitoshi guesses is a negative. Alright, have fun in there. A few days later, Izuku and Hitoshi are sitting under a tree, having their lunch while enjoying a spell of warm, but not too hot, sunlight. Hitoshi, do you know why Aizawa-sensei has been so standoffish lately? Nizu had decided that Izuku and Hitoshi should train together the day before, and being the only other person who is the same age as the other, the two teens have spent every free moment together. He's jealous. Izuku raises a metaphorical eyebrow. About what? You. Me? Yeah, you achieved something that he has never been able to do. Which is? Cats. I don't get it. Seeing that the conversation is genuinely going nowhere, Hitoshi sighs. For someone so observant about quirks, you are still somehow quite dense. Izuku's metaphorical eyebrow remains raised. No, seriously, I don't understand what you're trying to say. Hitoshi is about to snark something back, presumably sass, when the sounds of wings flapping interrupts him. Whatever he wanted to say absolutely dies in his throat, as the number 3 hero, Hawk seems to dive bomb out of the sky and right into Izuku. Thankfully, Izuku had already finished his lunch and had set the bento box aside when he suddenly had 2 armfuls of oversized pigeon that is in need of a hug. Kigo, what are you doing here so early? Hitoshi stares, nonplussed, as the winged hero squeezes Izuku, snuggling into him. Need hugs. Missed you, Aizu and I. That makes Hitoshi snap out of his stupor. Izuku? Yeah? Why is the number 3 hero in your lap, and why did he call you older brother? Unfazed by the incredulous, increasingly shrill tone from his friend, Izuku runs a taloned hand through Kigo's blonde hair. We know each other. Kigo has been training me along with Aizawa-sensei. Also, Kigo is incredibly touch-starved. He loves hugs, but no one has ever given him one since he was 6. Aizu and I gives the best hugs. Kigo's muffled voice comes from the other avian's midsection. He is warm and comfortable. I feel safe with him. That answers everything and nothing at once. Okay, barring the fact that the number 3 hero is older than us? So? Izuku asks, metaphorical eyebrow raised again. Does it matter? Hitoshi glances at Kigo, who seems impervious to everything and is merely trying to get deeper into Izuku's comforting warmth. You know what? Never mind. Deciding that sparing his brain cells from spontaneous combustion brought upon from trying to make sense of the baffling sight before him was the smarter decision, Hitoshi returns to his lunch, even as the number 3 hero literally coos from Izuku, gently massaging his scalp and providing the hugs he so desperately needed. To be continued. On this day, hundreds of hopefuls stream into the UA campus for a special event, the entrance exam where the new school year opens up a limited number of places within the most prestigious heroic school in the country. While some are here for the general education, support and management exams, more so are aiming for the best heroics program in Japan. 40 seats are up for grabs, and the hundreds that excitedly, or nervously, arrive on this day will do everything and beyond to bag one of those seats for themselves. Perhaps, in one life, Izuku would be just one of the many hundreds of hopefuls streaming into UA for the exam. But not this one. As UA is his home, Izuku simply has his breakfast in the cafeteria, and bypasses the gates entirely, slipping into his designated classroom for the theory exam. Regardless of whether one is sitting for the heroics or general education exams, the theory portion is exactly the same. The only difference being that those who are taking part in the heroics exam have a practical portion after an hour's lunch break. In the months leading up to this day, Izuku had studied relentlessly, tutored by Nizu in just about every relevant topic and lesson that the stoat deemed necessary. While Izuku doesn't claim to be a genius by any stretch, he feels reasonably confident, something that is affirmed offhandedly by Aizawa when the hobo learnt about the arrangement. Anyone who is tutored by the satanic rat and survives is well above their peers, the man had said. Anyways, Izuku sits at his designated seat, and once all of the candidates have arrived and the answer booklets distributed, the invigilator, the pro-hero snipe, commences the exam, and the sound of papers being opened, followed by the scribbling of pencils and pens, is all anyone hears for the next 2 hours. As it is, Izuku finishes his paper almost an hour and a half later. After double and triple checking his answers, a process which takes another 5 minutes, he gets up from his desk, hands in his answer booklet, and quietly leaves the room. Candidates could do so if they finished early, so Izuku makes full use of that rule to grab an early lunch. There will be a briefing before the start of the practical portion, held right after the lunch hour. Once Izuku finishes his meal, he returns his tray and heads for the auditorium where the briefing will be held. There are some candidates already present when he arrives, but he pays them no mind. Except for one. Several rows in front of him is someone whom Izuku remembers very well. Bakugo Katsuki. A conflicting storm of emotions hits Izuku right in the chest, a mix of misplaced nostalgia, shadows of fear, and burning rage that ruffles his feathers and makes his eyes flash momentarily. But just as quickly as it came, Izuku forces the storm down. He begins muttering the mantra Pushpam, a series of mantras for peace of mind and control over the senses. He continues doing so even as he goes to a seat, and waits for the briefing to begin. The last thing he wants is to create a scene, especially since Bakugo, in this case, never did anything to warrant such wrath. Still, just because Izuku doesn't immediately stride forward and take his former bully to task for every sin he committed against him, that doesn't stop the rage from burning away inside his soul. Yes, he has sought therapy and healing with Hound Dog, but scars do not fade away completely, especially mental ones. He just hopes that he won't have to deal with Bakugo during the exam. He can't afford to fail just because the source of most of his trauma is within the same space as he is. The lights dimming out signals the start of the briefing. Izuku opens his eyes, and ceases his muttering. A spotlight comes on above the stage, and the voice hero, Present Mike, steps out with the grandeur of the showman that he is. Hey hey hey! Welcome to the briefing for the practical portion of the UA entrance exam. Can I get a, yeah? Dead silence. Save for someone whose quirk produces cricket noises in situations where it is completely silent, and is unable to turn off their quirk. Wow, tough crowd eh? Present Mike chuckles. Anyways, let's get the show rolling. Are you all excited? Because you're in for a wild time. A screen lowers down behind the voice hero, and a series of visuals appear from a projection. Present Mike begins explaining how the exam works, which Izuku tunes out, since Nizu already informed him beforehand about how things will go down. A points-based system, courtesy of robots that the candidates will have to destroy. It is a simple process. The more points a candidate gets, the better their chances of getting into the heroics program. Of course, there is another, hidden, component that Nizu casually mentions, but doesn't elaborate further. Izuku has a good idea about what it could be. Excuse me. Izuku doesn't turn around, unlike several of his fellow candidates, when another loud, booming voice interrupts the briefing without any warning whatsoever. You didn't explain the fourth type of robot? That is unbecoming of such a prestigious institution like UA to omit such crucial information. And you? Oh, now the person is jabbing at him, or chopping, Izuku can sense it. Still, he doesn't turn around. I can hear you muttering all the way from here. You're being a disturbance for everyone here. If you're not going to take things seriously, you don't belong here. Everyone seems to hold their breath, waiting to see how Izuku will react. How ironic. Izuku gracefully gets to his feet, and slowly turns to the one who called him out. It is a boy, with a broad musculature, dressed immaculately in a school uniform that just screams wealth and privilege, and has a pair of spectacles. That boy in question flinches, when Izuku glares back at him with the righteous wrath of Lord Garuda. You accuse me of being a disturbance, when you didn't even raise your hand before interrupting the briefing and Present Mike. Izuku's voice remains level, but the tone is deathly calm, belying the flames burning just beneath the surface. Do you not have any manners at all? Or do you see yourself as above rules and basic decency? The bespectacled boy reels back, as if struck in the face, and for the record, I was muttering to myself in a bid to not spiral mentally. This is a stressful situation for everyone here, and you are not making things any better. If you aspire to become a hero, get your priorities in order first. You are no hero if you lack manners or basic human decency to begin with. Without waiting for a response, Izuku strides out of the auditorium, never making eye contact with anyone. When he is alone in the corridor outside, he takes a phone out from his pocket and dials in a number. Principal Nizu? I trust that you saw what happened? Of course you did. Anyways, I'm going to ground beta right now. Can you tell me where my assessment site will be? A part of him hisses that he shouldn't remain here. Not when that spawn of Endeavor will be in the same school. To be fair, he did try to explain to Principal Nizu about his intentions during the one-on-one interview portion, but the principal rather unexpectedly put a stop to his train of thought. What Nizu said next made him think, so much so that it temporarily silenced the part of him that pushed him to forfeit the exam and go for the next choice of Shiketsu. As a pro-hero, one doesn't always have the choice of who he worked with. And as a pro-hero, he needs to put his personal grievances against others below the main priority of helping those in need. Any beef or bad blood he has with another of his peers means nothing when innocent lives are on the line. Such arguments largely silenced the indignant, outraged voice persuading him to head west and leave Musutafu behind. And he ultimately chose to wait until the official results of his exam were released before making any further decisions. For now, he took Nizu's offer of watching the regular practical exam for heroic program candidates, alongside his fellow recommendation examinees Aizawa Hitoshi and Yaoyorozu Momo. Endeavor's spawn didn't even deign to show himself at the viewing. And so, Urashi Inasa is nestled within a viewing room with two other recommendation candidates, with screens broadcasting live feeds of the various testing grounds in ground beta. Composed of extremely realistic fake cities, these testing grounds will be the sites where the regular candidates will apparently face off against points-bearing robots in a bid to bag one of 40 places on offer within the UA Heroics program. Each of the 3 candidates present have been given remotes which allow them to change the feed, which then switches to a different testing ground if they find the previous one too boring to continue watching. Inasa honestly isn't sure if such freedom is going to make up for the harrowing experience with Endeavor's spawn earlier in the day, but he has made his choice, and he is going to sit with it. Because going back on one's word isn't a mark of a true hero in the making. Bless Nizu for being so accommodating, if a little excessive in his accommodations. Izuku had an entire self-driving bus to himself, which took him to his designated testing ground. Obviously, there was no one else already present, so Izuku is left to wait before a towering set of gates for the rest of his fellow examinees to show up. Admittedly, it is a bit of a bore. It takes another 20 minutes for the first bus to roll up. And when the other candidates start gathering, every single one of them gives him a wide berth. Apparently, they seem quite spooked by him, which is rather unwarranted, but Izuku can understand why. He was just seconds away from inflicting holy wrath upon that bespectacled snob, and it took removing himself from the briefing that prevented a mass slaughter and wanton destruction. Thankfully, it seems that Nizu's promise that the snob would not be sent to the same testing ground has held true, since he is nowhere in sight, even as the last of the buses leave the area. Now, Izuku focuses on keeping himself calm and alert, as the clock ticks down. And the countdown ends when the gates before him rumble, and slowly open with the dramatic flair of an action move about to kick off. Start. Present mix amplified voice rings through the air, startling almost everyone across the testing sites. But not Izuku. There is a loud blast of air, as he takes off with a burst of his wings, straight into the heart of the fake city. What are you all doing? There isn't a countdown in real life. Go. 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 Heh, the rest of them are idiots, Hitoshi smirks. Yaoyorozu looks over. Do you know him? He's my friend, Hitoshi casually replies, eyes glued to the screen. And this time, there is no hesitation. Izuku has earned the title fair and square. He chose to take the regular exam, saying that he'd rather get in by his own merit. Yaoyorozu immediately switches her feed. He does not hold back, it seems. As soon as the first robots have set their sights on him, Izuku is already attacking. Fire comes forth in apocalyptic droves, surging so fast that the robots have no time to react, let alone begin their attacks. Explosions rock the air, and the robots are reduced to shrapnel and sparking wires. He cares not for the number of points he gets. His only goals are to destroy robots as they come, and to cultivate the true meaning of being a hero. In truth, when he first saw the explosions across Hitoshi's screen, Inasa felt his stomach curdle with disgust. The fireballs are too reminiscent of Endeavor's hellfire, and the destruction they caused brought forth unpleasant memories from a time that Inasa has long tried to suppress. And seeing the one causing the explosions didn't help matters either. Yes, the humanoid avian bears no resemblance to Endeavor, but his aggressive attitude towards the robots are far too similar for Inasa's liking. And not to mention, the shrapnel from the exploding robots flew everywhere willy-nilly, smashing into buildings and knocking over any fake vehicles that happened to be nearby. The only silver lining from this debacle is that the explosions are occurring in areas where there are no other candidates to accidentally get caught up in the crossfire, excuse the pun. However, Inasa knows all too well that such silver lining could easily vanish due to the unpredictability of the exam. And given how things have already gone thus far, he won't be surprised if... Wait. What's going on? Movement out of the corner of Izuku's eye catches his attention. It was not another robot or the remains of the two-pointer that he decimated just seconds before. Rather, it is another candidate, a girl with a prominent blonde pompadour, attempting to take on a one-point robot, but is unaware that the building she is in was unstable and crumbling by the second. Izuku doesn't hesitate, immediately moving. With seconds to spare, he grabs the girl and hauls her out, just as the crumbling pillars give way, and the building crashes down in an avalanche of rubble and smoke. Izuku flies off to a safer spot, near to a troop of robots waiting to be taken out of the fight. "Are you all right?" he asks, concerned. Shaken out of the shock, the girl turns to him and promptly slaps him across the beak. "Get away from me, freak," she screams. Izuku immediately lets go of her. The girl promptly runs off, leaving him in the middle of the street, stunned by the unexpected, unwarranted attack. Regardless, he pulls himself together, and immediately takes off in search of robots to destroy. "Oh my goodness, how uncouth!" Yaoyorozu gasps. "I'm not surprised," Hitoshi sighs resignedly, "people are bigoted." "But he saved her!" Yaoyorozu cries, "She could have gotten injured or died." "Bigotry doesn't accept logic or reality," Hitoshi shakes his head, "I would know." To the side, Inasa stares, unblinkingly, at the screen. Unlike his fellow recommendation candidates, he doesn't utter a word, completely uncharacteristic given his hot-blooded personality and his propensity to speak his mind at unnecessarily loud volumes. Everything he had thought, read, assumed, about the humanoid avian, Izuku, he remembers Hitoshi mentioning earlier, had just been blown up right in his face. Izuku is not a glory hound who cared none for collateral, not like Endeavor and his excessive violence and abrasive aggression. No, Izuku is the literal definition of what a hero should be, and should have done. But all he got for saving that girl's life was a harsh slap to the beak and a derogatory slur. And what did he do after? Just continue on, despite the sting that is no doubt marring his face. This cannot go unpunished. Yaoyorozu hotly declares, "Surely the staff should do something about this?" "Oh, don't worry about that," Hitoshi replies, somewhat cryptically, "I'm pretty sure that beach is screwed." "Are you seeing this sheet, Nizu?" Kigo seethes, feathers ruffling dangerously. Those sitting around the number 3 hero subtly inch away, wary of the moment when sharp, deadly feathers go flying from incandescent rage. Looks like we have our first candidate disqualification." Nizu is deceptively calm, but those in the know are very much aware of how close the principal is to blowing his top as well, and what do you know, she didn't even add general education as a backup. Not that I would want such vermin within my school anyways. Or any hero school for that matter, since Nizu also planned to send the girl's details to Shiketsu and the other schools in the country, notifying the administrations about her bigoted behavior and how she should be blacklisted from their hero programs. But nobody needed to know that. And besides, those who know Nizu well already are aware that such a fate is a guarantee for such poor, unfortunate souls. Thankfully, Izuku didn't have to put up with such bigotry and prejudice for much of the exam. Emphasis on much. Yes, he continued to save his fellow candidates or pull them out of harm's way as much as he could. And yes, most of them were grateful for the save and expressed their thanks. But still, a few were less than happy for his supposed stealing of their points or getting his filthy, disgusting, or mutant claws on them, never mind the fact that they were inches away from debilitating injury or death had Izuku not intervened. The human mind is both an amazing and cruel thing. It can be so smart, but so stupid at the same time. However, there is no time for philosophical debates about the flaws of humanity. The exam is still ongoing, and Izuku needs to get moving. Time for the ultimate test. Nizu cackles, slamming a paw on a red button on the console. Everyone present knows what is about to happen. 2 in particular have thoughts as a massive rumble shakes all of the testing sites. "You've done well so far, problem child," Aizawa thinks, "don't F up now. You can do this, Aizu. Kigo grips the armrests of his chair hard, "I believe in you." 2 minutes remaining. Izuku hears present Mick's amplified voice, the only warning he gets before the ground shakes, as if an earthquake was rolling through. A shadow looms over the street and the adjacent buildings, and the screams promptly begin. Izuku sees the towering zero-point robot rumbling towards them, blotting out the sun and easily crushing anything that got in its path. He remembered Nizu briefly mentioning that most candidates would run as soon as the zero-pointer was released. After all, in their minds, there was no reason or worth going after such a behemoth. But for Izuku, there is a reason to stay. Help! Someone, please! Amidst the carnage, he hears a voice, one that belongs to a girl, who is trapped under some rubble on the same street as he is on, right in the path of the oncoming zero-pointer. From the looks of things, her ankle is trapped, and no matter how much she twisted or pulled, she can't get free. No one comes to her aid. The other candidates have all fled. There is just Izuku, the girl, and the rumbling behemoth of a robot moving ever closer, closer towards certain death. No. Not on his watch. Instead of running away, Izuku turns on his heel and flies straight towards the zero-pointer. Is he crazy? Yaoyorozu screeches, all decorum lost, he's going to get himself killed. Inasa, once more, is left speechless, eyes ballooned as he watches the unfolding scene on the live feed. Nah, just watch, Hitoshi drawls, already getting himself comfortable for the shit show to come. He's going to pull off some OP protagonist bullshit right there. Lord Garuda, hear my call, lend me your strength. In the deafening noise and carnage, Izuku doesn't hear a response from the steed of the Supreme Being. However, he does feel the fire within him burn hotter and brighter, as does the feathers on his body, though he does not register it at this moment. To anyone who is watching, Izuku appears like a glowing comet racing straight towards the advancing robot, which seems to have noticed his impending collision course. The robot's massive arm reaches down towards Izuku, but before it can even process the order of attack, Izuku's glowing body seems to burst into a ball of fire. The air around him sizzles and cooks, as Izuku draws out his fire and superheats it to white-hot temperatures. The white flames expand around him, moving according to his will, and at the right moment, Izuku screams holy vengeance, and slams his hands into the metal body of the zero-pointer. The air rocks from the resulting impact. The ear-rending screeching noise that follows echoes so loud, that those who were even a considerable distance away reel in phantom pain as the metallic ringing scrapes their eardrums. Izuku pushes hard against the metal, his flames rapidly expanding across the robot from the bottom upwards. The white-hot temperature causes the outer metal casing to melt, allowing the flames to reach inside the robot. The circuitry and electronics instantly fry and explode, setting off a chain reaction that causes the robot to grind to a sudden stop. Even so, Izuku doesn't let up, and with the power of both his strength and that of a divine steed combined, the robot is blasted backwards up the street. In the span of 3 seconds, the robot suffers a catastrophic self-destruction. An almighty explosion, bigger than anything the testing ground had seen since the start of the exam, rocks the very earth and air itself. A massive shockwave races through the fake city in all directions, knocking down buildings and blasting away anything that isn't nailed down. Izuku finds himself blown away by the shockwave, but he quickly rights himself and shoots towards the trapped girl. He dives down, covering her entire body, and unfurling his wings to full span to provide a second protective layer. "Cover your mouth," he shouts over the din. He feels the girl shift underneath him. Hoping that she managed to hear him, Izuku focuses on protecting her from the worst of the shockwave and the ensuing fallout. The air is still rocked by the rumbling aftermath of the initial explosion, and Izuku grunts as bits of rubble and other debris bounce off his back. He doesn't feel any pain now, but it is all but certain to hit later. All he can see is dust, and it is incredibly hard to breathe. Nonetheless, he doesn't move off the girl, not until the rumbling has stopped, and he could see the world again. For several seconds, all he hears is his own labored breathing. Then, he rolls off the girl, wincing slightly when the tarmac digs into something fleshy on his back. Time's up, listeners. To be continued. Inside the monitoring room, there is just silence. Absolute silence. It lasts for exactly 5 seconds, whereupon it is broken by the most unhinged, bordering on insanity laughter anyone has heard, courtesy of Nizu. The stoat completely loses himself, tipping out of his chair and rolling around the floor like a lunatic. He is quickly joined by Aizawa, who had popped open a bottle of vodka and drunk the entire thing down in one go. The sudden rush of alcohol at such potency causes the hobo to lose consciousness, and he crumples to the floor, not getting up again anytime soon. Amidst Nizu's cackling, Pro Hero Snipe sums up the general consensus by screaming, "What in fucking tarnation?" Izuku breathing labored as the adrenaline drains out of him and the pain hits him with the force of a Shinkansen at full speed. He winces, feeling his blood seep out onto the cracked tarmac. He also definitely broke something, and his skin on his back had been ruptured, if the feeling of something fleshy is any indication. Vaguely, he hears someone vomiting, and, are those sparkles? Well done, everyone. You all did well. Izuku recognizes the gentle, grandmotherly voice of Recovery Girl, which becomes decidedly less grandmotherly when she approaches him, and gets her first look at the state of his body. Midoriya, I sincerely hope that you do not make a habit of the stunt you just pulled off. Your entire body is a mess. He struggles to speak, his throat scratchy from the dust and smoke. I couldn't let her get. That stupid rat wouldn't let anyone actually die during the exam. Midoriya, Recovery Girl cuts him off, exasperated. While what you did was admirable, you are clearly the most severely injured out of everyone I've tended to thus far. There is a difference between noble and suicidal. Izuku chooses to remain silent. Recovery Girl sighs, visibly looking heavenwards for any kind of patience she desperately needs. I can begin to heal you, but I doubt that you have the stamina for the entire process. You'll be transported to the infirmary, Midoriya. Izuku simply nods. Recovery Girl bends down, and presses a kiss onto his beak. Immediately, his body begins to heal, but like she said, Izuku also feels his body shut down from the rapid draining of his energy. Before he knows it, he is out like the light. Well, I guess that's that, then, Hitoshi says, getting to his feet. With the feeds cut off, there isn't any reason to hang around. And while he did have some good conversations with Yaoyorozu, he wouldn't go so far as to call her a friend yet. Far from it. As he makes his way to the door, though, Hitoshi feels a heavy hand land on his shoulder. Aizawa-kun. Forcing his nerves to settle down, Hitoshi turns back. Urashi is looking down, literally, not metaphorically, at him, eyes burning with an emotion that Hitoshi, admittedly, is unfamiliar with. Yes? Midoriya, the one whom we all saw and is apparently your friend, Urashi says, tone deep and giving nothing away. Hitoshi, frankly, has no idea where this is going. Although, he is willing to destroy whatever rapport he built with Yaoyorozu, who is watching the scene from her seat, by revealing his quirk in order to protect himself, if it's so needed. Can you give me his phone number? What? Midoriya, he is everything a hero should be. Urashi declares loudly, and good grief, Hitoshi is going to go deaf at this rate. He is passionate, hot-blooded, and motivated to do what is right. He is everything that I aspire to be. I wish to get to know him better. He gets my blood pumping like nobody's business. Yes, I can see that, Hitoshi eventually mutters, forcing himself to look upwards and nowhere else. So, I humbly beg of you, as Midoriya's friend, please give me his phone number. Urashi bellows, before proceeding to literally drop into a Dejiza bow, slamming his head with enough force to shake the floor. Growing increasingly uncomfortable, Hitoshi slowly inches towards the door. Listen, I would be a bad friend to Izuku if I gave his number to just anyone. And besides, I'm sure that he'll get into the hero course no problem, so maybe you can ask him then. Thankfully, it seems to be an acceptable reason for Urashi, who leaps to his feet and stands to his full height again, giving both Hitoshi and Yaoyorozu a clear look at his bleeding forehead. You are absolutely right, Aizawa-kun. I will ask him personally, that way it will be more sincere. Alright, you do that. Hitoshi speedwalks to the door. Anyways, gotta go. He absolutely does not want to deal with the clusterfuck that is a teenager's hormonal display of emotions. Thank you very much. So, we have spent a week deliberating this year's batch of candidates. Nizu addresses the table of teachers before him. Any notable examples? A few seconds of silence follows, as everyone glances at one another, willing someone to speak up. In the end, Aizawa sighs, the fire chicken. You can have him. Vlad King immediately pipes up, he makes me uneasy. Is it about the wings? Or the fact that he looks more bird than human? Kigo bristles next to Aizawa, because I will have you know that I will turn you into a dash. Hawks, please, calm down. Nizu cuts in before feathers could go flying again. I assume that Vlad doesn't actually mean that, right? Which was, indeed, true, as the blood-quirked man explains, the raw power he possesses. We all saw what he did to the zero-pointer. Hell, the last time a zero-pointer was decimated to such an extent was when All Might and Endeavor took the exam. Even that explosive kid didn't go so far as to blow it up with his explosions. I will admit it, right now, that I'm ill-equipped to handle him. Fine, I'll take the problem child, Aizawa drawls, while Kigo noticeably calms down. Speaking of the Bomberanian, are you implying that you'll take him, Can? Yes, I'm more used to kids with volatile tempers. Although, judging from his records, Bakugo has been to therapy, consistently I may add, for the last 2 years or so. Nizu notes, maybe you'll get things easier this time. Vlad, perhaps wisely, keeps his mouth shut. The meeting goes on, more or less without further issue. There is a minor blip involving one particular candidate, a Monoma Nito, as there is uncertainty over who, Aizawa or Vlad, is best suited to have him in their class. It is subsequently decided to put the issue on hold for the time being, as the meeting also needed to decide which candidates failed the practical portion and would be relegated to general education, or are politely informed that they have failed to make it into the heroics program. Some time is spent going through who will be accepted into the other programs like support and management, but the meeting largely wraps up by the end of the hour, and most of the attendees depart from the conference room. Save for 4. So, let's move on to the recommendation candidates. Nizu claps his paws, quite the colorful batch, no. More like a never-ending headache, Aizawa sighs. I presume your godson is an exception. Vlad teases. Hitoshi is always an exception, Aizawa narrows his eyes, if you say otherwise, I will defenestrate you. Anyways, judging from the scores, I have narrowed down the list of candidates to those whom we will send acceptance offers. Nizu cuts in before another argument breaks out. While there is no guarantee that all will accept, we should prepare as such, and determine who will be in either of your classes. Hitoshi is mine, full stop. Yes, I'm aware, Aizawa-kun, that has already been arranged. Nizu nods. What about you, Vlad? He glances at the list. I think I'll take Setsuna. She seems quite adept with her quirk. Can't say the same for the Todoroki kid, Kigo notes, although his role is merely observatory, didn't he use only half his quirk? Yes, Nizu nods. Young Todoroki seemed quite inclined to only use his ice, despite his quirk registry listing it as half ice, half fire. Aizawa pinches his brow, sighing again. I'll take him, until he proves to be beyond what I can handle. The rest of the accepted students are tentatively selected and assigned, and with no further issues to discuss, the meeting disbands. They have another week to send out the acceptance letters. Despite it being a routine procedure, this time things will be different, courtesy of a certain symbol. Number 1 hero he is. It remains to be seen if All Might has what it takes to film 40 acceptance speeches. To be continued. He'd gotten in. It was to be expected, to some extent. And his first day of school, as a UA student, not just a ward serving a probationary sentence, which according to Nizu has been completed and declared spent as far as judicial laws are concerned, is just around the corner. Normally, such an occasion was grounds for a huge celebration. But for Izuku, such an event is more muted, for personal reasons. He may be a UA ward under Nizu's guardianship, but he never forgot his mother, who is still warded in Musutafu General Hospital's psychiatric unit to this day. Nizu had been gracious to provide semi-regular updates on his mother during the past 10 months, but every update had been the same, still in a vegetative state with no visible signs of improvement. Nonetheless, with his first day coming soon, and now no longer bound to the rules of his probation, which included getting Nizu's permission to leave the grounds, Izuku decided that he wanted to visit his mother in the psychiatric unit. Nizu accompanied him, taking one of the school's private limousines to the hospital. Alighting in the drop-off point, Izuku and Nizu enter the reception area of the psychiatric unit, which for all intents and purposes, looks just like any other waiting room in a public medical facility. Admittedly, they do draw a few looks from other visitors and staff as they queue up. When they reach the front desk, the receptionist on duty looks up from his computer. Name and purpose of visit? Midoriya Izuku, and I am here to visit my mother, Midoriya Inko. The receptionist spends a moment combing through the records. Can I have some identification, please? Izuku hands over his newly minted UA ID card. The receptionist takes it, compares it to his screen, glances briefly at Nizu, and hands it back. Visiting hours are until 4 p.m. The elevators are to your right. Thank you. It was a good job that Nizu had dealt with the bureaucracy to change Izuku's status as legally dead back into one of a person still alive in the eyes of the law. Apparently, it was an extremely difficult and time-consuming process, intentionally so in order to prevent anyone from just changing a person's status without their knowledge or consent, usually for illegal or nefarious purposes. If Nizu hadn't done so previously, it would have been frustratingly difficult for Izuku to even exist, let alone visit his mother. They take the elevator up, which was mostly uneventful apart from a brief moment where a nurse wheels in a patient that seemed to be hallucinating. Finding the room is not hard either, but it was knowing what lay behind the closed door that has Izuku's heart curling with melancholy. He ends up staring at the door for a moment, not moving or making a sound. Nizu takes his taloned hand, and squeezes, a silent gesture of support that Izuku appreciates, and which gives him the courage to open the door. Just like the rest of the unit, the room smells of disinfectant. The walls are painted white, with the only color coming from the tiled floor, interspersed with light blue. Izuku immediately notices the bed, with an ECG monitor beeping rhythmically away by the side. And on the bed is the gaunt figure of his mother. It takes a lot out of Izuku to not immediately try to wake her, shake her shoulders and shout for her to come back. It wouldn't have made a difference, when not even trained medical professionals could do anything to rouse her from the vegetative state she is in. As he goes over to her side, Izuku notes with gut-wrenching sorrow that she has lost so much weight, her once chubby cheeks stretched over her face, and her skin had lost most of its color, deathly pale and sickly. It is obvious that had it not been for the feeding tube, and the constant care by nurses, his mother wouldn't have survived until now. Come, sit down Izuku. Nizu had pushed a chair over, allowing Izuku to sit down by his mother's side. He stares at her shuttered eyelids, and the shallow breaths her body seems to automatically take despite not being able to consciously recognize the world around her. Principal, and may I have a moment with her? Take as long as you need, Izuku. I'll be outside. Nizu quietly leaves, and with the closing click of the door, Izuku is alone with his comatose mother. Despite the air being sterile and still, Izuku feels heavy in his chest. Breathing is difficult, as sadness chokes at his lungs and heart. Mum, it's been a while. He doubts that she can hear him, but he can't stop himself. Not that he wanted to stop himself. I'm sorry. I never meant to hurt you as much as I did. Izuku rubs his eyes, feeling the heaviness behind them. I want to tell you, I'm going to be a hero. I made it into UA, the heroics course, and, he sniffles, I promise, I'll do my absolute best to be the hero that people need in their time of peril. And, there is nothing stopping the tears from falling now. I can know that it will not be instantaneous, but, I could. Lord Vishnu, I wish to know, why is my mother still in a coma with no sign of improvement? What is causing her ailment? Child of fire, there are many things that are beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. As for your mother, the root of her ailment spans many lifetimes. The seed of karma has implanted itself in your mother's mind, and as a result of the karma she accumulated in lifetimes past, the seed has taken root, and she is imprisoned in the effects of her negative karma. I see. Then, is there anything I can do for her? See, could I help to heal her in any way? The process of repaying one's karma will depend on your mother. However, you can help the process along by granting merits to her name, and praying for her healing and deliverance. Lord Vishnu, I beseech you, tell me what I need to do. Listen well, child of fire, you will need to do the following. As his tears splash onto the side of his mother's bed, Izuku reaches forward, taking her pale, clammy hand with his own, and placing his other hand on her forehead. Closing his eyes, Izuku begins to chant Hare Krishna Maha, a mantra that typically is said to connect devotees with the divine power to bring strength to positive thoughts and emotions, especially when plagued with worries, fear, and sadness. In this, though, Izuku also brings forth the good that his mother had done for him throughout his first life, and his prayer for her recovery and healing. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. The beeping of the ECG monitor becomes drowned out by Izuku's chanting, which manifests as absolutely heavenly singing. Outside of the room, Nizu hears the melodic singing from behind the door, and is hit by a wave of emotion that seems to swing wildly between bliss and melancholy. Nizu might not be an expert in Hindu devotional chants and mantras, but he knows enough to understand that his ward is praying for his BRTH mother's recovery, and that the whole occasion had been solemn and somber to begin with. Regardless, Nizu can't help the few tears that trickle from his eyes, a significant feat since he can't even remember when was the last time he shed tears for someone or something. But this is a young boy, who died and was resurrected, and had to face the reality that his mother, who had been his only supporter prior to his first death, is no better than a statue, barely surviving, and there is little that he can do for her other than to pray for her recovery, if that even happens. Izuku never asked for any of this, he was an innocent who did nothing wrong. However, as Nizu knows all too well, the world and life is never kind to anyone, human or animal. Bad things and suffering is just as part and parcel of existing, as with good things and happiness. What he, as principal and Izuku's legal guardian, can do, however, is to support Izuku as much and as far as possible. To help him get through the days, to support his aspirations, and to ensure that those who harmed the boy will be made to pay for their sins. Eventually, the singing quietens down, and silence returns. The door opens, and Izuku emerges. Are you okay? Nizu asks. Izuku sighs, as much as I can, I suppose. I did what I needed to do. Can we go now? This is just excessive. They're obviously trying to accommodate students with different physiology sizes. If UA is truly inclusive, they would make the entrance exam less biased towards flashy and physical quirks. Trust me, Hitoshi, Nizu has been trying to overhaul the exam for the longest time. But he always gets stonewalled by the school board, and I suspect, the hero commission. Well, can't he just kill them off, and stage it like an accident? That many people? Too suspicious. Hitoshi sighs, one can dream. Izuku slides the door open. It is evident that most of the class have long since arrived, given that only a few desks remain empty. The students who are already present seem to be engaging in conversation, or are just minding their own business. But they all turn towards the door, and see Izuku and Hitoshi. A beat of silence. Izuku swings towards several chairs being forcibly pushed backwards by the people sitting on them suddenly bolting to their feet. It's you! Suddenly, he comes face to face with the same bespectacled snob who lacked manners or decency. My name is Ida Tenya, from Somei Academy. Inwardly, he braces himself for another self-righteous spiel that he simply wants nothing to do. I wish to humbly apologize to you. What? Izuku and Hitoshi look down as Ida drops into a perfectly horizontal, 90 degrees bow. I recognize the mistakes I made during the entrance exam briefing. Ida declares, while somehow maintaining that straight bow of contriteness, I should not have interrupted without being called upon, and I should not have accused you of being a disruption without any evidence. I apologize for my indiscretions against you, and I seek your forgiveness. Izuku blinks, momentarily losing the ability to speak. Just, don't do that again. And don't jump to conclusions about people. Right. Ida bolts back up, startling Hitoshi with how fast, and possibly bone-snapping, the movement was. I promise to do better, both as a student of UA and a future hero. And then just like that, Ida is pushed out of the way, and this time, Izuku has to look up to meet the eyes of the one who just shoved the robot to one side. Midoriya-kun. Good grief, Izuku is going to go deaf. Does this towering block of muscle have no sense of indoor voice? It is truly an honor to meet you in person. Then, the boy slams his hands into his sides, and bows even lower than Ida had. Izuku swears that he heard something crack in the process. My name is Yurashi Inasa, and I look forward to being friends with you. Admittedly, Izuku is left speechless for real this time. Hitoshi leans over, sorry, I should have warned you about him beforehand. Izuku glances back at the bowed teen, pleasure to meet you, I guess. Yurashi shoots up, and Izuku winces at the blood trickling down his face from a gash on his forehead, likewise. I look forward to the next 3 years together as classmates. You lot are blocking the way. Izuku turns around, as does Hitoshi. Aizawa, looking as sleep-deprived as always, is standing behind them. We're wasting enough time as it is. Wordlessly, the students part ways for the disheveled hobo, who saunters up to the lectern, and faces the class, with all 20 eyes trained on him. My name's Aizawa Shoyuta, and I will be your homeroom teacher. He then bends down behind the lectern, and produces 20 pairs of gym uniforms. Come up and take the one with your name on it. Then be at the PE grounds in 15 minutes. Only Izuku and Hitoshi go to collect their assigned uniform. The rest of the class continues to stare at Aizawa, who returns the confusion with a narrowed glare. Are you all deaf? Get moving. Cutting it close, Aizawa drawls, I expect you all to get from one place to another quickly. Izuku sees one of the girls raise her hand, the same one whom he protected from the zero-pointer. Aizawa-sensei, what about the orientation ceremony? And our meeting with the guidance counselor? That yawn-fest that is orientation is a waste of time, and you will have your sessions with Hound Dog after lunch, Aizawa states. Principal Nizu gives all of the teachers free rein to decide how they should run their classes. As it is, we will be having a quirk assessment test this morning. The hobo turns to Izuku, Midoriya, come up. Izuku does as he was told. How far can you throw a softball? About 50 meters, last time I checked, sensei. Aizawa tosses one to him, do whatever you wish, so long as you don't step out of the circle. Izuku goes into the circle, and thinks about how he should do this. Closing his eyes, he calls to the heavens, Lord Garuda, aid me in this test of strength. In response, his entire body becomes warm, and his feathers glow and brighten a little. Izuku opens his eyes, which those spectating notices had turned gold. Then, he pulls the hand holding the softball back, and with all of the strength bestowed upon him, he hurls the softball right into the sky. The air cracks and ripples, as the ball sails into the distance, quickly disappearing from sight. The entire class flinches at the deafening noise, with 2 in particular wincing in discomfort. Aizawa, having produced a tracking device, glances down at the screen. He then shows it to the class, 6,100 kilometers. Several seconds later, a random pedestrian walking through the Russian city of Ekaterinburg is hit by a softball that seemed to just fall out of the sky, and crumples onto the pavement, bleeding profusely from the head. Holy fing sheet. That is insane. So manly. Izuku makes his way back to the class, when one of the girls, who has pink hair and skin with horns protruding from her head, squeals, "This is so much fun." Aizawa, who had been in the process of getting another softball, goes still. The very air itself seems to freeze, and an unsettling thickness starts to rise from the ground itself. Aizawa slowly turns to the class, particularly the pink-haired girl. "Fun? Do you see this as nothing but a game?" As the class flinches from the honestly scary look, Hitoshi groans quietly, pinching the bridge of his nose, "For FS sake. You think heroics is fun and games? Are you not planning on taking things seriously?" Aizawa never once raises his voice, but the poor girl seems to shrink under his manic gaze. There is no room for fooling about. Heroics is a battle between life and death. Fooling around means that innocent people will die. An absolutely terrifying smile spreads across Aizawa's lips. "I don't think most of you understand, so how about I make it easy for you all? Anyone who doesn't put in their best during the tests will be removed from the heroics course." The shouts of outrage immediately follow. Izuku glances at Hitoshi, who just looks absolutely done and is praying to the heavens for both strength and patience. "I will not let substandard excuses for heroes leave this school and put innocent lives in danger. You can either put in your best, or you can leave right now." Nobody does. Very well. We'll continue on with the tests. The next 2 hours are an incredibly nerve-wracking experience for most of 1A. Izuku, though, is unfazed, as the tests that Aizawa puts the class through are not so different from what he did while he was training for the entrance exam. Hitoshi, though, had to endure some unsolicited flack from Ida, who seemed to take severe issue with Hitoshi using his mind-jacking quirk on his classmates, particularly Izuku, to complete the tests. Thankfully, Aizawa shuts that down very quickly. "Did I not say to put in your very best? Not every quirk is physically strong or flashy. Furthermore, no one asked for your opinion, Ida. I certainly did not call upon you to remark, or judge, someone for their genetic lot in life." Izuku, honestly, can't find much sympathy for Ida, who visibly wilts under the hobo's chastisement, and has to suffer the humiliation of being seen as a judgmental prick by their peers. Though, it seems to be a personality thing, one that, maybe, Ida can't really control. At least, not without significant cognitive thought anyway. He files that little observation away. Maybe he can discuss this with Nizu in the future. Thankfully, it seems that the general consensus was that Hitoshi was just doing what Aizawa demanded, and there were no obvious signs of hostility or fear from their classmates. Although, Izuku suspects, only time will tell if 1A is truly different from the rest of Hitoshi's previous bigoted peers. That said, Yurashi's enthusiasm and loud support for Hitoshi is heartwarming, if a little much. Seriously, Izuku is going to go deaf at this rate. By the end of the 2 hours, the entire class is exhausted and/or sweaty, gathered before Aizawa as the man tallies the results. The air is tense, bubbling just under the surface. The hobo's warning still rang in everyone's ears, and more than a few fretted if they were going to get the boot. "After observing all of you, I have come to several conclusions," Aizawa says. "Let's get this over with." Todoroki. All eyes turn to a boy with white and red hair that is split down the middle, and a noticeable scar over his left eye. "Throughout the tests, I have only seen you use the ice part of your quirk. The registry lists it as half ice, half fire. Why did you not use your other half?" Izuku notices the moment that Todoroki's expression tightens into something akin to disgust. "I will never use his fire." Aizawa merely raises an eyebrow. By that, you only put in half the effort as the rest of your classmates. Did I not say that I expect everyone to put in their absolute best earlier? Are you expecting to be a hero when you just half but things?" Todoroki answers through gritted teeth, "I will not dash." "Fine." Aizawa cuts right through, eyes sharp and deadly. "I'm removing you from the heroics course." A collective gasp echoes from the rest of the class. Izuku observes a appealing, black-haired girl looking exceptionally stunned, almost as if she didn't believe that Aizawa would make good on his threat to actually remove a student from the heroics course. "Get out of my class, and go to Principal Nizu's office." Aizawa jabs a thumb back towards the main buildings. "You will be moved to the general education course until you are willing to use all of your quirk. I am not going to let whatever personal issues you have endanger innocent lives out in the real world." This is the first time Izuku sees stunned shock freeze the normally stoic boy's face. Worryingly, there seems to be an undercurrent of fear coursing through Todoroki's body. Unfortunately, he can't tell the cause of such fear, although it does seem tied to whatever reason that Todoroki has against using the fire half of his quirk. As the boy doesn't seem to be moving by himself, Aizawa unfurls his capture weapon, and ensnares Todoroki within it. The hobo turns to the rest of the class. "The rest of you have passed, but see Todoroki as your only warning. Slack off, and you're out as well. Anyways, you all are dismissed. Head back to class and collect your syllabus." Remember, your session with the guidance counselor will be after lunch. Without a further word, Aizawa turns on his heel and drags Todoroki along with him. Nobody moves, not until both have disappeared from sight. I owe Mike so much money now, Hitoshi groans, breaking the ensuing silence. Made a bet? Izuku asks. Hitoshi's sigh was all the confirmation he needed. Mike bet that Dad would remove someone within the first lesson, and I said that he wouldn't. Thankfully, Hitoshi isn't loud enough to be heard by the other students, so no one overhears the fact that he is actually Aizawa's godson. Regardless, Yorashi huffs loudly, I'm glad that he is gone. Izuku turns to him, eyebrow raised. He is just like his father. Yorashi declares hotly, he is so cold, uncaring, and everything a hero shouldn't be. Admittedly, Izuku does agree with Yorashi with regards to Endeavor. While the man does have a considerable track record with apprehending villains, his overall personality leaves plenty to be desired, as with the sheer amount of unnecessary collateral damage he causes in his line of work. But to compare Todoroki with Endeavor? In all honesty, that seems a bit of a stretch. That said, Izuku knows that there is important contextual information that he is lacking here. Yorashi-kun, you seem to have a history with Todoroki. Do you mind telling me what happened? The towering loudmouth visibly brightens. To be continued. So, you met Todoroki during the recommendation exam? That's right. Inesa booms, which rattles the air and the table, and draws more than a few looks, some of them dirty, from surrounding students. Not only that, he rebuffed me not once, but twice. At first, I just thought that he was in a bad mood, like he got up on the wrong side of the bed or something. But when I tried the second time to make friends with him, he had that look in his eyes. What look, specifically? Hitoshi asks, sipping his milkshake. That cold look. Inesa cries, which again draws annoyed looks from surrounding students. It was so dark and hateful. And he told me to not get in his way. He is so arrogant, just like Endeavor. Izuku considers all of this, and what he noticed when Aizawa told Todoroki that he was being removed from the heroics course. Despite not knowing where it came from, the undercurrent of fear under the shock was unmistakable. And from his experience, such fear could only have come from, honestly, quite troubling sources. I think, we shouldn't be so quick to judge. Hitoshi glances at Izuku, while Inesa looks as if the avian had just spat on his ancestors' graves. Yes, I don't deny that Todoroki's responses could have been more tactful, Izuku continues, but I think we're missing some important information here. This is only speculation, mind you, but I think. What Todoroki said to you, and what he said during the quirk assessment tests, I think they are signs of something darker. What do you mean? Again, pure speculation, Hitoshi, but I think Todoroki is a victim of physical violence, if not outright abuse. And possibly by Endeavor. Hitoshi raises an eyebrow, while Inesa's jaw has fallen open. The latter looks like he is about to say, or shout, something, but Izuku interrupts him. Hear me out, and bear in mind that this is only speculation on my part. When I was younger, my quirk had yet to manifest. As you can imagine, I was bullied a lot, sometimes physically. There was one of them, a former friend if you will, who has an explosion quirk. He targeted me often, and whenever I saw him, or heard the sound of explosions, I flinched and froze up. I recognized that same fear in Todoroki earlier. And, he closes his eyes, given who Endeavor is, always striving to be number one but never able to succeed, he probably wanted Todoroki to be the very best, in the best heroics class in UA. And now, with Todoroki booted out? The implication hits Hitoshi head-on, sheet. And there's the scar, Izuku continues, it looks years old. And don't you think that it's suspicious that it is on the left side of his face? Hitoshi is so pale now, he has to stop drinking his milkshake. Even Inesa has lost his indignant look, and is rather contemplative himself. We don't know the truth, and we can speculate all we like, Izuku says, but I think it's undeniable that there is more to Todoroki's history than what we can see. Whether or not Endeavor actually abused him is up in the air. However, I think it would be judgmental, and not in any way helpful, of us to assume that, just because Endeavor is an all-round a-hole, Todoroki is just like him. The conversation goes quiet, with the only sound coming from the students around them. I still don't like Todoroki. Inesa declares, he just rubs me the wrong way. And you're entitled to feel as such, Izuku nods, however, just because we don't like someone, that doesn't mean we should make assumptions and demonize them without proof or evidence to back it up. And besides, Izuku goes back to his meal, he won't be with us for the foreseeable future. Maybe he'll rejoin 1A again after the sports festival. Or maybe he'll go to 1B. Either way, he won't be part of our time as hero students for now. Do you really think Todoroki is being abused? Hitoshi asks, once school is let out for the day. I don't know, but I cannot shake the feeling that he might be, Izuku admits, as he idly pets one of the cats on his lap. I asked Nizu about it earlier, and he too suspects that something isn't quite right. But unless Todoroki comes forth, or Nizu can build an airtight case of domestic violence and abuse against Endeavor, there is little any of us can do. Surely Nizu can start something. No doubt that he already is, Izuku agrees, but at the same time, we can't just rush things. If he moves too quickly with a case and he succeeds, Nizu risks destabilizing the whole of society, or even outright destroying it altogether. And that's provided he has an airtight case. Correct, Endeavor is the number 2 hero, and no doubt, the Hero Commission would get involved with their legal team if it seems that one of the top heroes is in trouble with the law, and trust me, Izuku levels a no-nonsense look at Hitoshi, something which the cats, uncannily, also added into. The commission has gotten into really shady, perhaps even criminal, things in the past, and they will do so again, just to ensure that the status quo remains unchanged. When faced with 6 pairs of deadly serious eyes staring right into his soul, Hitoshi shudders, duly noted. The next day, the air inside 1A is tense, to put it mildly. No one is speaking, no one dares to speak, not when an empty desk sticks out like a sore thumb in their midst. Todoroki's removal from the heroics course had been a bombshell only a privileged few could have anticipated, let alone seen coming, and suffice to say, most of the class is petrified. If someone could just be removed at the drop of a hat, who else will be next? Will they be kicked out if they did the slightest thing wrong? Will they be dropped just because? The only spot in the room that isn't remotely tense is over where Izuku and Hitoshi are sitting. Behind Izuku, Inesa sits in his own silence, lost in his thoughts as he contemplates what Izuku said the other day over lunch. The silence is broken when the door slides open, and collectively, the class flinches as Aizawa saunters in, as sleep-deprived as ever and holding a gallon-sized tumbler of coffee in his hand. Your response is faster. Good. I expect this and nothing less, the hobo drawls, addressing the class with faux disinterest. No doubt, you're all still reeling from what happened with Todoroki yesterday. Take it as your only warning. If any of you slack off or fail to put in your all, you will suffer the same fate. The tension, if anything, becomes even more oppressive. With that out of the way, we'll now move on to something important. Wary, fearful eyes dare to look at Aizawa. We'll be choosing your class representatives. Just like that, the tension vanishes, as the class realizes that they will be doing something remotely class-like for homeroom. Right away, the shouts begin. I'll be class president. No. Choose me. I'd like to volunteer myself. Aizawa, as ever, remains unfazed, simply taking his massive tumbler of coffee and knocking it back. Everyone. See such rabble at once. All eyes turn to Ida. The selection of the class representatives is an important affair that is not to be taken lightly. There is no room for playing around, not when the selected will have to shoulder the responsibility for looking out for the entire class and its internal affairs. Sheesh, what crawled up his butt and got stuck? Hitoshi drawls. To uphold this sacred tradition, we must select our representatives through the values of democracy and a fair vote. But who will we choose? Someone asks. Won't we just vote ourselves, Karo? Azui points out. Then the ones with the most votes will win. Ida chops his hand, before turning to the back of the class. Yayorozu-san. Please help us to make some pieces of paper. Seeing that the bespectacled robot had just effectively hijacked the proceedings, Aizawa slips into the background, taking his tumbler of coffee with him. With the paper created, the class spends the next 5 minutes or so thinking about who they would want as class representatives. Izuku taps his pen consideringly, as he mulls his choice. Eventually, he makes his decision, and writes down 2 names. The papers are then collected by Ida, and the votes counted. A few minutes pass, and the results are in. Izuku quirks an eyebrow. Midoriya Izuku, 5 votes. Yayorozu Momo, 4 votes. Then, like a vampire rising from the coffin, Aizawa turns to the board, and then to the class. Midoriya, Yayorozu, come up. Izuku goes up to the front, and is joined by Yayorozu. Midoriya is your class president, and Yayorozu will be your deputy. They will handle all affairs within this class, and will report to me. Hitoshi applauds politely, while Inesa thunders behind with his own louder clapping. Izuku glances over at Ida, who is crouched over his desk in defeat, a dark aura of despair hanging overhead as he trembles. I guess he really wanted the job, he thinks to himself. Then, someone knocks on the door outside. Ah, they're here, Aizawa says, sauntering to the door. Midoriya, Yayorozu, come here. Both newly elected representatives share a glance, but follow the hobo to the door. Todoroki's replacement is here. He hated it. He hated his circumstances. He always put in his best. He had to put in his best. There was nothing else. All or nothing. Because his circumstances were absolute CRP. As someone with a copy quirk, he has to copy others' quirks to have some form of reaction, whether tangible or not. On its own, his quirk is useless. There was nothing else that was remarkable about him. And it made him a target. His peers used to sneer at him for having so-called delusions about being a hero with such a weak, useless quirk. Others would encourage him to be realistic, to seek some sort of dream that was more attainable. Well-intentioned, but no less hurtful. And so he put in his all. He didn't settle for anything less. The UA entrance exam was supposed to be the biggest F.U. to all the haters and naysayers, especially when he got into the heroics course, and when he got his hero license. He would show them all, that even with a seemingly useless copy quirk, he could be a hero when so many of the haters couldn't. And he made it, but he wasn't the best. He was put in 1B, not 1A. Second best. Not the best. Perhaps, he should have been grateful. After all, he is in the heroics course, especially when so many of his fellow candidates failed to make the mark. But he couldn't. Not when he wasn't the best. And even in 1B, he was faced with so many students with powerful quirks that very easily outmatched his own. No, scratch that. Every single one of his classmates had more powerful quirks than his own. Hell, he has got to be the weakest student in the entire heroics course, only barely scraping by because he had to copy others' quirks just to get ahead. And doesn't that say something? That he couldn't rely on his own capabilities to get a leg up. He had to rely on others if he wanted to do anything. He hated it. He absolutely, truly, hates it. Which is why he made it his personal mission to beat 1A at its own game. Since those pompous snobs couldn't even be bothered to show up for orientation, he'll just prove it to them that despite being in the top heroics class, that means nothing when he, and 1B by extension, overtakes them. Does it sound contradictory? Yes, because he isn't stupid. He hates the fact that he has to rely on other people's quirks to have any form of visibility in terms of power output. But, he picks the battles he wants to fight, and can spot a fool's errand from a mile away. There is no way to show that he is the best if he attempts to do so by himself. If he has 1B's backing, though, that just makes things a whole lot easier. And he is spoiled for choice here. There is a recommendation student, Tokage, and that explosion boy, Bakugu. He had yet to properly introduce himself to them, and his class as a whole, aside from a brief statement when Vlad King asked them to come up front and tell the class their names and quirks. But mark his words, once he has the chance, he will rally his entire class to the cause, and... Monomakuen. Snapping out of his ruminations, he looks up. Vlad King is meeting his gaze with a slightly exasperated expression. Follow me, and take your bag with you. You won't be returning. Oh sheet. As he robotically gets his feet, bag slung over his shoulder, he feels the gazes of his classmates staring after him as he follows Vlad King out of the classroom. For the next few seconds, 1,000,001 thoughts race through his mind, but they all center on one horrifying thought. Is he getting kicked out of the heroics course? He's going to be thrown down to general education, or worse, kicked out of UA entirely, isn't he? But he didn't do anything wrong. Or at least, he didn't think he did anything wrong. Even though he read through the student handbook and memorized the rules and regulations the night before, was there some hidden clause or stipulation that he unwittingly violated? Was this the end? Was it all for naught? He suddenly stops, when he realizes that Vlad King has also stopped. He looks at where they are. They had only taken a few steps. Somehow, while his mind was spiraling, they had moved away from 1B, and are now standing in front of 1A's classroom. This is your new class, Monomakuen. Vlad King's voice reaches his ears. One of the students got bumped down to Gen Ed yesterday. There's an empty spot, and it is now yours. Good luck. Without a further word, Vlad King knocks on the door, and returns to 1B, leaving him standing in front of the giant door with 1A painted on it. It takes a second for the reality of his situation to register. Holy sheet. As Monoma Nito has an internal panic that threatens to break out, it is a good job that the hallway is empty, thereby preventing anyone from witnessing his entire world crumble to pieces. This is ridiculous, utterly impossible, he thinks to himself. This is something out of some shitty shounen manga. How could this even happen? He begins pacing slightly. This is some bullshit divine intervention. This has to be. What else can explain a student getting booted out on the first day? And then me, of all people, getting selected to take that spot? He then has an epiphany. That's right. This is just a dream. I'm still at home, in my bed, dreaming about this. I'm still in 1B, and that will be true when I wake up. The door slides open. Good, you're here. Nito's internal rambling screeches to a halt, as he sees a disheveled, sleep-deprived hobo who looks seconds away from death as a result of drug abuse and alcohol. My name is Aizawa, and I will be your homeroom teacher going forward. Welcome to 1A, make sure to put in your best at all times. You may be a student of the heroics course, but like that kid I booted down to general education, that will happen to you if you slack off or stop taking things seriously. Nito stares, speechless and nonplussed, as the hobo, Aizawa, his brain supplies, steps to the side. They are your class representatives, Midoriya and Yaoyorozu. If you have any questions or doubts, Monoma, feel free to ask them. Nito will look back on this moment with a mix of incredulity and exasperation, but his mouth moves without his brain's consent. Am I dreaming? Midoriya, the humanoid avian, says, no, you're not, Monoma-kun. This is real. Aizawa-sensei did indeed remove one of our classmates for not putting in his all yesterday. We had a quirk assessment test, which was why we were not at orientation. Yaoyorozu provides further context. Aizawa-sensei told us to put in our best efforts, but, she sighs, the one who got kicked out refused to use the other half of his quirk, so he was removed. It takes a few seconds for his brain to register and process everything. And again, Nito will look back on what happened next with exasperation, but also, gratitude. You have a powerful quirk, no? He says to Midoriya, that's why you were chosen as class representative? Did you persuade the hobo to remove that other student? What? No. Monoma-kun, what are you saying dash? What is your quirk? I need to know. Before anyone could react, Nito grabs Midoriya's arm, his copy quirk activating. He could never have expected, nor foreseen, his vision going white, and his entire sense of reality shattering. To be continued. The moment Monoma's eyes lose their color, turning all white, and the blonde topples backwards into a dead faint, pure bedlam breaks out. Those nearest to the door immediately start screaming and panicking. Izuku is immediately by Monoma's side, shaking his shoulders and trying to rouse a response, while Yaoyorozu tries and fails to calm the class down, while stopping those who were further away from crowding at the door to get a better look at what happened. Enough. All noise and movement ceases at once. Aizawa glares down the entire class, hair levitating wildly and eyes burning with an angry red. All of you, back to your seats right now, or it's detention for the rest of the year. Aizawa barks, and immediately, those out of their desks go flying back. The hobo then turns to Izuku and Yaoyorozu. You two, take the idiot to recovery girl. You're both excused from your first lesson if she holds you there. Nodding, Izuku effortlessly lifts Monoma up into a bridal carry, and with his deputy close behind, he races as fast as he could to the infirmary. His vision returns with as much subtlety as a church bell being hit. He doesn't wake up, per se, more like he sees everything again, all at once, when what seemed like an eternity before, it was all white, then opaque black. He bolts up, gasping for breath. When he can breathe again, he looks around. He appears to be in a void that is completely bathed in light. Not like sunlight, but light from some other kind of source. Now, he is by no means religious or spiritual, but even he knows that the light around him can only come from a holy, or divine being. A child of ambition, but held down by the darkness of others and of his own. I will admit, your presence came as quite a surprise. He sees the one whom the voice came from, and immediately, and quite uncharacteristically, prostrates himself, not daring to look up. He might not be religious or spiritual, but he knows the divine beings before him. Vishnu, the supreme being in Hinduism, and his steed, Garuda. Vishnu gazes down upon him with a curious look. And what brings you here, child of ambition? He dares not utter a word. If I may speak, my lord, Garuda says, voice hard and steely, a complete opposite of the almost light and whimsical melody of his MSTR. This child had let his karma and darkness of others consume him, robbing him of all rational thought and manners of respect. He used his power on the one who bears my image, in a bit of blind desperation. And because of that, he has invoked us improperly. It is testament to how unimaginable and terrifying this entire situation is, that he cannot even bring himself to open his mouth, let alone try to defend himself. At peace, my steed, Vishnu intervenes, he is but a child. His mind is impressionable and easily led astray. His innocence is long gone, destroyed by his and the bad karma of those around him. He feels the Supreme Being's gaze bearing down on him. Let this be a lesson for you, child of ambition. Do not let your desires overtake restraint and rationality. You do not know everything, and an impulsive act could lead to your downfall. He slowly dares to look up. Wake up now, child of ambition. May the flame of the lamp be your guide. He can feel Yaoyorozu's eyes boring into him, as they sit by Monoma's bedside in silence. He knows that she wants to bombard him with all the questions known to mankind, specifically what in the world could have happened to Monoma, and most importantly, what on earth is his quirk. After all, according to Hitoshi, Yaoyorozu was watching the regular entrance exam, and would have seen him use the fire bestowed upon him by the Supreme Being against the robots. If she guessed that Monoma has some kind of quirk that let him copy the quirks of those that he touched, she must be extremely confused and wary right now. In all honesty, the temptation to come clean is strong, but Izuku isn't sure if Yaoyorozu is pious or spiritually inclined, or if she would take what he said as pure hokum and a sign that he needs to be sent to the nearest loony bin post-haste, so he keeps quiet, for now. The awkwardness continues to linger in the infirmary, starting from the moment where Izuku had to explain the situation to Recovery Girl, prompting the elderly heroine to let out the most exasperated sigh he has ever heard, and look up to the heavens in a prayer for patience. When Monoma is put to bed and Recovery Girl could examine him, she concludes there is nothing to do but wait for Monoma to wake up on his own. And, given that he is, technically, a 1A student now, Izuku and Yaoyorozu will have to wait by his bedside until Monoma does indeed wake up. Izuku has no idea how much time has passed by this point. Only, that becomes irrelevant, when suddenly, Monoma's eyes snap open, and he bolts upright with a startled gasp. Monoma-kun, please, take it easy, Izuku reaches forward, while Yaoyorozu jumps to her feet to go get Recovery Girl. Monoma looks around unseeingly for a moment, before snapping towards Izuku. You startled all of us, the avian says, how are you feeling? Are you in any pain? He couldn't have foreseen the blonde's response. Please teach me. Izuku blinks, falling silent as Yaoyorozu and Recovery Girl skid to a halt. Monoma-kun, what are you dash? Please teach me the ways. Monoma grabs Izuku's hands, expression twisted in a desperate plea, I need to know, and only you can teach me. Izuku is rendered speechless, while Yaoyorozu slowly asks, Midoriya-san, what is he saying? Ah, this is going to be extremely awkward. After Monoma is cajoled into getting examined by Recovery Girl, who decided that, despite Monoma's unusual outburst, he is in no immediate medical danger and discharges him with a clean bill of health, Izuku seeks out the empty classroom that he used to speak to Vishnu, and has Hitoshi and Yurashi sent for. As Yaoyorozu definitely wanted to know what was going on, it was only right that Yurashi was brought up to speed too. After all, the Winquirk teen watched him during the entrance exam. Izuku wanted Hitoshi there too in order to back him up. It takes a short while for Hitoshi and Yurashi to arrive. The insomniac raises an eyebrow at the setup, a circle of 5 chairs, with Izuku, Yaoyorozu and Monoma taking up 3 of them. Oddly, at least in Hitoshi's perspective, Monoma is staring at Izuku with a mix of fear and reverence. What's going on here? Yurashi asks loudly. There has been a development, Izuku states, which is clear to everyone present to be a severe understatement. Hitoshi already knows what I'm about to say, but Yaoyorozu-san, Yurashi-kun, there's something you both need to know. He gestures to the 2 empty chairs, please, have a seat. Yurashi glances at Hitoshi with a questioning look, but the insomniac shakes his head. This is not his place to answer. Both boys sit down, and all eyes are now on Izuku, who takes a deep, shuddering breath. No doubt, you might assume that my quirk entails being able to control flames, as well as having a humanoid avian appearance. Izuku gestures at himself, with emphasis of attention on Yurashi and Yaoyorozu, and while that is true, it's only to a very small extent. The flames were bestowed upon me. See, he takes another shuddering breath, my actual quirk is being able to invoke one of the principal deities of Hinduism, Vishnu, and his steed, Garuda. What? You don't have to believe me, Yaoyorozu-san, I don't expect you to. Anyway, Izuku turns to the stunned girl, you're not religious or spiritually inclined in. Anyway, are you? Yaoyorozu silently shakes her head, yes, I won't expect you to believe what I said. For all intents and purposes, I sound insane enough to be immediately sent off to the nearest loony bin, but what I said is the truth. So, Yurashi breaks his own silence, sounding uncharacteristically quiet, gods and deities are real? I don't know about Jesus Christ, or Buddha, or Allah, or any other specific gods or deities, Izuku admits, my quirk only allows me to communicate with Lord Vishnu and Lord Garuda. Silence once again prevails. For the record, I do believe Izuku, Hitoshi speaks up, we've known each other for longer, and I would like to think that I know him enough to be able to tell when he's speaking the truth. That said, I don't expect anyone else to believe me, Izuku interjects, and I will never force my beliefs onto others. I'm just stating the facts, and letting everyone else take them as they will. Yaoyorozu and Yurashi glance at one another specifically, before the former speaks her 2 yen, I will admit, I'm not sure what to feel about this. But, she glances at Monoma, who is still looking at Izuku with a mix of fear and reverence. Given what has happened, it would not be right of me to just dismiss all of this as insane hokum. As I said, please take it however you will, Izuku replies. Right now, though, Monoma copied my quirk, and saw Lord Vishnu, which, he turns to the blonde, I don't claim myself as a teacher, or acharya, as it is called, but I will try my best to teach you what I know, if that's what you want. Please, yes. Monoma once again grabs Izuku's hands, though now with a look of pure gratitude that, despite their thoughts to the contrary, seems clear to Yaoyorozu and Yurashi that what happened while he was unconscious had actually happened. I will do anything, be nice to people, even if they are absolute shit to me, drop out of UA, become a vigilante or villain, anything. Sensing that things are about to get seriously awkward, Hitoshi decides to inject a bit of levity. It's a good job that we're not in India right now. I think Izuku would become a living god if word got out that the deities of Hinduism are actually real and Izuku could communicate with them. Hitoshi, please, do not joke about that, Izuku immediately scolds, face hardened with the utmost seriousness and terrified horror. Well, Yurashi booms, I believe Midoriya. Even if he is lying, that won't stop me from being his friend. Okay, bottom, Hitoshi snorts. Yurashi blinks, before gasping in outraged horror, did you just assume I'm a bottom? How if-ing dare you? I will have you know that I'm a top and proud of it. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu, perhaps the only sane person left in the entire circle, remarks, this has gone completely off the rails. To be continued. The morning comes as it always does. Except, for Izuku, this morning is a little different. Instead of making his way to the cafeteria as he always does, he makes a quick detour to the front gates. As he approaches, Izuku spots the one person that has made his otherwise routine morning quite unroutine. Monoma stands in anxious waiting, and upon seeing Izuku, he bows his head, hands pressed together at his chest. Namaste, Acharya. Monoma, please, don't call me that, Izuku deadpants, I'm not a leader in any sense of the word. But you are connected to the Supreme Being, Monoma retorts, looking all the world like a kicked puppy denied a treat, no guru or leader can begin to compare to you. Seeing as this is going nowhere, and possibly resigning himself to the fact that Monoma will still continue to address him as such, Izuku picks his battles and bites back an exasperated sigh. Anyways, follow me, Monoma. Monoma bows, and follows Izuku to the cafeteria. As it is so early in the morning, there is no one there, except for Lunch Rush, who at this time, would usually be prepping for the lunch break. Upon seeing Izuku and Monoma arrive, he pauses in his work, good morning, Midoriya-kun, and same to you, Monoma-kun. The usual? Yes, please, Izuku nods, then turning to Monoma, what are you going to get? Monoma stares at the menu for a considerable time. Normally, he would go for the Western cuisine, particularly French, if they were available. But in the light of events the day before, many options are simply off the table, excuse the pun. Furthermore, since this will be his first time performing such a practice, Monoma didn't want to get something that would unwittingly offend his new deities. One time was more than enough, thank you very much. I'll have what Midoriya is having? To his credit, Lunch Rush didn't so much as bat an eye, and simply got to it. A few minutes later, he returns with 2 polished silver platters. Each plate contains a variety of items, including a bowl of porridge made from rice boiled in milk and sugar, flavored with various spices like cardamom, saffron and basil, a confectionery called halva made with semolina flour and mixed with a wide variety of dried fruit like raisins and apricots, fresh fruit like oranges, grapes and apples, and other vegetarian dishes made without onion or garlic, but with ginger and other spices. Thank you, Lunch Rush, Izuku bows, with Monoma copying, we'll be off now. See you at lunch, you two, the chef waves them off. Monoma follows Izuku, holding his silver platter gingerly, to a house on the grounds. Welcome to my home, Monoma-kun. You live here at school? Izuku nods, I am a ward of UA, under Principal Nizu's guardianship. It is for my own protection, against external hostile forces determined to take advantage of me. Monoma shudders, another reason not to PSS off Izuku, he quickly concludes. The house, for all intents and purposes, looks like any traditional Japanese house one would find in a suburb. But there is one particular spot which breaks the familiar sights. A richly decorated altar, made of polished wood, with carved candlesticks and lamps, and 2 bells hanging from ropes dyed with vibrant colors. And, standing pride of place atop the altar, Monoma immediately recognizes the icon of Vishnu, riding atop his steed, Garuda. Come, Monoma, let's give our thanks to the Supreme Being. Admittedly, Monoma is now more nervous than anything, but he simply nods, and tells himself to follow Izuku word for word, and step by step without fail. Izuku kneels before the image of Vishnu and Garuda, placing the silver platters on the altar. With Monoma by his side, also on his knees, Izuku recites prayers, mantras and invocations to show their devotion to both deities, and foster their own spiritual growth as individuals. Monoma has absolutely no idea what the words mean, but he keeps quiet and follows along. Izuku rings one of the bells, inviting the deities to partake in the offered food, and lights the lamps and candles. During this particular ritual, Monoma would swear himself blind that he saw flames begin to lick and dance all over Izuku's body. Deep down, he knows that the flames are not physical or part of Izuku's quirk, but something much more spiritual and connected to the divine. Monoma would also swear that he next sees the silver platters shimmer with light that didn't come from the lamps or candles. This, evidently, was a sign that the deities had accepted the offered food. Monoma-kun, let's break our fast. The meal is a quiet, somber affair, at least for Monoma. Izuku continually offers food from his own platter, to which Monoma accepts and eats, heart and stomach heavy from the experience he just partook in. He also offers food from his platter to Izuku, which he accepts. All of this is new to Monoma, but as he told himself previously, he will follow what Izuku does until told otherwise. Did I do what I was supposed to do? Yes, Monoma-kun. Different practitioners do things differently, but at the core of it, you did it well. Monoma nods, relaxing a little bit. Izuku doesn't blame him though. Lord Vishnu might be more forgiving, but facing Lord Garuda's wrath is something he wouldn't let anyone who didn't know any better face even at his darkest, most vindictive moment. Once the food is finished, Izuku gets to his feet. Come on, let's head to class. Despite the fiasco of the previous 2 days, Izuku settles into the rhythm of lessons relatively quickly. It also helps that Monoma, even after the harrowing experience he went through, seems to be fitting into 1A quite well. Lessons in UA, for the most part, are just like one would experience at a typical high school. Except, of course, the UA teachers are also working pro-heroes, and the lessons, for the heroics classes especially, are occasionally geared towards actually laying the foundations for the students to work towards becoming the heroes they set out to be. And on this particular afternoon, the lesson to come would do exactly that. Izuku observes his classmates speculating who their foundational heroics teacher would be. He already knows, of course, and so does Hitoshi, having been informed by Nizu previously and already being in the loop about the inner goings-on at UA respectively. Not that either of them were going to disclose the teacher's identity, if for entirely different reasons. Hitoshi's sheet-eating grin when All Might burst into the room, decked out in his Silver Age costume, thereby startling all of their classmates and throwing them into an excited frenzy, was all the evidence that Izuku needed to know that their classmates' reactions were well worth his silence. And Izuku's stony, somber silence, a stark contrast to their classmates' excitement, was also all the evidence Hitoshi needed to confirm that, even now, the symbol of peace remains a thorny issue for the humanoid avian. That said, Hitoshi spots the slight warming of Izuku's expression when shortly after All Might's arrival, the hero introduces his teaching assistant to the class, and the number 3 hero, Hawks, zips into the room in a flurry of feathers, inciting a second round of excitement as the students reckon with the fact that 2 of the top 3 heroes will be teaching them. Once the excitement has simmered down to a more controlled setting, All Might explains what today's lesson would entail. A heroes versus villains exercise, taking place in ground beta, and All Might announced that the students will get to try out their costumes for the first time. There is an excited flurry to take their assigned briefcase and head down to the locker rooms to get changed. Only Hitoshi, and perhaps Monoma, noticed that Izuku, despite his relatively tall height, had slipped away, unnoticed by the rest of the class. And again, only Hitoshi would know the reason why. The fact that none of the boys even noticed him changing or leaving the locker room, except for Hitoshi and Monoma, but the fact that they don't do anything about it is also something he appreciates, is a small blessing that Izuku isn't going to be ungrateful for. After all, he can only do this without the prying eyes of his classmates, well, most of them, digging into his private business. It's a pity, though, that All Might will be there. That said, when Kigo spots him arriving at ground beta, drops his trademarked laid-back hero persona in favor of the excitement of a small child, and all but leaps into his arms with a joyful squawk, Izuku decides that this is more than worth having the symbol of peace staring in utter bemusement at them. Had it not been for Izuku's height and musculature, Kigo could very well have sent them both crashing to the ground from how hard he dive-bombed Izuku. Instead, Izuku remained steady and standing, even with 75 kilograms of oversized pigeon wrapped around him like a koala on a tree. I missed you, Izu and I missed your warmth. Izuku simply hugs his brother in all but blood back. You've been busy, I know. He steadfastly ignores the stare from All Might. Yes, the sight before him is unexpected and mind-boggling, but Izuku doesn't know the symbol of peace and explanation. Kigo sniffles. Whether real or dramatized isn't a matter of concern, at least to Izuku. It's so hard, you know? That dumb oaf doesn't even know how to be a teacher. Do you know how many times I had to bat him over the head with my feathers for being stupid, Aizu and I? It's like he's no thoughts, only punching. I know, Izuku soothes. This, no doubt, only adds to the sheer incredulity of the situation. If anyone else had been present and watching. For All Might, that is outweighed by the several stabs of indignant hurt from the less than subtle dragging of his name through the mud. And it is the kind of hurt that he is in no position to refute or rebut. While the winged hero had, perhaps, been exaggerating, even All Might will admit that being a teacher was hard, especially since his main goal is something far different. All Might had lost count of how many times his inexperience had been pointed out, whether by being hit over the head by Hawk's feather, or Nizu bluntly tearing into him. On top of it All Might knows that this is the least that he deserves. Despite his omnipresent smile, All Might is still human, and one that has many regrets. Those whom he couldn't save, their lifeless bodies cradled in his arms, his ever-shortening time limit, and perhaps, his greatest failure of all, telling a child that he couldn't be a hero because he lacked a functioning quirk, only for said child to die and be resurrected, with the greatest irony being that the child's quirk required death to occur before it activated. Even though said child is alive and well, this was the one regret that continued to haunt All Might up till this day, and perhaps will continue to do so until he takes his last breath. Before All Might could slip further into the pit of regret, Izuku senses movement behind him, and, rather reluctantly, taps Kigo on the shoulder. The class is coming. With equal reluctance, Kigo whines, but removes himself from Izuku's body. The winged hero forces his expression back into his familiar, laid-back persona, as the rest of 1A starts to emerge, decked out in their respective hero costumes. The outfit makes the hero, as they say. All Might greets them. Now, welcome to Ground Beta everyone. This is the place where today's lesson will take place. Despite the grandiose introduction, at least, Izuku thinks All Might was aiming for that. All Might quickly loses all semblance of grandiosity, and competence, for that matter, when the class begins hurling questions one after the other at rapid speed. Sensei, how would today's exercise be carried out? Ida chops his hand. Would it be different from Aizawa-sensei's assessment? Do we risk being expelled? Uraraka asks nervously. How are we going to be grouped or split into? Momo raises her hand. Does my cape look très chic? Aoyama suddenly pipes up from behind, prompting a confused look from Izuku. The rapid-fire questions very quickly overwhelm All Might, prompting Kigo to step in before things get out of hand. All right. Settle down, kiddos. When everyone goes silent again, Kigo continues. First of all, no, none of you will be expelled. We're not a sleep-deprived hobo running on coffee, paranoia, and deteriorating mental health. Somewhere else on campus, Aizawa felt the sudden, unpleasant sensation akin to that of someone walking over a deceased's grave. Second, yes, this exercise will be different from the hobo's assessment test. As All Might said earlier, we'll be holding a heroes versus villains simulation. And, to answer the question on how you kiddos will be grouped, it will be based on a draw. Now, he holds up a hand when several students open their mouths. I know, but you won't always get to choose who you work with while out on the field. Sometimes, you will have to work with another person whom you dislike, maybe even hate. Even so, you will still have to work with them. You can't let personal issues or grudges get in the way of saving lives. That gets those itching to say something to close their mouths. Now, I'll leave it to All Might to conduct the draw. Was Kigo being petty? Perhaps. But Izuku would rather support his unofficial little brother over the man who tactlessly ripped his lifeline to shreds and indirectly caused him to die. Was that being petty? Yes. Anyways, All Might conducts the draw, and Izuku finds himself being paired with Tokoyami, the other student with bird characteristics, albeit only his head, and his quirk. I find myself being paired with an agent of light, Tokoyami remarks rather cryptically. I hope we can work together in tandem, rather than be in conflict against each other. Having been training himself to speak more informally, Izuku is, admittedly, a little surprised to be addressed with such a formal tone. Nonetheless, he replies, I certainly don't intend to be in conflict with you in any way, Tokoyami-kun. May I ask, is there anything I should know about your quirk? Bright lights hurt dark shadow, Tokoyami replies, to which the sentient quirk pops out to nod in affirmation. Got it, Izuku nods. I'll make sure to not let my flames get in dark shadow's way. To do so, we need to keep in communication. That we can do, Tokoyami nods, before dark shadow, quite unexpectedly, surges towards Izuku and hugs him. Big fiery burb is so kind, the quirk coos, and so warm. I bet he gives the best hugs. Dark shadow. Tokoyami scolds, looking quite scandalized. Rather than being weirded out, Izuku simply hugs the quirk back. Dark shadow squeals, I'm right. Fiery burb is so warm and toasty. His hugs are the best. I want hugs from him forever. Tokoyami stares owlishly at his quirk, and then lets out the most exasperated sigh in his entire life, while half the class looks on in bemusement. Watching the scene, Kigo inwardly smirks. You know, Hitoshi confides to Monoma, even if Izuku doesn't get a massive following because of his connection to actual deities, he can still become a cult leader by promising hugs in exchange for loyalty. I heard that, Hitoshi, Izuku snaps, while still hugging Dark Shadow. But you didn't deny it, Aizu, Hitoshi retorts with a smirk. I will still follow Izuku regardless of whether he hugs me or not. Inasa booms, badly startling those around him. Yes, we know, bottom, Hitoshi drawls. Immediately, Inasa WHPS towards Hitoshi, how fing dare you? I already said I'm a top. Sure, January. To the side, Kaminari Denki hums in thought, I don't know, that sounds more like bottom energy to me. How dare you? Inasa snaps at the electric quirked blonde. See? Keep telling yourself that, Inasa, Hitoshi smugly replies, but everyone knows you are a bottom. Before an all-out brawl over tops and bottoms could break out, All Might steps in, all right, calm down. Now isn't the time for fighting. Since we have all been paired up, let's begin with the draw that will decide the hero and villain teams. A short while later, Izuku and Tokoyami find themselves as the heroes, facing off against Inasa and Ida as the villains. Inasa looks particularly distraught at having to fight against Izuku, but the draw is final. So Inasa puts on a brave face, and follows Kigo to the building where the exercise will take place. It is an unremarkable structure, not any different from a typical office building. The villain team is sent inside first, while the hero team is given 5 minutes to devise a plan that would either incapacitate the villains, or secure the weapon within the time limit. I know this sounds stupid, but are you able to fly, Tokoyami-kun? No, unfortunately. Dark Shadow isn't able to fly either. No worries, Izuku reassures him, I can easily get us onto the roof. With a bit of luck, there should be an access door that will allow us into the building. There is a chance that neither Inasa nor Ida would consider us coming in through there. A devious twist of the hand, I approve, Tokoyami nods, with Dark Shadow flashing a thumbs up, how should we then move into attack? There are several possibilities, depending on the other team's actions, Izuku considers, folding his arms across his chest, if they stick together, we can take them on at once, and you can get Dark Shadow to intercept the weapon. If either of them split up, that will be more difficult, since we won't know where in the building they will be until we either hear them, or encounter them. I think, he closes his eyes in thought, we should enter the building first, scope out the top floor, and then work from there. Undoubtedly, you have more experience, Tokoyami says, I will do my best to follow your guidance. Each team is given headsets that are connected to an observation room where the class has gathered. The headsets crackle to life, and All Might's voice rings through them, commencing the start of the exercise. Hold on tight, Tokoyami-kun. Meanwhile, in one of the rooms on the top floor, where the weapon, a papier-mâché dummy of a nuclear bomb, is located, Inasa and Ida wait in anticipation for the hero team's entry. In the 5 minutes given to them, Ida had proposed that they stick together, since Inasa's wind emitter quirk could be used to great effect against the heroes, while Ida ensures that neither could get close to the weapon. Inasa agreed to the plan, although he seemed somewhat distracted throughout. Yorashi-kun. Are you not listening to me? I am. Inasa retorts, I just don't like the idea of having to fight against Izuku. This is not an actual battle. Ida chops his hands emphatically, this is merely a simulation. I still don't like it. While they continue to bicker, directly above them, Izuku lands on the roof with Tokoyami in his arms. After gently setting his shorter teammate down, they check the roof access door, and finding it unlocked, they slip inside and descend the staircase towards the uppermost floor. I can hear them both, Tokoyami whispers. That means they have chosen to stick together, Izuku nods. As they enter the corridor, though, and the voices of the villain team become clearer, Tokoyami blinks, are they arguing with each other? Izuku pauses to eavesdrop, and then sighs, Inasa is still hung up about having to fight against me. He needs to learn that there's going to be many instances like this. Are you too close? Tokoyami asks out of curiosity. We're friends, Izuku replies, but Inasa takes things really seriously. Too seriously, on some occasions. If I didn't know better, I would have assumed that you two are dating. We're not. They quietly follow the arguing to the room where it is coming from. Peeking inside, Izuku spots Inasa and Ida still bickering, and the weapon, completely unguarded, standing in a nearby corner. Now, this was the perfect opportunity to go all guns blazing, Leroy Jenkins style. But 10 months of learning under Nizu and Kigo's tutelage has taught Izuku the art of subtlety, a trait that is woefully lacking in many pro-heroes in the industry. And besides, Izuku doesn't know if Ida's hero suit has any temperature-regulating technology included, and given that the bespectacled robot is literally covered from head to foot, if his suit lacks such technology, Ida risks getting literally cooked from the inside when the temperature suddenly rises. Additionally, he and Inasa really need to find a time to experiment with their quirks together, for he has no idea how wind and fire would react in such close quarters. Izuku pulls back. Alright, Tokoyami-kun, change of plans. Get Dark Shadow to discreetly enter the room and intercept the weapon. If she gets spotted, then we'll go in for the attack. Understood. Stepping back, Izuku allows Tokoyami the space to release Dark Shadow from under his cloak. As quietly as she could, the sentient quirk slips into the room, creeping along the floor towards the weapon. Given that both Ida and Inasa are reasonably tall in height, and the intense nature of their bickering renders them blind to their surroundings, neither of them spot Dark Shadow reaching the weapon, and gleefully pressing her lone hand against it. The weapon has been intercepted. The hero team wins. To be continued. So, in light of yesterday's foundational heroics lesson you Hellions had, I assessed your performances and have come to the following conclusions. Aizawa drawls, leveling a deceptively bored look across the 20 students seated before him. I'll start off with the first group. Midoriya and Tokoyami, good job on completing the mission in a timely and efficient manner with as little combat as possible. Everyone, learn from them. Heroics is not all about punching, flashiness and looking good for the cameras. Efficiency could mean the difference between life and death. On the flip side, Aizawa turns his gaze on a contrite Inasa. Yurashi, you need to focus on the task or mission at hand. There is a time and place for emotions and friendships. While you and Ida were simulating villains during yesterday's exercise, if such a petty argument got in the way of a hero mission, innocent civilians, and even your fellow heroes could already be dead by the time you get your head out of your arse. Yes, sensei, Inasa nods, voice uncharacteristically low. Aizawa continues on with his feedback for the rest of the class. Meanwhile, Izuku glances at Inasa, whose head is still bowed and his shoulders hunched. Sighing to himself, he resolves to have lunch with Inasa to sort things out. Alright, Inasa, we need to talk. Away from the crowded cafeteria and any prying eyes or ears, Izuku and Inasa have retreated to a shady courtyard where trees grow in abundance and provide plenty of cover from the sunlight. Their lunch currently remains untouched, since Izuku wanted to get straight to the point without delay. It's about what happened yesterday. At least Inasa is straight to the point. Izuku appreciates. Yes, it is. Inasa, I appreciate that you take our friendship very seriously, but you need to recognize that there will be times when we will be pitted against each other, be it in a class exercise or the sports festival. You can't let feelings get in the way of the situation at hand. Furthermore, Izuku gives him a pointed look. Do you really think I'm that shallow of a bad friend to throw away our friendship just because you beat me in a battle, be it simulated or sanctioned? It was a rhetorical question, but assessing Inasa's expression, Izuku quickly realizes that his taller friend actually looks torn, split between outright denying such an insanely outrageous idea, and actually looking quite distraught at the same time. Izuku comes to a conclusion. You've had trouble making friends before, haven't you? Inasa responds by pulling Izuku into a suffocating hug. Izuku finds his beak being pressed right into the valley between Inasa's voluptuous pectorals, and had it not been for his feathers already being red, Izuku's face would have exploded into an embarrassed flush. You were the first to stick by me, Inasa quietly admits. I didn't want to scare you off. Everyone keeps telling me that I'm too loud, too much to handle. That I keep driving people away because no one can stand how loud and boisterous I am. But that's who I am. I can't help it. Despite being quite suffocated by Inasa's massive chest, Izuku pulls his beak out from in between the valley, partly so that he can breathe, but mainly to reply. Inasa, while you are certainly loud and, at times, fail to read the room, I think, you've just had bad luck in the friendship department. There will always be fakes who seek to take advantage of others under the guise of friendship, and, people change, they just do. Whether they genuinely cannot bear to be around you and your personality tics, or they just change, it can happen, and it already has happened to you. Izuku reaches up to cup Inasa's cheek, stroking with a thumb. I'm really sorry that you had to go through such heartbreak, and I can understand why you acted as you did. And, it would be really idealistic for me to declare that our relationship would always remain the same through the tests of time. But, if there is one thing I can say for certain, is that I will do my best to be a good friend to you, and, I can already tell that you're going plus ultra with our friendship. However, you shouldn't let our friendship completely distract you from the situation or task at hand. As I said, there will be times where we will be pitted against each other, be it in a class setting, or a sanctioned battle. I know it is harder to believe when the overwhelming majority of your experiences with friendships have been negative. But, is it really so hard to try again? Especially since I haven't flown for the hills yet? Inasa stares unblinkingly, his lips trembling. He opens his mouth to respond, when, coming from the building, a piercing alarm blares out from within. What the dash? Suddenly, Izuku's phone rings with an incoming call. Inasa loosens his grip enough for Izuku to fish out his phone. Seeing that it is Nizu, he immediately answers the call. Principal? Izuku, where are you right now? He checks his surroundings. I'm in the courtyard near the cafeteria. Inasa is with me. He hears an exhale of relief on the other end. The press had broken in through the gates. It triggered the intruder alarm. There was a stampede in the cafeteria. Sheet, was anyone hurt? Other than a few minor injuries like bruises and cuts, no one was seriously injured. Izuku nods. Do you need help with dealing with the press? There is silence for precisely 1 second. The staff are already heading down, but judging from your current location, it shouldn't take too long for you and Yurashi to reach the front grounds. How about you take this as an extra credit assignment? But remember, no excessive violence. Noted, Principal. Thank you. Izuku hangs up, and turns to Inasa. Want to go clean up some vermin together? Inasa's subsequent smile is positively blinding. In truth, none of the reporters and cameramen crowding in front of UA had any idea how. The gates suddenly opened after they were unceremoniously slammed shut right in their faces earlier in the morning. However, they weren't going to look a gift horse, or exclusive scoop about All Might and Hawk's teaching in UA, in the mouth, so like the disgusting vermin they were, they stampeded through the opened gate, rushing towards the main buildings in the excited hope of getting prized footage of both top heroes working in the school, and perhaps grab a few interviews along the way to spin a tantalizing tale for the next day's papers. However, before the veritable swarm could reach the doors, suddenly, a strong gale halts their advance, blowing those at the front backwards and crashing into their peers behind them. The wall of wind lasts for only a few seconds, but it stops the invading horde from getting any further. And even when it clears, the reporters find themselves blocked from the doors by 2 students, sturdily built, and towering over them with contemptuous glares. One would think that being shut out of the grounds would be enough of a reason to stay clear, Izuku drawls. We're the press. We have the right to dash. Do you? Just because you lot are just trashy tabloid writers with no semblance of journalistic credibility or grain of ethics and morals, you have the right to trespass on private property and incite a stampede in a cafeteria full of panicked students who thought they were under attack by villains. Izuku raises an eyebrow. I would say that you all have broken several laws just by trespassing at the very least, not to mention that it was your illegal actions that resulted in injuries among the students. He narrows his eyes, seeing that several cameras were aimed at him and very clearly recording. So he snaps his fingers, and every single camera, regardless of whether they were recording or not, bursts into flames, prompting yelps of terror from those holding them. Why you can't do this? On the contrary, we can, Izuku snaps, as Inasa creates a ball of wind between his hands for emphasis. We were given express permission by Principal Nizu to use our quirks. The only stipulation he gave was not to use, quote, excessive force. If he wasn't so generous, I could easily cremate you all to ashes and have Inasa scatter it all away to erase the evidence. So, if you lot don't scram right this moment, you'll be arrested for dash. Suddenly, an entire wall of concrete bursts up from the ground, enclosing the reporters and cameramen in an improvised prison. Amidst the startled shouts and cries behind the structure, Izuku and Inasa turn around. The entire staff have appeared from the school, with Cementos aiming a hand towards the concrete structure. What are you two doing here? Aizawa questions. Principal Nizu gave us permission to deal with those vermin. Inasa explains quickly. Aizawa blinks, and then releases a loud, exasperated sigh, of course. He levels a tired glare at the 2 students. Did he allow you to use your quirks? Yes, but not excessive force, Izuku nods. Another sigh, of course he did. Well, given that none of these vultures dash. Please don't equate these vermin to vultures. At least vultures help to keep the environment clean. Fine, since none of these vermin have been cremated alive or blown towards the Pacific Ocean, I would deduce that neither of you used excessive force. Aizawa rubs his temple, already throbbing from the headache that blossomed as soon as the alarm went off. Go back inside, we'll take over from here. Yes, sensei. Izuku takes Inasa's hand, and leads him back into the building. Surely the press have better things to do than to break the law. When All Might is involved, all hell breaks loose in the world of journalism. Izuku replies matter-of-factly, let's head back to class. As they head down the corridor back towards the 1A classroom, Inasa ponders something. Hey, how did the press manage to get through the gates anyway? Either someone was able to disengage the security protocols, or they destroyed the gate somehow, Izuku surmises. Whatever the reason, I can already foresee Principal Nizu planning on upgrading security to ensure break-ins don't happen again. Someone definitely destroyed the gate, Aizawa surmises, looking at the damage. Once all of those who trespassed had been taken away by the police, the staff had convened around the gate to determine how they managed to get through in the first place. It doesn't take much or long for Aizawa's conclusion to be universally agreed upon by the rest of his colleagues. You think one of the reporters? Present Mike guesses. I will do a background check of those who trespassed, once Tsukachi has sent me the files, Nizu replies, but my gut instinct is that this isn't the work of someone within the press. The air over the gathered group thickens with the implication. A declaration of war? Aizawa ponders. Possibly, Nizu nods. I will be upgrading the security protocols and measures, and since 1A will be going to the USJ facility tomorrow, I will be making some additions to ensure that the students are kept safe. He turns to Kigo. Hawks, I know that All Might is supposed to accompany 1A to their rescue simulation class tomorrow, but given his propensity to punch first and think of the consequences later, I'll need you to be on standby and take his place in the event that he forgets his obligations. Kigo immediately nods. You got it, Boss Rat. After all, with his older brother potentially walking into danger tomorrow, the last thing Kigo will ever do is not do anything. While he sincerely hopes that nothing bad will happen tomorrow, the disintegrated gate is all the proof Kigo needs, or rather, the paranoid side of Kigo, to already have his feathers ruffled. To be continued. Today's foundational heroics lesson was a little different. As Aizawa announced, the class will be traveling to the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or the USJ for short, to learn about rescue and recovery operations. Since the USJ facility is located away from the main buildings, the students of 1A, once more, are dressed in their hero costumes, and board a shuttle bus that will take them on a short 10-minute ride to the facility. Due to the layout of the bus, and his avian physiology, Izuku grabs one of the longitudinal seats. Inasa promptly grabs the one to his right, while Monoma and Hitoshi sit down opposite him. Meanwhile, Azui, a girl with frog mutation quirk, sits down on Izuku's left. As the bus moves off, and Izuku settles in for the ride, a finger pokes his arm. I usually speak my mind, Karo. And I'd like to ask you a question. Yes, Azui-san? Call me Tsu, Azui, or Tsuyu, Ribbits. Are you and Tokoyami brothers? A short way behind them, Tokoyami coughs a little in surprise. No, we're not, Izuku shakes his head, we just look rather similar, because of our quirks. What even is your quirk? Kaminari asks, across the aisle from Tokoyami. Fire manipulation, as well as looking like an oversized chicken, Izuku replies. That prompts a few chuckles from those listening in. I think you look really manly, Midoriya. Kirishima pipes up, really badass. You can control fire, you can fly, and you are a born leader. You'll definitely be hugely popular in the future. Izuku turns to the faux redhead with a raised eyebrow. What do you mean? You're badass, you have a flashy quirk, you'll climb the ranks with no trouble. Kirishima looks down at himself. While hardening is cool, that's all I can do. So? Why? Should my appearance or quirk have anything to do with it? Kirishima blinks in surprise. Izuku's expression doesn't change, but his voice hardens a little. Why should something superficial mean the difference between whether a civilian lives or dies? What matters more is that, as a hero, I save that civilian and get them out of harm's way. It doesn't matter what you look like, or what your quirk is. What matters is what you do with your quirk. If your hardening quirk can save someone from being crushed to death, that is what matters. All chatter within the bus ceases completely, as 20 pairs of eyes, dark shadow included, stare unblinkingly at Izuku. Your class president is right, Aizawa breaks the silence. Despite not facing the class, the pervasive problem of popularity and flashiness has corrupted heroism from what it is supposed to be. Looking good for the cameras will mean that innocent civilians will die. Keep that in mind as you go through the heroics course. Kirishima now looks pensive, as Izuku relaxes back into his seat. He can sense Inasa positively beaming at him from the side, which is on brand, and he just lets Inasa do his own thing. There are no further questions for Izuku from there, so the rest of the ride is uneventful. When the bus comes to a stop, Aizawa gets up, and orders everyone off. As the class steps out into the bright afternoon sun, Kaminari and Shiro light up with delight. Holy sheet! Is this Universal Studios Japan? Not quite, a bubbly voice responds. Two people walk up to 1A, one of them a familiar red-winged hero, and the other less familiar, dressed in what looks like a white puffy spacesuit, complete with a reflective helmet that completely obscures their face. Oh my god! Uraraka gasps, it's the space hero, 13. 13 chuckles, looks like I have fans. Anyways, welcome to the unforeseen simulation joint, or better known as the USJ facility. So it is Universal Studios Japan. Shiro pipes up. 13 chuckles again. Well, the acronym might be a bit of a coincidence, but let me assure you that we're leagues away from that theme park. Izuku spies Aizawa going up to Kigo, asking under hushed tones where All Might was. The only reason why Izuku was able to tell was because of his enhanced hearing, though Kigo, apparently concerned that they might still be overheard by the class in general, simply raises 3 fingers. Aizawa's exasperated sigh is all the answer Izuku needs to know what happened. Well, hopefully, this lesson would go without a hitch. And he just jinxed things, didn't he? He did, in fact, jinx things. Just as 13 was introducing the different zones in the USJ facility, simulating all manner of disasters, both natural and man-made, all of the overhead lights shattered one by one. Izuku is already on alert, as is Aizawa and Kigo. The rest of the class looked around, confused. Izuku even overhears Kirishima asking if this was part of the lesson. It was definitely not when the air above the central plaza down the stairs from where the class is standing suddenly tears apart, as a dark purple warp cloud materializes. From the cloud, a gangly young man with unkempt blue hair and absolutely covered in disembodied hands emerges, along with what must be hundreds of sinister-looking individuals and a hulking creature that looks like something out of an eldritch nightmare. Izuku's heart plummets to his stomach. This is bad. This is really bad. 13. Get the students out. These are villains. Aizawa orders, turning to Kigo, Hawks, with me. Ni-san, get outta here. Kigo yells towards Izuku, as he prepares to fight. Izuku jumps into action, pushing his classmates back towards the doors. However, they only manage to get a few steps before their escape route is blocked off, courtesy of the same purple warp cloud. A pair of yellow eyes appears within the clouds. Hello, students. Apologies for interrupting your lesson. We are the League of Villains, and we are here to kill All Might. K-kill. Kaminari balks. The eyes roam around. How strange, All Might isn't here. Was there a mistake? Then, Izuku sees movement out of the corner of his eye. Kirishima. No. Kirishima launches himself at the clouds, specifically at the pair of eyes. Quirk activated, Kirishima aims a punch, but before he could even get close enough, a warp cloud suddenly cuts him off, enveloping him entirely and then spitting him out back at the class. Such rashness. It seemed that you were almost eager for a fight. Well, if that is what you want, then a fight you shall get. Have fun fighting against our forces, I am sure they will love to kill you all. The purple clouds suddenly surge towards them, enveloping the entire class. The floor beneath Izuku suddenly vanishes, and he falls through. The last thing he hears before the world spins out of control is Inasa screaming for him. Izuku is unable to make head or tail of his surroundings, until the dark clouds give way to hellfire and smoke. Izuku immediately throws open his wings, slowing his fall. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees someone falling too, and immediately shoots off to break their fall. It is Ojiro, and Izuku catches him in his arms. Are you alright? I'm fine, thanks for catching me, Midoriya. Izuku descends down to the fake street below, and sets Ojiro onto his feet. Where are we? This must be the conflagration zone, Izuku surmises, and we're not alone. Ojiro sees why. All around the place, amidst the fake burning buildings, are dozens of villains, possibly with fire-resistant quirks, and likely warped into the zone prior to the main attack in the central plaza. All of them sport vicious and sinister smiles, as if anticipating easy targets. However, it is abundantly clear to Izuku that the League of Villains, and isn't that a cheesy name, didn't do their homework. If they wanted to give Izuku a hard time, they could have warped him to the landslide zone, or the ruin zone perhaps, where the threat of organic or man-made debris would have been a serious one to contend with. Instead, their warper sent him, a humanoid avian with the ability to control and manipulate fire, into a zone where fire burns with complete abandon. And while the villains' quirks may apparently give them a resistance to fire, Izuku very quickly shows why the villains should be afraid, and not him or Ojiro. With a single flick of a hand, all of the fires burning throughout the zone whisk towards Izuku, and coalesce into a large ball over his hand. Instantly, the sinister smiles on the villains' faces drop into that of sheer, breath-scrapping, collective horror. Ojiro, you might want to stand back a bit. Things are going to get heated. Izuku immediately launches the fireball back at the villains. It rapidly expands in size, until it seems to envelop the entire dome. Ojiro is forced to look away as the villains scream in panic and run for cover, though how successful they were remains unclear, and quite frankly, not any of Izuku's business. Even if the villains did survive Izuku's counterattack, it was highly unlikely that they would try their luck again. Come on, we need to get out of here. Ojiro nods, and they run for the doors. Ojiro kicks them open, and they escape back into the main facility. We need to get back to the central plaza, Izuku says as they run. Aizawa will need our help. But didn't he say to get out? Shouldn't we call for help? Ojiro argues. That went out the window as soon as Kirishima attacked their warper, Izuku replies evenly, and I'm not surprised if one of the villains has some kind of jamming quirk or ability to cut off communications with the main campus. As much as this attack seems slapdash, the sheer number of villains involved cannot rule out the possibility of such an individual possessing a jamming ability taking part. As they cut through an area that is covered in trees and other greenery, a rustling bush stops them in their tracks. Immediately, they brace themselves for an ambush. However, Izuku immediately relaxes when he sees the people emerging. Hitoshi, Nito, are you both okay? We're fine, Hitoshi replies, we got warped to the landslide zone. The villains there? Bunch of jokers. Did they not do their homework beforehand? My thoughts exactly, Izuku nods, we're on our way back to the central plaza. We need to help Aizawa. But isn't your brother already helping him? Hitoshi asks. 2 heroes against hundreds of villains? And that hulking eldritch abomination? I'm not risking it, Izuku replies firmly, either way, I'm going there. If you want to escape, I won't hold it against you. DMN, Hitoshi smirks, though he does follow them, using manipulation and reverse psychology. Already preparing for your future tenure as a cult leader? Now's not the time for jokes, Hitoshi. Hey, Hitoshi raises his hands in surrender, just trying to inject some dark humor into a effed-up situation. Ojiro leans to Nito, is this normal for them? My relationship with Midoriya is that of a teacher and a student. I think theirs is more banter-like. They reach the central plaza, just in time to see Aizawa stumbling back, clutching his elbow. Izuku gasps, his teacher's elbow is bleeding heavily, and even more alarmingly, the skin is gone, leaving pulsing muscle. It was as if someone had ripped the skin away, exposing the raw flesh underneath. You're so cool, Eraserhead, the blue-haired man rasps, the childlike quality completely unfitting of his biological age, but are you cool enough to face my secret weapon? Numu. Suddenly, the eldritch monster that had been standing there swings its beaked head towards the manchild. Show Eraserhead your true power. Releasing a screeching roar that equally matches its eldritch unnaturalness, the monster, or Numu, rushes at Aizawa, deceptively fast given its sheer size and bulk. The Numu grabs Aizawa, lifts him into the air, and slams him into the ground. The entire plaza shakes, nearly knocking Izuku and his classmates off their feet. The Numu, screeching again, raises Aizawa off the ground, and slams him back down again. The villain cackles, how do you like that, Eraserhead? My Numu has been designed to surpass all might in strength. Guys, Izuku turns back to his classmates, I'm going in. Get ready to get Aizawa out. You can't be serious. Ojiro cries. No, I am. Izuku launches out into the plaza, aiming straight for the Numu. Fire ignites in Izuku's palm, and he hurls it at the monster's exposed brain. The Numu screams in pain, dropping Aizawa's mangled body. At the same time, another blur of red streaks towards the plaza. Kigo catches Aizawa before he hits the ground, and flies off with him away from the plaza. Seeing as his brother has gotten Aizawa away from immediate danger, Izuku turns his attention fully on the Numu and the apparent ringleader. Who are you? One of the students you tried to kill, Izuku replies, you think you can just waltz right in and murder my teacher like you own the DMN place? What are you, some kind of manchild who expects everything to go your way? The villain's visible eye twitches, Numu. Kill this FING NPC. Izuku takes off into the air, right as the monster slams its fist on the spot he had been standing on. He hurls several fireballs at its exposed brain, hoping to inflict enough damage to incapacitate it. But while the flames hit and scorch the folds of the organ, Izuku's stomach falls to his ankles at the sight of the damaged organic material repairing itself. See that? The villain cackles, my Numu is unbeatable. It can tank whatever damage you throw at it. The Numu then lunges at Izuku, forcing him into a corkscrew dive to avoid the monster's repeated punches. Izuku lands on the ground, leaping out of the way as the Numu charges at him like an enraged bull. He weighs his options, he can't take on this beast alone. If this monster was truly designed to surpass All Might at his fullest strength, then he by himself won't be of any match in trying to take it down. He'll need help, but with the Numu relentlessly attacking him, it might not be feasible. Get away from him! Suddenly, the Numu is struck by a gale force wind point blank. While it doesn't inflict noticeable damage, the wind pushes the monster several feet back and stops its attacks, allowing Izuku a brief respite from being punched into Kingdom Come. Inasa suddenly appears, glaring fiercely at the Numu. You won't lay a hand on him. Inasa roars, generating a tornado which he unleashes upon the Numu when it lunges in for an attack. Far stronger than the gale from before, the Numu is blown backwards towards the fountain. It screeches, punching and flailing wildly against the wind. Why you FING cheater, the ringleader screams, scratching at his throat, you were supposed to have been killed. You shouldn't be this powerful. Cheater. Cheater. Inasa. Izuku yells over the howling wind, we need to kill that monster. Kill it? It has a regeneration ability. Izuku shouts, I tried to burn it, but they healed up by themselves. If we don't kill it, it will kill us. Sheet. Alright, what should we do? We need to overwhelm it together. Izuku replies, overpower its regeneration ability. But I'll lose control of my winds if it comes into contact with your flames. Inasa cries. The Numu screams, the loudest it has done thus far, and in an apparent overexertion of its strength, it plows through the tunnel of wind pushing against it, raging towards Izuku and Inasa with swinging fists. Both teens leap away from the rampaging beast, Izuku landing roughly against the ground. The Numu, noticing that Inasa is closer, immediately lunges for another attack. Izuku tries to get up, but cringes when a jolt of pain fires from his back. One of his wings is bent at an unnatural angle, it must have been fractured from landing wrong when dodging the Numu. Inasa is immediately on the defensive, alternating between dodging and trying to keep the Numu back with gusts of wind. The ringleader laughs like a deranged lunatic, taunting Inasa for daring to fight back against his ultimate weapon. Lord Garuda, Izuku pleads, seeing Inasa struggle under the onslaught of this unnatural, eldritch abomination, please, help us. From his chest, a surge of warmth expands outwards. Unheard by anyone else, Izuku hears the deep, reverberating words of a deity that he shares an NTMT connection with. I am with you, child of fire. Filled with blessed relief, Izuku drifts away, as the steed of Vishnu and protector of justice takes over. The surge of warmth emanating from his chest erupts into fire, and as his injured wing heals and straightens out, he lets out a deafening, piercing roar that shatters several glass panels in the dome above and shakes the very air itself. Fire erupts around Izuku's body, as the power of Garuda fills his entire being. Those nearby watch in stunned stupor as he grows to a height of 3 meters, his muscles bulging as strength pulses through his body, and the feathers on his body and wings glow a dazzling gold and the luminous colors of the rainbow, with jets of fire swirling around him. Nito immediately prostrates himself, not daring to look up. Hitoshi, despite not being a practicing Hindu, also bows into Jiza as a show of respect. Garuda is manifesting himself through Izuku's body. They are graced with the sight of a god who has intervened in the face of stark, hopeless danger. Standing at the same height as the Numu, Izuku's glowing eyes flash with unbridled rage. The Numu screeches, and rushes at Izuku. But Izuku simply blocks the monster's punches and retaliates with his own. The Numu is knocked back as Izuku punches and kicks it away, easily blocking any further attempts by the monster at inflicting its own blows. Izuku then grabs the Numu's hands, bringing it to a standstill, despite it exerting all of its power. You are the twisted creation of a monster who gave up his humanity in exchange for power he does not deserve. You have suffered immensely, ruled by pain and torment. Let go, for you do not deserve such agony. Nito and Hitoshi shudder in reverence. They are hearing the voice of Garuda, spoken through Izuku. Such an experience is unlike anything the mortal world will ever have the fortune of witnessing, and even in the face of lethal danger, they now know that they are safe. Ojiro, though, doesn't have the fortune of knowing what is going on, but even he is left incredibly unsettled by what is going on. This unprecedented display of power shakes him down to his very soul, but no matter how unsettled he is feeling, he can't look away. Not when even he knows that something amazing is about to happen. Flames erupt from Izuku's forearms, and rush onto the Numu, engulfing it entirely. The scream it produces is unlike anything those present have ever heard, one that is of unimaginable pain, but ironically, also one of blessed peace. The flames completely overpower the regeneration ability it possesses, and the Numu is burned whole. Its skin goes black, its muscles sizzle and cook, and even the bones splinter and crack from the immense heat generated by the flames. Within a minute, the entire monster is reduced to nothing but ashes. As its body crumbles away, Izuku brings his hands close to his chest, holding the translucent form of a man with thick lips. Flames erupt on Izuku's palms, engulfing the man, but unlike the Numu, the translucent man simply becomes an orb of light, which rises from Izuku's palm, where it then fades from sight, disappearing entirely. Am I Numu? Izuku turns to the ringleader, who is staring dumbly at the carbonized particles that were once his secret weapon against All Might. UFING The villain screams bloody murder, clawing at his throat incessantly. UFING hacker. You cheated. UFING bloody cheated. You weren't supposed to level up. You were supposed to be an NPC. UFING cheater. The air next to the rapidly devolving villain suddenly breaks with a warp cloud, and a man that seems to be made entirely of the same cloud steps out. Mstr Tamura. What? We need to retreat. One of the students managed to escape. It won't be long before reinforcements arrive. Tamura stares dumbly at the warper. He then starts to tremble with rage. No, this can't end like this. We were supposed to kill the symbol of peace. We can't be defeated. This can't be the end. The villain WHPs towards Izuku, his exposed eye wild with delirium. It's all your fault. You ruined everything. I will FING kill you. Before the warper could stop him, Tamura lunges at Izuku. However, he simply grabs the man-child and lifts him off the ground. Mstr Tamura. The warper too is then grabbed. Izuku brings them up to his eye level. Tamura digs his hands repeatedly into Izuku's fist. Why aren't you dying? Why aren't you decaying? He screams at the warper, Kurogyri. Do something. Get us out of here. I can't, Mstr Tamura. My quirk doesn't work. Izuku stares at both men, boring deep into their very souls. What he sees disgusts him. You two are also twisted creations of a monster who forfeited his humanity. Two innocent beings, lives destroyed by a fool trying to play God. Izuku eyes Tamura. Your fate is one of destruction and death. You deserve a better life than the one the monster set you on the path towards. May the flame of the lamp be your guide. The fist around Tamura bursts into flames. Tamura screams in agony as the fire burns him alive. He writhes and kicks, but the flames quickly consume him, burning away his skin, cooking his muscles and bones down into nothing but ashes. Izuku opens his palm and blows the ashes away into the sky. Turning to the warper, Kurogyri, Izuku says, your life was cut short by the karma you accumulated, but was falsely resurrected to do the bidding of the monster who knows no humanity. You live, but you are dead. Trapped in a prison you do not deserve, you endured much pain and torment. I see the life you wanted to live, and I grant you a second chance. Live well, and do good for yourself and your loved ones. Unlike with Tamura, the fist enclosed around Kurogyri lights up with a soft, ethereal golden light. The warper seems to sag into himself, as the light envelopes him entirely. Izuku turns to where Nito, Hitoshi, Ojiro and Inasa are standing. Friends of the Child of Fire, you are now safe. He will be returned to you, as will be the friend of your teachers. Then, Izuku closes his eyes, and the same light enveloping Kurogyri engulfs him too. Those watching, including Kigo, who had returned at that moment, witnessed Izuku shrinking back down to his previous height and musculature, and his feathers returning back to their previous colors. However, held in his arms in a bridal carry, is a teenage boy with wavy, sky-blue hair, and a bandage over the bridge of his nose. Izuku approaches them, saying only a single word, hey. Hitoshi is the first to break the silence. Izuku, with all due respect, what the F dashed. To be continued. Over the next few minutes, although no one really knows how much time has passed, it is just a frenzy of activity, as finally, the rest of the UA staff, followed shortly by the police and paramedics, arrive in full force. They are late, of course. The attack is long over by the time they arrive. But Izuku doesn't hold it against them. They did what they could with the limited information and control they had. Right now, there are more important things to focus on. The wounded need to be tended to, the villains who remain need to be taken away, and for Izuku, a lost soul who was forced to perform abhorrent crimes needs to be returned to his loved ones. He spies present Mike standing near the stairs, talking to one of the police officers. Izuku waits for the voice hero to finish his conversation with the officer. It is the height of rudeness to interrupt someone, especially when they are doing their jobs. As soon as the police officer walks away, Izuku, still carrying the teenage boy with blue hair, goes up to present Mike. Yamada-sensei? The man turns around at his call. Please, you need to help him. Yamada Hisashi, if asked, would never say that his life is a bed of sunshine and roses. As soon as he could make his first noise, he rendered his parents, and all the surgeons and nurses in the DLVRY room, completely deaf. His voice amplification quirk is one of the rare few that manifested at BRTH, compared to the vast majority of quirks that manifested at around the age of 4. Unfortunately, it took away the hearing of at least a dozen individuals, including his own parents. This could have been grounds for his parents to throw him away. He destroyed their lives simply by being born. Many people wouldn't condemn them if they made the decision, there and then, to throw him into the nearest orphanage and wash their hands of him. But they didn't. Despite now being deaf, and having to relearn how to live their lives through sign language and lip reading, Yamada's parents raised him in a home that was full of love and affection. They agreed that condemning a child whose only, quote, crime was to be born, was a fate that was unimaginable to anyone who held even a sliver of a conscience. They raised him, they adapted, and they did their best as parents. Of course, Yamada had to play his part. His quirk cannot be switched off, meaning that if he gets too excited, too emotional, he risks deafening everyone in a growing radius, shattering anything made of glass, and as he grows up, even destroying entire buildings and neighborhoods. There were accidents, no doubt. He is a mere human, flawed and bound to mess up. Plenty of property damage, ruptured eardrums and bleeding ears will testify to his humanity. Yamada would always try to make amends, though, and as he grew up, he strove to turn his quirk into a power that can help others. Like so many children before him and after, his dream in life is to become a pro-hero. While there were detractors, people who feared that his quirk was too powerful, or just hateful and full of malice for reasons, or not at all, Yamada never wavered. He took the entrance exam, and succeeded in getting into the heroics program. It was his time as a UA student where Yamada met the people that would have the most profound impact on his life, and his future to come. On his first day, he met Shirakumo Oboro, a lively, happy-go-lucky kid with sky-blue hair and a cloud creation quirk. Yamada liked Oboro's vibes, and they got along like a house on fire. Shortly after, they became acquainted with Kayama Namuri, their upperclassman with a somnambulist quirk and a penchant for the sultry, and Secretary Yamada saw Oboro develop his first-ever crush on Namuri, which isn't surprising, since Oboro was the latest of a whole line of hormonal teenagers crushing hard on Namuri. Then, during Yamada's second year, his class gained a new student, Aizawa Shoyuta. One might assume that Aizawa would be the kind of person whom Yamada would avoid like the plague. Antisocial, sharp-tongued, gruff, and distrustful of anything and anyone. Basically the complete opposite of Yamada. However, they'd be wrong. Despite Aizawa showing all the signs of someone who didn't want to socialize, PRD, Yamada latched onto Aizawa like a particularly stubborn leech, Aizawa's words, and in retrospect, it was probably quite accurate. Despite Aizawa scoffing off any attempts by Yamada, and subsequently Oboro, to socialize and, worse, be friends with him, Yamada and Oboro's brand of stubbornness easily outpaced Aizawa's own. Like it or not, Aizawa came around to having Yamada and Oboro around him, even having lunches on the UA roof together, occasionally joined by Namuri and even Ida Tensei. By and large, they were a trio of hero hopefuls, with big dreams, relatively speaking, considering Aizawa, and bright futures. But all of that came to an abrupt, tragic end. During their work studies, a villain attack takes place. Oboro rushes into the building where the villain is wreaking havoc, but suddenly, the villain unleashes an attack, causing the entire building to collapse. In the ensuing destruction, Oboro is hit in the head by the collapsing debris, which kills him instantly. Yamada wasn't there at the time, but when he heard about what happened, he immediately rushed down to the site of the attack. He arrived at a scene right out of a movie. Rain was pouring in a torrent, and Aizawa just stood there, frozen, unblinking, as paramedics carry out a stretcher, containing Oboro's body, hidden from view by a white sheet that, nonetheless, was stained by the red of blood from where the head was, and also getting absolutely saturated by the rain. Yamada simply held Aizawa. That was all he could do then. For sure, he would mourn, grieve, and cry to the heavens above later on, cursing and condemning whatever higher being existed up there for taking Oboro's life so soon. But at that moment, Yamada simply held Aizawa, not to try and keep things together, but to keep Aizawa from fading away entirely. Things weren't helped when, inexplicably, Oboro's body disappeared from the morgue. No one knew how it could just disappear without a trace. There were no signs of a break-in, no suspicious characters lurking in or around the premises. Oboro's body literally vanished into thin air, further compounding the despair and pain experienced by those left behind. There was no point in attending the funeral, with just an empty casket with no body to send off. All Yamada could do was try to carry on with his life, and to ensure that Aizawa did too. The years passed. Yamada and Aizawa graduated, and both became the full-fledged heroes they sought out to become. The years were never straightforward for them both, even as they made names for themselves within the industry. Yamada became known as Present Mike, famous for his over-the-top, exuberant personality, while Aizawa became the scourge of criminals and villains hiding in the underbellies of society. But behind the facades they presented to the wider world, the hole left behind by Oboro's untimely death and lack of closure continued to fester, even as they put all of their waking hours into their professions. On occasion, the festering hole reared its ugly head, sometimes in subtle ways, other times with more long-running consequences. The nightmares are an obvious occurrence, and Yamada can't look at the clouds in the sky without his thoughts immediately catapulting towards Oboro. As for Aizawa, the years of dealing with the worst of humanity, crossing paths with the downtrodden, and exposed to sobering aftermaths of unspeakable horrors, prompted him to take a leaf out of Yamada and Namiri's book and become a teacher at his alma mater. However, whether he realized it or not, Oboro's untimely death had a profound effect on his dealings with naive, impressionable youth. Within a year of becoming a teacher, Aizawa's name became an urban legend within the halls of UA, whispered with a mix of stunned awe and crippling fear. Aizawa, who became famous for his unkempt appearance and unhealthy eye bags, became infamous for mass expulsions of students who he deemed to be not taking things seriously and or not meeting the standards of what it takes to be a good hero. The reality, of course, was more nuanced. There was no doubt that there were some students who, because they possessed powerful and flashy quirks, believed that the entire world revolved around them. However, in the vast majority of cases, the students who were expelled were simply too idealistic, too naive, too bright-eyed for Aizawa's conscience to handle. And while his intentions for expelling them was to give the students what he perceived to be a much-needed reality wake-up call, as more cases racked up, Principal Nizu had no choice but to intervene. While the vast majority of the expelled students were either relegated to the general education course, or were later reinstated back into the heroics course after they pulled up their shoestrings, the expulsion remained on their records, creating an unforeseen domino effect where, even if a student graduated with top honors, their employment prospects were severely hampered by the mark on their academic records. Usually, Nizu let the staff under his watch have free rein over how they conducted their classes. However, Nizu made the unexpected move of curtailing Aizawa's authority, so to speak. While the mammal did not outright ban Aizawa from expelling students, Nizu imposed a restriction where all expulsions, henceforth, would have to be approved by him personally. Additionally, Aizawa had to undergo regular therapy sessions with the Olympus Medical Facility for Heroes, especially when it was revealed that the primary motivation for the expulsions were linked to the unresolved trauma in light of Oboro's death. Even years after the fact, Oboro still continued to wield immense influence over Aizawa, something which Yamada recognized that, without any form of closure, would continue to haunt his best friend, and by extension, himself, for the rest of their lives. Regardless, they still had lives to live. Yamada taught English at UA, on top of his nightly radio shows and the action he got up to as a pro-hero. A new class of hero hopefuls came, although there was the incident where Endeavor's youngest son was booted down to general education for refusing to use his quirk at full power, a demotion that was approved by Nizu. Yamada paid close attention to the youngest Todoroki, growing increasingly worried as the boy started showing up to class with more bruises and burns than can be reasonably explained away. Not that Todoroki ever explained the injuries, never meeting Yamada's eyes and lips always clamped tight when he expressed his concern. If anything, these are the telltale warning signs of abuse, but Yamada has his hands figuratively tied. Unless the youngest Todoroki actually revealed information that proved, beyond a reasonable doubt, that abuse is going on behind closed doors, there is little else Yamada can do. That said, his worries about Todoroki were thrown into the back burner when, all of a sudden, in the middle of English with his home class, a level 5 alarm blares across the school. Immediately, all traces of Yamada Hisashi the English teacher disappears, and Present Mike the hero takes over. Ordering his class to stay put and bolt the doors and windows until the all-clear is given, Yamada dashes out of the room. Receiving a notification from Principal Nizu, he rushes down to the assembly point in the basement of the main campus. Over the course of the next minute, the other staff members assemble, and are briefed on the situation. Ingenium's younger brother had run all the way from the USJ facility. Villains had attacked the facility, and amidst tears and heaving breaths, little Ingenium wailed about having to leave his classmates and the two teachers there to face the villains, especially after 13 apparently had her quirk turned against her by one of the villains. All Might had already gone ahead. Yamada and the other teachers, along with little Ingenium, pile into one of the buses, and speed off towards the USJ facility. Within minutes, they arrive, and storm into the domed building, anticipating an ongoing battle, spilled blood, traumatized students, and instead, they arrive far too late. The battle, so to speak, is over. Yamada can see several of Aizawa's listeners down at the central plaza, with several more stumbling in from the other simulation zones, pale and shaken, but not appearing to be injured in any serious or life-threatening manner. Regardless, they are all terrified, traumatized, and on their last tethers. Yamada has a job to do here. The staff quickly spreads out, checking over the students, and venturing off to look for those still unaccounted for. Nizu had taken the liberty of calling the police and paramedics. Even though the fighting has ceased, there are still villains littered around the facility, and they quickly find 13, miraculously alive, but her back seriously damaged from having her quirk turned against her. The USJ facility is soon a hive of activity, as the students are tended to, the injured taken away for treatment, and the villains are rounded up. Present Mike-san. A police officer approaches Yamada. Eraserhead has been handed over to the paramedics. Hawks had kept him stable beforehand. Yamada's stomach clenches uncomfortably. How bad is he? His injuries are extensive, the officer replies bluntly. The paramedics are doing everything they can. Yamada swallows, and he sighs. His stomach trembles from the news. He appreciates the officer being honest with him. He can't afford to lose another friend. He just can't. Thank you for telling me. Is there anything else? No, that is all. Right, I'll go make sure the little listeners are okay. Yes, present Mike-san. The officer salutes him, and he takes his leave. Yamada sighs shakily again. He really should go check on the students. He can't afford to appear weak in front of them, not after what they all went through. He needs something to break his thoughts out of the spiral of anxiety and fear. Some kind of distraction. Yamada-sensei? He turns around. Please, you need to help him. At that very moment, he gets a distraction. But not one that he expected. The little listener that is Midoriya Izuku, brother by choice of his co-worker and fellow pro-hero, Hawks, stands before him, and in his arms, is the breathing body of Oboro. Seconds tick by, but it feels as if time had ceased entirely. Yamada stares, unblinkingly, all color draining from his face. Then, he responds in a manner that is completely understandable and, quite frankly, warranted for this situation. He keels backwards, and faints. 2 cups of tea sit, untouched, going cold as time passes. But Nizu can't bring himself to drink it, and frankly, neither can the teenage boy who is his legal ward, sitting opposite him. The sun is setting, but even as the day comes to a close, the weight of what has unfolded earlier hangs heavy in the air. It has taken a while, but Nizu has managed to put together a clear enough picture, and he doesn't like what he sees. So, Shirakumo had died, more than a decade ago, but was resurrected? Izuku surmises, looking quite sick to the stomach. It appears so. Nizu nods gravely. This is clearly the work of one man. The fabled bogeyman of the criminal underbelly. A monster so infamous and feared, that even seasoned villains quake at the mere mention of his name. Izuku's feathers are noticeably ruffled. He knows that quirks have given humanity powers that, in centuries past, would have been viewed as godlike or even equivalent to the deities of major religions. However, what Nizu has described, such power goes against every simulacrum of morality and the basis of humanity itself. He may need to consult with Lord Vishnu about this further. If such a bogeyman is out there, biding his time to plot his next move, then a threat on a scale unlike anything the world has seen since All Might heralded the current era of peace will soon be upon them all. What do we do now? Izuku asks. For now, we focus on recovery, improving our defenses and making sure that what happened today will never happen again, Nizu replies with the utmost seriousness. Additionally, only now does he take a sip of tea, highlighting the weariness that also weighs down upon his mind, that we need to help Shirakumo adapt back into a world that has moved on without him, and, assisting his friends with this new set of circumstances. Recalling how present Mike had literally fainted upon seeing him with Shirakumo in his arms, such a statement by Nizu is a gross understatement. However, as the one who brought Shirakumo back to existence, albeit while under Garuda's guidance, Izuku isn't going to wash his hands of the entire situation. Far from it. To be continued.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.